Welcome. Welcome. So today, let's go over these unique item changes again. Apparently, they're not set in stone. Apparently, the unique item changes are fluctuating because of feedback that they're receiving. So maybe we need to make our own feedback so the unique item changes can get the feedback that they deserve. I feel like somewhere along the lines, the unique item changes have had way too much input from speedrunners, which is probably the worst input, in my opinion, that you can take. Like, there's a lot of ways to play Diablo 2. Speedrunning is one very weird way to do it, and in my personal opinion, probably the least actually playing the game, because you're spending most of the time skipping the game. But there's other perspectives to take into account, and hopefully today we can provide another perspective. That is the goal. So without further ado, let's get started, and yeah, beep boop boop. Alrighty then. Okay. Let's just boot up Diablo 2 to start off with. I feel like we need some music in the background today. Let's get some music pumping, even though they always hit me with every copyright notification they can. Dirty whores. Dirty whores. Whores of dirtiness. Well, we start with some good music today. Dee doo dee doo dee. Ah boo bear boo bear. So I feel like I have a rather unique perspective on this that a lot of people don't have, because I have completed a unique item only challenge. And in this unique item only challenge, like, I went through the process of learning, essentially, like, what uniques are lacking. So, like, what do uniques generally lack, right? Like, what is the deficiency of uniques? Deficiency. And, you know, it's kind of interesting to say, because there really is some stupid deficiencies on unique items. They're really good items, don't get me wrong, and if you combine them together with set items, with rare items, with blue items, you know, like, essentially as a cohesive part of, like, an entire ecosystem of items, they work okay. But if you find yourself in a situation where you're trying to utilize only unique items, like I did in my challenge, one of the things that you're going to notice is that, well, they're missing specific things that just don't exist anywhere else, right? I kind of want to do some 8-bit music today. I do love me some 8-bit music. Let's switch out. Well, not 8-bit specifically, but chiptune. We can do chiptune music. Let's do some chippy chippies. Some chippy curse music. Man, that's so low I can barely hear it. Yeah, it's a little better. So what is the unique items generally deficient in, from what I've noticed? So a lot of the times unique items are deficient in attack rating. This is a pretty clear deficiency across the board in just about most, if not almost all, the unique items that I came across. Very low attack rating, with some, like, minor exceptions. You know, like Ravenfrost is, like, one of the few exceptions that actually does have large amounts of attack rating, but most of the unique items just generally tended to have almost no attack rating whatsoever. And it's kind of crazy. It's not only just like some, it's like almost all of the unique items, especially the low-level uniques, just tend to have basically no attack rating whatsoever. Like, let's take a look at some of like the unique spears. Let's go take a look at the unique spears. I got like characters with all the uniques on them. And you look at them, right? Look, no attack rating, Blood Thief. The Impaler doesn't have much attack rating. It has 150, but it does have ITD, right? And ignores target's defense, I think, was intended to be stronger than it was. But because it doesn't work on elites, because it doesn't work on champions, because it doesn't work on bosses, it tends to be relatively ineffective when you need it, but moderately effective on trash mobs. Let's take a look at Razortine. Razortine doesn't have any attack rating on it, but it does have negative 50% target's defense, which is nice. One of the more powerful items, but again, no attack rating, really. Tanner Gorrod, a 60 attack rating. Woo! Lance of Yagai, no attack rating. Dragon Chang Spear, a whopping 35. Like Kelpie Snare, no attack rating. Soul Feastine, one of the few items that actually does have like 250 attack rating. It's one I actually appraised. Hone Sudan, no attack rating. Spire of Honor, it has bonus percentage attack rating, but no actual flat attack rating, right? Ariox Needle, no attack rating. So like when you look at unique items, that's one of the things that's just missing. It's missing from almost every single unique item, with a few specific exceptions, and like it's definitely an oddity in the unique world. I don't know why basically none of the uniques really have any attack rating on them. And then we can go further, like besides just attack rating, we can also talk about some of the other things that are missing on like uniques. Most uniques don't have plus skills. So rather interestingly, a lot of unique items don't have plus skills. You would think that you could find like tons and tons of unique items with plus skills, but the moral of the story is that most, if not almost all unique items don't have plus skills on them. And then there's like a handful of exceptions, like Tarnhelm, Soj, like, like Viper Magi, Arcanes, Spirit Shroud, and then, like there's a couple items that have plus skills on them, but then the majority of the items in the game have no plus skills. Like they don't even have moderately okay plus skills, like +1 to a tab or like +1 fire. Most of the uniques don't have any plus skills at all. So if you're a build that is specifically designed around plus skills and you need lots of plus skills on your character, like that's another thing that just seems almost entirely missing from unique items. You have to go find very specific pieces of equipment to get plus skills. In fact, most of the plus skills that you'll get, honestly, comes from rune words. Rune words is where you get most plus skills from. That's where you get, like, you get to craft your lore helmet for your +1. You get to craft your class armor for your +2. You get to make yourself, like the weapons. There's like several weapons, like Hodo. You can also make your spirit sword, your spirit shield, etc. Like there's tons of options in the rune word world that are easy and like you can get your hands on with no problem whatsoever that have plus the skills on them. But in the unique world, the number of unique items that have plus the skills on them are far more limited and also far more rare, right? Like you're going to get a lore long before you're going to get a Tarnhelm. You're going to get like a Hodo or a Spirit long before you're going to get a Soj. Or like any of the really good plus to skill items, right? So like in general, when it comes to the plus to skill department, it's also rather deficient, which is a big deal because in my opinion, you need plus to skills for a lot of the stuff that you're doing, right? If you don't have plus to skills on a lot of characters, your characters just won't go further. They just don't go very far. And you can take a look at the spears, right? How many of these spears have plus to skills on them? We got 1. And then you've got combat skills paladins. You know what? Let's count it. 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, right? So like out of all of the spears, we had 2 that have plus the skills on them, and one of them is combat skills Paladin, which almost never gets used. So we have 1 plus the skill spear in the entire list. And you could go over like all the categories and look at them, and they're all pretty much the same. Like no attack rating, no plus the skills, and that's just like uniques in general, right? Like you look at all of them and they're all that way. Patriarch, no plus the skills, no attack rating. Soulflay, no plus the skills, no attack rating. Shadowfang, no plus the skills, no attack rating. Ripsaw, no plus the skills, no attack rating. Black Tongue, 50 attack rating, no plus the skills. Like, and you start to see a trend across all of the uniques is that, like, all the weapons, they're literally designed as weapons for you to hit things with, but none of them have the attack rating that you need to actually hit anything. And then on top of that, like, most of the weapons don't have any plus the skills for you to utilize either. It's really quite interesting when you start to look at the uniques themselves in that regard. And of course, how do you fill in the gaps, right? So like, well, what do you use to fill in the gaps? Well, there's tons of things to fill in the gaps, right? Like amulets, both blue and rare tend to fill in most of the gaps for plus the skills. What fills in for attack rating most of the times? It's rings fill in most of the attack rating problem. So like you're constantly relying on rings, both rare and blue, to fill in your attack rating problems. And there's a bunch of, like, in general, like, ways that you can fill in the gaps, right? And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you should be able to fill in the gaps with the other stuff. But like when it comes to the uniques and make maybe changes for the uniques, maybe that's something that they can consider, is that attack rating is definitely a devoid object from uniques. And plus the skills is generally a devoid object from uniques. Now I'm not suggesting, in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting just simply add like +2 skills to everything. That would be stupid. I'm not even suggesting +1 skills. I'm actually more or less suggesting like tab skills. Also things like fire skills, cold skills, like lightning skills. I think it would be pretty cool if some of these items actually had plus the skills in the terms of like specifics, much the same way that Mage Fist has plus the skills, right? So like Mage Fist is +1 fire skills. So like why not have some of these tab skills attached to some of these items that are specifically designed around those things? Like let's pull up the Axe character as an example. All right. I don't know why I look so red on stream today. Why am I so red? Is it the white balance? The white balance is all messed up. I'm not that red, I promise. I don't know why I look so red. I look like a beet. Like what the hell? I'm not a beet. Let's see. We're gonna have to adjust the white balance. Boom. There we go. Look, see, now I look less red immediately now that I fixed the white balance. It wasn't automatically balancing. If you guys don't know what white balance is literally where the camera looks at something that is white and it says this is white, right? And then it bases the color white off of that object. And then once it bases the color white off of that object, then it makes all the other colors like a reflection of the color white, essentially, like balancing the white. And yeah, it definitely wasn't balanced. And we'll talk about Grandfather. Grandfather's like down the road. Let's wait until we get more down the way. But let's look at some of these items like Razor's Edge. Let's just peek at him real quick, right? So Stormrider Tabar. Stormrider Tabar looks like an obvious one that could use some plus the skills. Like it seems to be designed around like fire, lightning, and ice. So why not give it like +1 fire, +1 lightning, and +1 ice skills or something? Like that could be freaking cool. Give it some bonus skills. I think that would be really neat for this particular item. Spell Steal. I have no idea why this doesn't have +1 to skills. It's a two-hander. You're giving up your two-handed slot for it. It has a bunch of charges on it. It also has faster cast and mana. Like, why doesn't this have +1 skills on it? would be completely innocuous to have +1 skills, just give it +1 skills. Like, the spells, in fact, you know what? It's a two-hander. Give it +2 skills, for all I care. Like, nobody's using it as a weapon, as it currently is. They're only using it as a swap to cast the charges. If it had +2 skills on it, it might make it slightly more attractive. It's a two-hander, which +2 skills isn't even a lot. Like, when you think about skills, right, you can have a Hodo for +3, and you can have a shield for +2, and that's just the bare minimum, so you can easily have 5, right? So a +2 two-hander is nothing by comparison to, you know, like, a good setup with, like, spirits or Hodos, or even better. Like, if you have something even better than that, you can get, you know, like +4 and +4 is 8, or you can even get higher than that. There's some crazy setups where you can get almost like 10 plus the skills just from your 2 slots, right? So +2 skills is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Boneslayer Blade. Why doesn't this have like +2 what is it? Combat skills. Why doesn't this have +2 combat skills on it? Or +2 Holy Bolt specifically, or +2 Fist of the Heavens? Why doesn't this have, you know, specific +2 skills for that character? Also, attack rating. Where's the attack rating? It's got bonus attack rating, but where's the flat attack rating? It should have a decent amount of flat attack rating on it. In fact, all of these weapons need to be revised a little bit to have attack rating on them. One of the biggest issues with melee characters in general, and this is an issue that is across the board, it is systemic. And like, to make this very clear, there is a systemic problem of lack of attack rating. Flat, not percentage. Percentage is not something that is necessarily required. It's flat attack rating that's a problem. It's a systemic problem of a lack of attack rating across the board on every weapon. There's very few weapons in the game that actually have a large amount of attack rating on them. Very few. And there's lots of percentage bonuses. So this is something else that's very important to take into account, is there's tons of percentage bonuses. There's, you know, like you can get like 300% bonus, and you can get like a 500% bonus, and like an additional like 200% bonus, and like by the time you're done, you've got like 1,000% increased attack rating. But your character will only have like 250 base attack rating, so you're looking at like a 250 plus 1,000%, and you're still only at 2,750, which is nothing, by the way. Like, that's not enough to even scratch the defense off of Bale in Hell difficulty. Like, you're going to be missing the majority of the time that you attack, right? So like when you look at there's actually an attack rating calculator for D2, and you look at like your attack rating on a character, 2,750 is basically nothing. So let's put in 1,000%, right? And then we're going to put in our base attack rating as we got a base attack rating of like 250. And then of course you got your dexterity too, which 20 dexterity is, what is that? I think it's 5 attack rating per point. So you're talking about 20 times 5, which is an additional 100. So you end up at 350. So let's bring that down to 150 so we're at the correct numbers. So as you can see, we got like 2,420 attack rating, right? Well, what are we attacking? So let's just take like an average monster in Hell difficulty. So a TC 87 monster. And the TC 87 monster, let's find a monster. So let's do Pit Lord. And we'll go to Ariat Summit, and we'll pull up a Pit Lord here. So this is the Ariat Summit page. And let's go down to his defense. So in Hell difficulty, a Pit Lord has 1,858 defense. There we go. And then he has a block chance of 36%. So we have a total chance of hitting this target with our 2,420 attack rating. We have a total chance of hitting this target of 3%, by the way. That's a 3% chance to hit the target. So you can see that, like, when you put on one of these unique items, like, it doesn't matter. When you put on one of these unique items, a lot of the times these unique items just fail. They fall flat because, like, no attack rating is horrible. Let's beef up our level, too, because, you know, let's say we're a level 90 character. There you go. That'll help out a little bit because the level penalty won't be so bad. But we still only have a 36% chance to actually hit the target with blocking. We have to bump those numbers. Those are rookie numbers, right? We need like thousands of attack rating so we can actually hit the target. We need like 1,150. You'd be surprised how much, like, even just 200 attack rating or like 300 attack rating makes on your character. Just adding like 200 attack rating to this 150 brings us up to a 46% chance. Bringing it up to like 500 gives us a 51% chance to hit the target. I mean, when you're talking about percentage is nice and all, but percentage is useless if you don't have any base. And, like, none of these uniques, like, just going through them all, looking at them, like, none of them have any base attack rating. Ethereal Edge has 350. There's one that has attack rating right there out of the lot. So we've got all of the axes. Some of them have negative targets defense, which is nice. But only one of them so far on the list has had actual flat attack rating on it. So we've got one axe with flat attack rating. We had like one spear with flat attack rating. Let's go down to some of the other things. Like, let's look at unique armors. So unique armors, we've got 2 throw, no plus to skills. It's a moderately okay piece of equipment. Nothing too special here. Like, it's missing most of the main things that you would need on it. Templar's Might is embarrassingly sad. It's one of the worst armors in the game. I don't understand why it's so bad. +2 offensive armor auras is like awful. It should have had +2 to skills, not +2 to offensive auras. It's a endgame TC87 drop item. Like, it needs to have more than what it does. Like, this is a sad item that really needs some adjusting to make it like a little bit better. Steel Carapace. It's okay. It's an okay item. I think it has like one of the highest defenses in the game if you find an ethereal version. So I'm not gonna poop on it too much. It's not used very much though because of the Iron Maiden proc, but it does have, I believe, the highest defense in the game, like, bar none, if you find an ethereal perfect one with... And it comes with repairs durability, too, so it has, like, absolutely ridiculous defense. It's kind of hard to shit on Steel Carapace. I'm pretty sure that... Let me pull up, like, an ethereal one real quick. See if I can find like a really good one. Looks like it's 2,675 defense for Steel Carapace if it's perfect. 2,675, and of course you get a socket. Gets repair durability, so you don't have to use a socket on a Zod rune, which basically means that you can get like absolutely nutty, just nutty bonuses on there. I would love to see it with some kind of plus to skills on it though, like maybe just like a +1 tab or something, or +1 to like fire or cold or lightning. Doesn't really matter. Like, could be kind of fun. Man, this music's jamming. And that bit tune's on fire today. Leviathan's as an item that definitely could use changes. I feel like Leviathan on its own has never really hit like the bonus I think that it was intended to hit. And I think the main problem is Shaftstop, my personal opinion. I think Shaftstop kind of just completely overshadows Leviathan. There's like no reason to use Leviathan if you have a Shaftstop. So like if we put them side by side here real quick, and you look at the stats on Shaftstop versus the stats on Leviathan, right? You got 30% physical damage reduction, right? Versus 25. And the thing is that on the Leviathan, the 25% isn't even guaranteed. It's not even a guaranteed 25%. I think it like rolls between like 15 and 25% or something. So most of the time you don't even find like a perfect version. It also has this massive 50 strength on it, and the 50 strength is almost completely useless to put on equipment because the armor itself requires 174 strength. It's also indestructible, which means you can't find it ethereal, which basically just eliminates it as a high defense option too. Because Shaftstop, as a mesh armor, can be upgraded into the Bone Weave, and if it's ethereal, you can have an ethereal 220% enhanced defense, 30% physical damage reduction armor, and then it just completely squashes Leviathan into the dust. I don't know what I would do for the Leviathan. I think it was supposed to be a special item that they were supposed to add into the game during ladder season. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a ladder-only item for a while. What I would do to it probably is take away the indestructible tab and maybe add repairs durability instead, so that it could be utilized as an ethereal item. I think that would be a strong benefit. I would probably also increase the physical damage reduction to 30% to make it more comparable to Shaftstop and take away some of the variability. Like, as it is right now, the variability is so high that most of the time it ends up being like much worse than Shaftstop in just about every single way. Like, if we take a look at the stats on the Leviathan, let me verify. Yeah. It rolls between 15 to 25%. So not only does it have worse physical damage reduction than Shaftstop, but it rolls even worse than Shaftstop if you're not careful. Right? The only thing good on it is the strength bonus. Like, that's the only good thing on it, in my opinion. And even that isn't really the greatest. It's okay. Like, you still need 174 strength to put it on, so by the time you have 174 strength to put it on, yeah, it gives you a little bit of extra. So I guess you can get some damage out of it, but what does that really get you? It gets you 50% physical damage enhancement, right? So 50% off weapon enhancement. Couldn't you pretty much get the same thing from Shaftstop anyway? Like, if you had a perfect Shaftstop and you upgrade it into a Bone Weave and you socket it with a 1540 jewel or something, you're still getting an additional enhancements. I don't know. It's an odd one. It definitely needs to be touched up a little bit. I think for an item that's supposed to be special, I think Leviathan just doesn't quite hit the mark. Maybe taking away some of the variability on the physical damage reduction would be nice. Even adding like some sort of plus the skills to it could be really good. It's rare enough as it is that it honestly could use some plus the skills. And I'm not saying give every single item in the game plus the skills, but what's the harm in giving it like barbarian combat skills or something stupid like that? Like, you know, just, or like barbarian masteries, or you could throw like some sort of generic plus the skills on there. I mean, it could be interesting to create a new category, right? Because like we've got fire skills and they've got like cold skills and lightning skills. Like, what if they added a new category called like physical skills and like tagged all the skills that had like physical in nature, so that you could get +1 physical skills on an item or something. And that way it's not +1 all, right? But it's still a +1 that you could tag on something that could be interesting for like the melee builds and whatnot. That wouldn't necessarily give everybody a benefit, but would give some classes a benefit, right? Anyway, moving on. Let's see, what else do we got on the list? Arcane's Valor. Arcane's Valor is probably one of the most broken items in the game. It's actually kind of funny that some people think this armor's bad. It's literally the only +2 armor in the game with a socket. Like, there's literally nothing more to say other than that. The other stats on the item are good. Like, it's already a good item because it has vitality, it has damage reduced by 15, which is massive, it has 30% faster hit recovery, which is chongus, it has good defense. But the crazy thing about Arcane's Valor, the real thing that makes it best in slot for most builds, is that it is literally the only +2 armor in the game with a socket. And this is something that you cannot dispute. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you want to argue it. I don't care. You're like, oh, but my Enigma. But like, your Enigma doesn't have a socket. So if you want a socket for your beautiful facet or your guardian jewel or whatever it is that you're putting in there, like your 1540 or whatever it is that you need. Like if you need +2 to skills and you need a socket, Arcane's Valor is the only choice. There is no other choice in the game at the moment for +2 and a socket. You can get +1 in a socket from Viper Magi and Spirit Shroud and some other options, but you can't get +2 in a socket unless it's Arcane's Valor. There are some tab skills, like the Trang's Armor has, I think, +3 to tab. There's like, I think Nats has like +3 to a tab and stuff like that. Some of the skills have +3 tabs, but none of them actually have +2 all. Right? So moving on, Arcane's Valor's OP, I wouldn't even change a thing on it. Ormus's Robes. Ormus's Robes is interesting. The skill damage is kind of bad. And there's a reason why the skill damage is bad, and we can talk about this one real quick. And the reason why most people don't actually use Ormus, and it has to do with the fact that plus skill damage is actually really bad on Sorceress, with the exception of Cold. So Cold is actually good, but Lightning and Fire is not. And let me explain really quickly why Lightning and Fire is not good on the Sorceress. And it has to do with synergies. Okay, so if you take a lightning damage skill. So let's just do lightning, and we'll go to Amazon Basin because I love flashbanging you guys. So we're gonna go to Amazon Basin and we're gonna take a look at the lightning skill, right? So lightning is an ability that has relatively low damage. Even at level 60, the damage on the ability is only 1,632. All right. Now take a relatively average character. Let's say you're like a character with level 40 lightning. So you got a pretty high lightning ability. That's 912 damage. It's not really particularly very high. But then you're going to add in your synergies, right? You've got, what is that? 1, 2, 3 synergies. So 3 times 20 is 20. So, 3 times 8. My bad. 3 times 8 times 20. So you got 480% increase, right? So 912 plus 480%. That means that your base damage is 5,289, right? Well, the thing about lightning is that a lot of people don't see this base damage. They see a different base damage, and the one that they're looking at is based on lightning mastery. So lightning mastery, if you have a large number of plus of skills, is an additional 518%. So that's plus 518%, which brings your damage up to some crazy, absolute, non-ridiculous, just ridiculous number of 32,689. Well, the thing is that Ormus Robes gives plus 15% skill damage. So you would think that the plus 15% skill damage would give you plus 15%, which would be an additional 4,903 damage. But that's not how lightning skill damage works. Lightning skill damage is the same as mastery, and because lightning skill and fire skill damage are the same as mastery, it doesn't actually give you as much damage as you would think. In fact, it gives you far less. So how much does it actually give you? Well, it's not giving you 15% of this Chongus number. It's giving you 15% of this number, which is your base damage of lightning before the lightning mastery actually takes effect, which means you're only getting plus 15% here, which is an additional 793 damage, not an additional 5,289 damage, right? So it's kind of crazy when you look at it from a certain perspective, is that Ormus Robes is good in some ways, but it's also bad in other ways, because lightning skill damage and fire skill damage are just not really effective for those particular classes. Now, it's good for other classes. It's great for like a paladin or like a druid or something that just wants like lightning skill damage. Like I've used it on my my Act 3 mercenary to increase his enchant, because it adds 15% basically fire mastery to the mercenary. But for the most part, like the lightning skill and fire skill damage for the actual sorceress is just absolutely pathetic. And how could you fix this? I don't really know. It would require some sort of fundamental change in the way that lightning and fire skill damage works so that it actually applies the bonus that it says, as opposed to applying, like, basically nothing by comparison. And to put it into perspective, cold skill damage actually provides the bonus that it says. So it's not like the fire and the lightning skill damage not providing their bonus is some sort of rare thing that like, I mean, well, thing that happens just normally. Because the cold skill damage actually works right? Because if you have a really high damage cold skill ability, like if you're using, I don't know, let's say Blizzard, right? And you have your Blizzard all maxed out, so you got, like, I don't know, like a level 40 Blizzard, and you're running, like the max Blizzard, which is, let's do 1,839 a plus, and I can't remember how many synergies it has. There's a lot of synergies. It's got 5, 10, 15 times 20. So that's what, 300% total? So 300% increase. It's got 7,356 damage, right? Well, when you get 15% cold skill damage, it's not going off like the base number underneath of anything, because this is the number. So then you add 15% to this, and you're getting an additional 1,000, and it's actually huge damage. Because it's actually adding to the total number, not to like the base number. So what would I do to fix this? I'm not really sure. Like, I honestly kind of think that lightning skill and fire skill damage are just non-et sequitur stats here. Like, they do basically nothing on this particular piece of armor. Almost to the point where they should just be permanently capped at 15%. Like, I don't even know why they roll, because they're rolling between basically nothing. To give you an example of just how ineffective the lightning and fire skill damage is, most of the time what you do with fire skill damage is you actually divide it by 4. I did not do divide. So you divide it by 4. And so a 5% fire skill damage or lightning skill damage is actually the equivalent of 1.25%. So when you think about, like, Ormus robes, like, varying between its different amounts, one of the things that you have to think about is, like, how ineffective that is. So it varies between, what, 10 and 15%, right? So let's write that down as an actual equation on the thing. So what is it actually varying between? Divided by 4, it's varying between 2.5 and 3.75. That's what it's varying between. Like, what's the point of even having a variable of, what is that? 1.25? What's the point of even having a variable of 1.25%? Just cap it out. Like, my personal opinion, just cap out the lightning skill and the fire skill damage. Or, another way that you could potentially do it is you could increase the lightning and the fire skill damage to a higher amount. Or, and this is another, like, silly way that you could potentially do this, since fire, lightning, and the cold skill damage are basically just lightning mastery and fire mastery anyway, right? Cold skill, there is no cold mastery, right? So cold skill changes or stays the same. You could just simply convert those into, or even just add in plus fire mastery and plus lightning mastery. There's absolutely no difference to adding these. So if you actually go take a look on Amazon Basin for fire mastery and lightning mastery, let's go to fire mastery. So we're going to go to Fire Mastery, and look how much you get for Fire Mastery for each level. You go from 30 to 37, so 7%. 37 to 44, so what is that? 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 6, 7. So it seems to be a pretty steady 7% for every single level, right? So if you want to equate that into 15% skill damage, which honestly it needs more than that if you want it to be 15%, because you're talking about... what is that? It would be 15 on the base item plus whatever the mastery gives. So assuming you did like 14%, that's still divided by 4, which is only 7.25. So you would have to give it like... god dang, what is that? Like... I'm trying to think of the exact number. Because it would be, what, 60 divided by 4 would be 15%? So plus the original 15%, right? You would need an additional, what is that, 4, 6? You would need like plus 6 mastery times 7 plus the 15 divided by 4 to get close to an actual 15% bonus to lightning damage. You would literally need a crazy amount of plus the skills. It would have to be like plus 6 fire mastery, plus 6 lightning mastery, just to even be close to the same effectiveness as the cold skill damage, which is kind of nutty. I'm not exactly sure how you can fix this item because the masteries themselves break it. The other consideration that you have to make is that the lightning, fire, and cold skill damage is being utilized by other characters, so you don't want to take it away from the item entirely, because it actually does find usefulness on other characters, which is why I suggest adding the fire mastery and the lightning mastery directly, so that that is a buff that can go specifically to the sorceress. But I'm not sure. I mean, you also have to take into account the fact that if you use Ormuses, you're also losing +2 to skills, or +1 to skills, which would be going to the mastery anyway. So this is another thing that a lot of people don't realize, is that when you're thinking about Ormus, you're also losing +1 or +2 skills, right? Which, as we just found out, equates to 7% or 14% mastery loss, right? So when you put on the armor, like, you're not gaining anything in most situations because you're losing mastery, which then equates to lost damage on the item. So most of the times when you don't see someone using Ormus and you think Ormus should be utilized because it seems like a really powerful item, like, there's more to it than meets the eye, right? You're essentially losing too much. You're losing multiple things. So what are you losing? You're losing base damage, right? Except for the +3 on the item. It's the only thing you're gaining. You do gain on the +3. You're losing mastery damage, which is another problem. So the mastery damage that you lose actually is like a direct negative to the mastery damage that you're gaining on the item, which just kind of cancels out the mastery gain. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't know why this item doesn't just have, like, +3 to all masteries on it, or something, to account for the fact that you're losing the effectiveness of those masteries. Another way that you could potentially do it, which would be really cool in my opinion, is to invert them, right? So cold mastery is the equivalent of negative resistance, right? It's a very powerful effect, and it gives you a massive chongus amount of negative resistance. Whereas fire and lightning mastery are just plus damage, right? So why not flip the script and keep cold mastery as plus skill damage, but change fire and lightning to negative resistance? I feel like negative resistance would be far more effective for fire and lightning and would draw more attention, because negative resistance in general is more powerful than plus mastery anyway, because increasing the damage, while it's nice, negative resistance is always going to be a superior choice in this particular regard, and it could basically bypass the entire issue where lightning and fire skill damage don't do anything, right? It's kind of fun. Like, it's a fun way to think of items, and we're going to go over, like, a bunch of items today. I kind of want to talk about, like, tons of different things that you can play with. And we'll just keep going. Like, I think this item itself is a really interesting idea for an item, but they need to adjust the skill damage or add in plus the skills for the mastery to cover the negatives. There's a couple different things they can do to this item to make it more effective. It should be a best-in-slot item for a lot of characters, but it's really not. And that's another issue. Gladiator's Bane. Gladiator's Bane is insane. There's really not much to say about this item. It's kind of broken. It's like one of the most defensive items in the game, and it's kind of okay that it doesn't have plus the skills, because putting this item on makes you a freaking tank god. I literally have made immortal characters with this item, including immortal, like, mercenaries as well. Like, it's just kind of an absolutely, like, ridiculously dirty item. I'm not even going to talk about that item as a bad item. Black Hades... Like, it has 3 sockets, but it's got, like, nothing good on it. Aside from the fact that it has 3 sockets, it's got, like, no good stats on it whatsoever. Like, I don't know what... It's such a blank canvas of an item. Like, you could do anything with this item. You could add, like, a tiny bit of attack speed on it. You could add, like... You could turn it into, like, an all-stat item where it has, like, a bunch of different stats on it. You could add in procking effects. You could do all sorts of crazy things with this item. And it's kind of nuts that, like, nobody uses it because it has 3 sockets in it. But then you look at the item and it just has crap on it. It's got nothing for damage. The attack rating versus demons is so mediocre. It's like one specific subset of monster you get additional attack rating for. Woo. 60% enhanced damage versus demons is basically nothing. Half freeze duration is also kind of nothing. If they converted half freeze duration to cannot be frozen, I think it could become a much more interesting piece of equipment. Even just adding in small stats on here to make it more interesting, like some HP or mana or some vitality or energy, dexterity. I mean, it's like I said, it's a blank canvas of an item that doesn't really have much usefulness. It's weird. Like, it's a weird piece of equipment, and it definitely needs some changes. I mean, personally, I think I would go for an item that encourages you in a specific direction, but I don't know. I've never been a big fan of this, like, tiny little enhanced damage numbers. 3 sockets is basically nothing as well when you think about the fact that you can get 4-socketed items. Maybe that could be the key for this particular item. Just leave it exactly how it is, but give it 4 sockets. I guarantee if you gave this thing 4 sockets and just didn't touch anything else on it, nothing else, it might actually become a very popular item that people would use on a regular basis. We want OP characters. We don't want OP characters. We just want some of the unique items to be worthwhile to use. Corpsemourne. I actually like Corpsemourne. Like, I think it's kind of a crazy little item with Corpse Explosion on it. I think the main problem with the Corpse Explosion is that it's just limited charges and it's super expensive to utilize. I think more people would utilize this armor if the Corpse Explosion had more charges, was cheaper, or maybe even just converting the Corpse Explosion into like a level 1 O skill or something that people could play with. There's a couple items in the game that have Corpse Explosion already. There's people who have built characters around these Corpse Explosions. Like, I've seen builds, like Barbarian builds, where literally they take Corpsemourne, I can't remember what the, I think it's Bone Hue and a couple other items, and they literally just go into a pack, kill one monster, and then they just start spamming Corpse Explosions, and they kill everything. It's actually kind of a fun build. The problem is that the charges are really limited, and the level is really low, right? I think there could be some fun here. A lot of fun here. I don't necessarily think every character in the game should have Corpse Explosion. I think that's stupid. But increasing the number of charges at least to a much larger amount so that you could actually have fun with this piece of equipment, I think would be cool. In fact, charges in general should be increased across the board because they're always way too low. And they're way too expensive to repair as well. I'm all for increasing the level, the number of charges, and I'm all for increasing or decreasing the cost of repairing the charges also. I don't know why you would put charges on so many different items and then not, actually have the ability to use them, because there's basically 2 charges and like you ever find a weapon that has zeal charges and it's got 10 zeal charges and you're like, oh yay, I can use zeal twice. You're and then you're done. And oh, let me go back to town, repair my zeal charges. I just don't understand why you have the charges and then don't actually let the user use them because you have so few of them, right? Just increase them. All of the charge items in the game should be increased. Let's look at some other stuff. Let's go to another character. I got tons of characters on here. We actually did pull up a couple of these. Let's look at axes real quick. I'd be fine with O skill leap, sure. Anything to take the edge off of Enigma, I would be perfectly fine with it. Messerschmitt's Reaver. Messerschmitt's Reaver, a particularly powerful weapon that nobody uses. Why does nobody use it? Because it's missing most of the, like, important stats that you require on a melee weapon. So, like, I'm not for making every single weapon absolutely crazy, but there are specific stats that people look for on a melee weapon. They look for things like Crushing Blow. They look for things like Open Wounds. They look for things like Attack Rating. Plus Skills. They also look for Attack Speed. Right? In general, there's very specific stats that you generally tend to want on a weapon. Well, look at Messerschmitt's Reaver. It's got no attack rating. It's got the bonus percentage attack rating, which might as well be nothing, because it doesn't do anything on most characters, because you have very limited, like, base attack rating to enhance in that manner. All right, so it has basically no attack rating. It has no open wounds. It has no crushing blow. It has no attack speed. And it has no open wounds. Like, it's basically no plus to skills. It's one of those weapons in the game which should be better than it is, but it's not really amazing. It's just a really high damage weapon that has no attack speed and no additional bonuses of any type. And I'm not saying to give it every single one, but, like, it at least, at bare minimum, needs attack rating. I don't understand why a elite tier weapon like this doesn't have attack rating on it. And in lieu of attack rating, if you want to say that, like, attack rating shouldn't be added to every single item, it's still a unique, and it still needs more than just, like, nothing. So it needs at least, like, negative targets defense. We can put that on there too. So negative target defense. It doesn't have any way for you to actually hit the target. It's got zero, like, bonus to hitting the target. It's this big giant weapon that you can't hit anything with. And then, yeah, the fire damage seems out of place. The all attributes is nice. Like, not gonna lie, the all attributes is okay. That actually represents attack rating, by the way. So you get 15 times 5, which is like a massive Chongus. What is that? 15 times 5 is 75. So you get a massive Chongus 75 attack rating from those 15 all attributes. Woo! So what would I do to fix it? Besides the attack rating or the negative defense? I mean, it needs something. It needs something to make it special. Like, they seem to be going with some sort of fire theme here. I think that's the most important thing that they've got going on here is, like, fire and physical damage. So maybe fire skills on there, just for lulz. Would go well with a fire claw build. Like, why not? It's a two-handed weapon. Give it, like, +3 fire skills to add in. Give it some attack rating or negative targets defense and throw on, like, +3 fire skills. Let it be a really awesome, like, fire claw druid item or whatever. Like, why not? 100% bonus attack rating. 100% bonus attack rating is basically nothing. Like, so let's assume that you have, you know, like, maximum 1,000 attack rating, which is usually how much most characters have, by the way. Like, even when you're really well set up, you generally don't exceed 1,000 attack rating. 100% is the equivalent of 1,000. So you would go from 1,000 to 2,000, which in most cases 2,000 is not enough. You need, like, bare minimum, like, between 12,000 to 15,000 attack rating as a melee character to effectively hit most targets before you start calculating in negative targets defense. So if you don't have at least, like, 12,000 attack rating, you might as well just be, like, not even there. And so 100% include bonus attack rating is basically nothing in the grand scheme because it doesn't stack, like, cumulatively. It's not compound interest, right? So when you look at a character, like, let's pick one of my characters real quick that actually has attack rating. So let's go to Captain Planet. He's one of my newest characters. And let's take a look at my Captain Planet character. So he has Zeal 5,988, which is trash, right? But Zeal adds attack rating, so let's take Zeal away. So his current base attack rating is 2,722. Do we have any other bonus attack ratings anywhere else? So no bonus attack rating there. We're getting a 73 attack rating from Havoc Turn. And I'm getting 198 from Ravenfrost. And I probably have a bunch of items, like, in here that give attack rating, would be my guess. And we got 11 attack rating there. Boom, 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 boom. Another 19 attack rating there. And then, of course, we also have our dexterity. So I'm currently at 71 base dexterity, right? So let's take our 71 base dexterity times 5, plus our 73, plus our 198. And then we also have 97 attack rating on the gloves. And then we got 50 attack rating on the sword. Where's the rest of our attack rating at? We had like, what, 11 and 19 on our charms. So plus 11, plus 19. So we're sitting at like 803, and we seem to have some more attack rating somehow. I'm not sure where the rest of the attack rating is coming from. It's often difficult to figure out where all the attack rating is coming from. Dun, 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 dun. Oh yeah, I have base attack rating percentage too. That's right. Hold on. I'm utilizing 20 in Blessed Aim. That's right. So 20 in Blessed Aim gives me a passive of 100% bonus. Yeah. Which is 1606. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense now. So that's not even my base. So my base attack rating is much lower than that. I'm actually sitting at somewhere around... because I have 100% here, and I have some other sources. I'm probably sitting at like 1500, 1800, like base attack rating, minus the Blessed Aim and the other bonuses that I'm currently running. And then once you get all your percentages and everything increased, like, yeah, it goes up a little bit. But that 100% bonus, like, is not going to give you a lot. It's going to give you like 100% of like 1600. So you go up by a little tiny bit. And it's generally not enough to allow you to actually hit targets. If I wasn't using Conviction on this character, which gives me negative 92% defense, I wouldn't be able to hit nothing. I wouldn't be able to hit nothing without this Conviction. Okay, where were we? Let's go back to our unique axes and take a look at these. Oh, thank you for the raid items. I'm sorry I didn't see you. I was too busy yakking my lips. Let me give you a shout out. 681. Boom. So let's look at some of these other items. So we've got Executioner's Justice. Executioner's Justice is actually a pretty well-crafted item, except for this Decrepify proc, which is probably the worst proc I've ever seen in the existence of procs. When I tested this item myself, because I was actually kind of super excited to maybe build a character around it, you would think that a 50% chance to cast level 6 Decrepify when you kill an enemy would be a lot, but there's so many factors here. One of the problems with this particular item is that Decrepify has a relatively short duration. On top of that, when you kill a target is a lot less effective than you would think. Like, it's basically worthless in the grand scheme. You go up to a target, you try and kill something, the target's not dead, you kill the target, it casts Decrepify. It casts Decrepify where the target dies. That's where the monster's dead. So, like, not only does Decrepify have a short duration, but Decrepify also has a tiny radius, which is also part of the problem. So when you cast Decrepify on a target that just died, half the time it doesn't even hit anything. And then on top of that, when it does actually hit something, like, it lasts for such a short time period that it's to be laughable, right? Now, I'm not exactly against the whole, like, when you kill an enemy thing. I think that's kind of cool. But Decrepify is the wrong curse. I think if you switch this to Amplify Damage, I think it would be amazing, because Amplify Damage has a much larger radius, right? And not only does it have a much larger radius, but it also lasts longer. Like, and in general, if you want to do an on-kill item, you want to make sure that it's actually useful. Well, if you take a look at Decrepify, and you go to, like, the Amazon Basin page, which is usually where I like to go, Decrepify has, like, the worst duration. It has the worst everything, right? So we go down here and we take a look at it. It's what? Level 6, right? So it's currently level 6. That means it has a duration of 7 seconds, which means by the time you kill the target, it's more like 5. Because you kill the target, it casts it, and then you move over to attack whatever Decrepify has landed on. And so it's up for like 5 seconds. And then the size doesn't change. So Decrepify has a size, it just doesn't change. And the radius is only 4 yards, which is essentially the same size as a fireball. You can see a demonstration here of like how large that radius is. So when you kill a target, a lot of the times it doesn't hit anything, and even if it does hit something, it generally tends to run out before you can take advantage of it. I think switching this item, just the tiniest little change in the world, I think switching this to Amplified Damage would make a huge difference. And we can demonstrate this. So if I go over to the Amplified Damage page instead, and you look at Amplified Damage, Amplified Damage has a really bad radius at level 1. It's only 2 yards, and it lasts for 8 seconds. So it's in the same boat as Decrepify. However, if you increase the level of Amplified Damage to, say, level 6, which is the same level that this Decrepify is at, now it's at 5 1/3 yards, which is already bigger than Decrepify, and it lasts for 23 seconds, which is that's like multiple times more than Decrepify, right? So like we take 23 and divide that by 7. That's 3.2 times longer, or 3.3 times longer than Decrepify is at the same level. And you could beef that up a little bit further if you wanted to, because it's not like it increases the damage, it just increases the size and the radius. So if you were to buff that up to like level 10 Amplified Damage, you'd have an 8-yard radius with 35 seconds. And then, you know what? People would actually use this item. Like, if you gave it a 50% chance to cast, like, level 10 Amplified Damage when you kill an enemy, people would be all over Executioner's Justice. You'd have Druids using it. You'd have Barbarians using it. Heck, I'd probably try and use it on a Paladin at that point. Decrepify just doesn't have the radius, and it doesn't have the duration to pull off what they were trying to do here. Other than that, the item is okay, because it does have negative targets defense, although I would like to see a little bit of raw attack rating on it, even if it was only like a 100. So like with this particular item, swap the Decrepify to Amp, maybe bump it up a couple levels to make it more effective, and then give it a tiny bit of attack rating, and it's solid. Like, that's it. Just leave it as it is. Let's move on to the next item. So, Death Cleaver. There's nothing really wrong with this item except for the fact that it's super rare. It's actually really overpowered. A lot of people don't even know this item exists because it very rarely ever drops. In fact, I don't think I've even seen a Death Cleaver in 15 seasons. Or 15 seasons. I've been playing Diablo 2 Resurrected for 15 seasons since the start in beta. Now, granted, you couldn't actually get it in beta, but there was still preseason. And I just never see this thing fall. I think the main thing I would do with this particular weapon is just make it a little more common somehow. I don't know exactly how you could pull that off without breaking the drop loot table, but it just doesn't fall. I mean, I've found multiple Mang songs. I've found multiple Tyraels, and I still haven't found one of these damn things, and I don't know why. Like, so my main change for this piece of equipment would just be make it more common so people can actually find it, and people would probably use it more often if they could actually find the dang thing. Maybe the only other change I would make to these is just a durability fix, like most of the axes just have the worst durability known to man and tend to be absolutely sad in terms of like being able to use them. I mean, that goes across the board for just about every single axe. They all have horrible durability. Spell Steel's 35, like Tomahawk is 28, Boneslayer Blade is 50, Warlord's Truss is 30. All that, well, that one does have repairs durability, which is nice. Like, they're just, every single one of them has like the worst durability known to man. Like, I'd really like to see them do something about the durability issue on spears, axes, and maybe some of the other stuff. But that's like base item changes. That's not even, it's not even uniques. But I mean, if you didn't want to change the base items, you could at least beef up the durability on the uniques. That would be nice. Like, maybe make that an effect for the unique item, is that the unique item has more durability than the normal, you know, durability on an item, right? So like when you find a Death Cleaver Berserker's Axe, instead of it having the base durability of 26, give it like an increased durability of like 75 or something. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy, but it'd be nice if you find a unique item, you could actually utilize it. You know, that'd be great. Can you show off an item you found? Yeah, send it to me on Discord. I will take a look at it. Pompey's Wrath, or this is Cranebeak. Cranebeak is actually kind of interesting. It's one of the only uniques in this particular category that is weird. The Ravens is kind of fun. That actually works now in Diablo 2 Resurrected. It didn't work before. Negative targets defense, I feel like that could be bumped up, or you could add more attack rating to this. It doesn't have enough attack rating. That's one issue. The durability is also another issue, but we already talked about that. It does have Magic Find on it, which is pretty cool, and I think the Ravens is also kind of a neat add-on. But you know what would be really neat is if instead of Raven charges, it was like a Raven O skill. I think that would be really cool. That way you could just cast the Ravens whenever you wanted, and you could just have them by your side. And they could be like moderately useful for whatever reason. Like, Ravens without the synergies aren't really high damage anyway, so just let people play with the Ravens. It's kind of a rare-ish item as it is. I might also bump up the Magic Find a little bit too, and make it comparable to, say, like a Blade of Alibaba. Like, bring it up to like 75% instead of 50. It's still not going to compete with Alibaba, honestly. It still won't compete with Alibaba, but give it some more like Magic Find, bump up the target's defense, give it some AR, turn the Raven into an O skill. I think people actually might play with that item. Rune Master. Rune Master is a very good item, but it also is an item that has a lot of variability. And it's a little bit too much variability. Like, the chances of you actually finding like a good Rune Master is really low. I think one of the changes I would make to Rune Master is not really a change at all. I would just decrease some of the variability of the item. It just has too much variability. It's like 3 to 5 sockets is kind of crazy. Like, a 3-socket Rune Master is basically trash. A 4-socket Rune Master is also basically trash. And then, like, even if you get a 5-socket, it still doesn't guarantee that it's worth anything, because it's got a rather large, like, roll of the enhanced damage. And then it also rolls Ethereal. And by the time you're done, you basically have a whole bunch of trash versions, and, like, very few of them that are actually worthwhile. I mean, I'm not saying to completely fix the variability, but just decrease it a little bit, so that you find actual decent versions of it more often. And I'm gonna make a case for this, and I'm gonna talk about why the Rune Master should not be so variable. Okay, and we're gonna talk about this for a second. So, variability is a fun thing to make items harder to get perfect versions of. Okay. The thing is that Rune Master is specifically is an item that is already, even if you find a perfect version, so even if you were to find a perfect 270% 5-socket ethereal Rune Master, you still have to invest a large amount of currency, runes, jewels, to make it worthwhile, right? So why are we setting the players up with failure where they have, what's the term? Bad investment drops, right? Nobody wants to invest anything into a Rune Master that doesn't have 5 sockets. Nobody's going to put any runes in this item that are worthwhile. Like, nothing. Like, nobody is ever going to take any runes and put it in a Rune Master that doesn't have 5 sockets. They're going to look at it, and they might put in some shale runes in or something. They might throw in some trash that they have in their stash. But nobody's going to invest any significant runes in a Rune Master that's not good. Right? If it doesn't have 5 sockets, it's trash. So you might throw in some trash runes and some trash gems and some trash jewels, but you're never going to invest anything significant in these items. So the variability on the Rune Master doesn't make any sense because the only investment versions that you actually will put anything good in are the 5-socket versions, right? So my opinion, leave the enhanced damage as a variable between 220 and 270, but just make Rune Master guaranteed 5 sockets. Like, there's no reason for this not to be 5 sockets. Nobody's going to invest runes in a bad Rune Master. It's not even the greatest item in the game. Even if you do find a 5-socket one with 270% enhanced, it's still not necessarily one of the better items. People will go, grief is better, or, death is better, or whatever, right? Like, it shouldn't be so ridiculously rare that you can't even get a hold of one to invest runes into, let alone you have to invest all the runes into it, right? So, like, what do you want to put in it? You want to put in, like, 4, like, 1540s, and then also, like, put a, like a Zod rune in there if it's ethereal, or you want to put in, like, there's, like, some various different ways that you can potentially invest in this item, but nobody's putting 1540s in a 4-socket. Nobody's putting a Zod rune in an ethereal 3-socket. Like, nobody's investing in the Rune Master unless it actually has 5 sockets. So that's one thing that they should probably just get rid of right off the bat, is just allow it to have 5 sockets permanently and move on. That way, people might actually utilize the item more often. Also, attack rating would be nice. Like, again, like, I hate to be a broken record, but attack rating, attack rating, attack rating. Why does every single unique item have 0 attack rating? Like, I don't understand why this is a thing. Like, why do none of the unique items, the unique weapons, they're all unique weapons, and why do they have no attack rating on them? No attack rating. No attack rating. Like, I could just broken record this all day like a bad album. No attack rating, no attack rating, no attack rating. It's just like a constant never-ending thing on every single unique. They need attack rating. Like, or negative targets defense. We need one or the other. Razor's Edge Tomahawk. Actually a surprisingly good item. It's got negative targets defense, it's got deadly strike, it's got open wounds, it has really good damage with attack speed. Like, there's really not a lot wrong with this weapon, other than the durability. Like, it just has bad durability, but it's actually a pretty decent item. For an elite, though, kind of low damage. Like, it's a little low. It's a little on the low side, especially when you consider that, like, Executioner's Justice has 290%, Rune Master has 270%. You can look at, like, some of these and they have, like, way higher percentages than this, and this is an elite item at 225. Maybe you could bump up the percentage a little bit to, like, 270 to make it comparable to something like the Rune Master. It's already a lower base, and it already has less damage per second than the Etnax or the Berserker's Axe anyway, because the Etnax and the Berserker's Axe have much better average damage. So the Tomahawk, like, if you bumped up the enhanced damage a little bit, and, like, maybe that would be, like, the only thing that I would do to that item. Allowing rune rewards to be made in the Rune Master. I'm not really sure about that, but one thing I did consider, and I don't know if they actually have the tech to do this, This was something that I was actually considering for Rune Master, and this would be a specific Rune Master thing that only Rune Master could do. So let me make this clear: is that Rune Master could remove individual sockets. So you'd be able to like. So part of the issue with Rune Master, and this is an issue that is inherent with any item that you have to invest a large amount into, right? So let's say that you had a Zod rune sitting around, and you find an Ethereal Rune Master, but you don't have 1540s, you don't have like whatever other stuff you want in it, right? Well, you're hesitant to put runes into it and utilize it because you know that if you put something bad in there, you can't replace it. Right? Because now you're stuck with a bad item. So maybe the one thing that Rune Master could do, which could actually make it pretty amazing, is maybe you just make it so that Rune Master alone, as a unique effect of this unique item, allows you to replace the runes in individual sockets. So you can put like a trash jewel in there, or a trash rune as a placeholder until you get something better, allowing you to invest in Rune Master more specifically, right? Because investment is the issue. It's not that Rune Master is a bad axe, it's that investing in it requires you to have a large amount of items, and if you don't have those items, then you can't invest and make Rune Master worthwhile. And since you can't put any placeholders in, because if you put any placeholders in, the only way to remove those is to remove everything from the item, right? So you can't put in like a Zod rune and some placeholders, because if you did that, then you'd have to remove the Zod rune, right? So maybe just for this particular item, one very interesting thing they could do is allow you to replace each individual socket on the Rune Master, so that you can just sit there and, as a leveling up item, right? Like, so let's say you find it relatively early in your play, and you put it on your character, and you have some runes and some jewels in your stash. You can throw whatever you have in there, and then slowly upgrade it as you go to get a better and better Rune Master as you find more and more, you know, like 1540s, or like low rune, or burr runes, or whatever it is that you're trying to upgrade the item to. And then that way, slowly the Rune Master becomes a perfect version of itself that grows with you as you level, instead of being this thing that just sits in your stash because you don't have the runes to actually build it yet. Right? I don't know if they could do this, but I think that would be the perfect way to make Rune Master into something that people want to invest in. Stormrider Tabar is a weird item. I think it actually does have some interesting, like, main thing I would do with this is probably just increase the percentages or increase the levels. Probably the percentages. Because 5% chance to cast level 10 Chain Lightning is just not high enough. 10% chance to cast level 20 Charge Bolt. Like, unsynergized, it's kind of useless. 15% chance to cast level 5 Charge Bolt when struck. Like, bump the percentages or the levels or both. Make this item actually kind of like a fun proccing item. It was obviously designed to be a proccing item. Make it into a proccing item. It's also a slow attack speed axe. As a proccing item, one of the problems with proccing items is that you need to attack quickly. Like, I don't know why Stormrider doesn't have attack speed on it. That would also be something that I would add. Specifically because if you're trying to build a proccing item, it should be a fast item that allows you to proc quickly. And Stormrider Tabar has no attack speed and doesn't really work very well as a proccing item for that reason, right? Turn it into a good proccing item. Like, it already has a purpose, it already has a design. Just beef up that design a little bit to make it more useful. I don't know, maybe increase it to level 20 Chain Lightning. It's not like it really matters, because, to be perfectly honest, level 20 unsynergized Chain Lightning still does basically nothing. And even if you bumped it up to a 10% chance on the Chain Lightning with level 20, it still would do relatively nothing. But at least maybe somebody could have some fun trying to build a specific character around the item. With negative resistance, plus lightning skill damage. Maybe a Sorceress might even be tempted to use it at that point and synergizes the effects, and then run around smacking stuff with the axe. It'd be funny. I always thought it was a really interesting item that just wasn't really quite designed as well as it needed to be, so that people would utilize it. Lightning Mastery O skill? Yeah, that sounds cool. I would be totally behind that. Yeah. Dang, Maggie Laggy with the gift subs. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate it. Oh, you gave one specifically to Jack. Nice. Let's move on to some of the other items. Bone Slayer Blade. So Bone Slayer Blade. This is actually an interesting one because I've actually built an entire character around this. The 50% chance to cast level 20 Holy Bolt when struck. It's a variable. And I am going to talk about this for a second. So if we go to our Bone Slayer Blade, one of the things you'll see is that the Holy Bolt when struck, which is 50% chance, has a massive variable on it between level 12 to level 20. It's sickening. It's sickening how, like, I tried to make a character around this item, and I did succeed, by the way. I'm actually going to pull up a video on it. Why not? Let's pull up my Bone Slayer Blade video. I have a really cool short that shows off my Bone Slayer Blade video. Bone Slayer. That was not what I pulled up at all. That was not what I did at all. I just did a search and it just pulled up something random. I don't even know what the hell it was doing. I called it my Disco Ball Paladin. Disco Ball, that's the Disco Ball. We got the Disco Ball. There's a Disco Ball. Come on, Disco Ball Paladin. We can be Paladin and Disco Ball Paladin. I'm gonna unmute it so you guys can hear the silliness. Oh god, here we go. Oh god, this is it. Yes, yes, Disco Ballroom. Watch that again, second time. Oh god, here we go. Oh god, this is it. Yes, yes, Disco Ballroom. All right, so you can obviously see that that it works, right? But the problem is that it has such a large variable on the skill that finding a good version of this axe is like next to impossible. They really need to reduce, actually, or honestly completely eliminate, in my personal opinion, completely eliminate the level gap on this. It's already such a niche item. It is already in a category that is just ridiculously niche that just it doesn't make any sense for it to have such a high variable on such a niche piece of equipment. Right? Let's just cap this out at 50 or 20 level 20 and have no variable on that. It already has a variable on the damage. It already has a variable on some of the other things. It doesn't need a variable on the level 20 Holy Bolt when struck. Like, let's just cap that and leave it. Another problem with this particular weapon is that, well, it's a very bad weapon for defense. Right? It's kind of weird that it doesn't have some kind of defensive layer against undead specifically. It is called the Bone Slayer Blade, and it has almost no defensive capability versus the one thing that it should have defensive capability against. What I would really like to see with this particular item, because having used it and having actually made a character build around it, is I would like to see a defensive layer added to this item. It doesn't have block chance. It doesn't have any defense on it. But one thing that it could have, since it seems to be specifically geared to paladins, and this is just my personal opinion, is let's give it an aura. So this particular item could have one of 3 auras. You could give it prayer, which I think would be really cool. Prayer is just obviously straight regeneration. You could also give it cleansing. Cleansing is, of course, regeneration, and it also gives you the removal of poisons, which, if you guys know anything about the undead, there's like a large number of undead that have poison, right? Like, as far as like the poison monsters go, you've got like the Haradrim, which spam poison. There's also the poison mages. There's also the poison freaking like the chargers have like a poison in them. Like, almost all the undead essentially have some sort of like poison effect on them. So cleansing could be a really interesting option as well. I would take either prayer O skill or cleansing O skill, like either one of them. Just put that on there so that the item is a little bit more defensive. Other than that, I wouldn't really change much about it. It's actually a really interesting niche item for a really interesting niche build. Works very effectively. I actually really like it. Just maybe give it a little bit more attack rating would be nice also. It just has attack rating versus undead. I'd like to see some like generic attack rating on there as well. Like maybe just like 100 flat would be great. I wouldn't be mad at it. And then the defensive mechanic, and I think that would be pretty much all that needs to happen. So fix the Holy Bolt to level 20, give it some sort of like variable defensive stat, like prayer or cleansing. Prayer would actually be really cool because there's not a single item in the game that has prayer. Another like very weird option, I'm not really sure I like this option, but you could also potentially give it Sanctuary. But Sanctuary comes with the knockback, and I don't really like the knockback on a melee character. Not really sure about that one. It's designed for a paladin, yeah. It's definitely designed for a paladin. Let's move on to the next one. So we also have Warlord's Trust. Warlord's Trust is actually pretty good. It just like very rarely ever drops as an item that you can actually utilize. So Warlord's Trust needs, well, number one, it needs attack rating. I don't know why any unique item in the game doesn't have attack rating on it. Or weapon, like they should all have some form of attack rating on them. Another problem with Warlord's Trust is it's only good ethereal. It's one of these odd items that literally has to be ethereal for it to be useful, because if it's not ethereal, it doesn't do good damage. The enhanced damage on it is actually relatively low comparatively to other items, and it's not a very good base either. So the Warlord's Trust Military Axe is a relatively low average damage base, and 175% enhanced damage when you compare to other items like Executioner's Justice at 290, Bone Slayer Blade at 220. I mean, most of them, like Rune Master at 270, they tend to have more enhanced damage than Warlord's Trust. It's one of those items that should be better than it is, but generally just doesn't appear when you need it at the right level. It is a low-level axe. It's only level 35, which I guess kind of explains the 175% enhanced damage, but it's not even useful at level 35, because it has to be ethereal for it to be useful, and it never drops ethereal. Maybe because of the fact that this item just never becomes useful in most situations, and whenever you find it, like, it's not ethereal. Maybe the one change that you could really do to this, besides attack rating, is just make it always ethereal. I don't know. Maybe always ethereal would actually make this item usable. People might actually put it on for the first time ever. Like, I know that I've used this item before in its ethereal state, but finding an ethereal Warlord's Trust is so ridiculously difficult that it might as well not exist. Other than that, like, it's not a bad item, and it doesn't really need a whole lot of changes. Just maybe making it always ethereal would essentially fix whether people use it or not. The Minotaur. The Minotaur is insane. It's a really good item. It's got Crushing Blow. It's got Slowest Target. It's got Hits Blinds Target, which is kind of a negative, but I mean, it's also a positive in some ways. And then on top of that, you know, like, it just does really good damage for its level. It has no increased attack speed, which is okay because it's kind of designed around that. But again, no attack rating. Like, it really needs attack rating. I would just give this attack rating. Like, that would be the only change I would really make to Minotaur. It's an amazingly good low-level axe that if you find it, you're absolutely excited about. Attack rating or negative targets defense, either one or both, like, in whatever amounts you want to give it. It just needs something. Like, it doesn't have the attack rating needed for most characters. Give it a little bit of raw attack rating, and I think it fixes it entirely. Ethereal Edge. Ethereal Edge is an item that comes pre-ethereal. What's the problem with Ethereal Edge? It's the level requirement. The level requirement is the main issue with this particular item. Like, is it a good weapon? Yes. Is it a good weapon for a level 74 axe? No. No, it is not. I don't really understand what they were going for with this particular item. Yes, it's always ethereal. The ethereal status is cool. It's indestructible, which is neat. But the damage on it is relatively low by comparison to like elite axes. Like if you put it next to the Executioner's Justice, which is not elite, right? This is not an elite axe. And you look at it, this one's 234 to 483, and it's level 75. This one is 173 to 308, which is way lower average damage than the Executioner's Justice, and it's the same level, right? Ribcracker is better. There's tons of weapons that are better at level 74. I don't know if this weapon is necessarily bad, or more so that it's just in the wrong bracket, right? I feel like if you drop the level requirement on Ethereal Edge Axe, I think it would be fine. I don't think anything else needs to happen to this other than it just needs to be dropped down into a bracket where it's an acceptable item. Like if we compare this to the Minotaur, as an example, like look at it next to the Minotaur. Like the Minotaur is essentially the same weapon at level 45. Right, it's 173 to 308. This is 149 to 285. It's just slightly less damage. The Minotaur is slightly less damage, but it has Crushing Blow. This one doesn't have Crushing Blow. It has Slows Target. This one doesn't have Slows Target. It has the freaking half freeze duration, the strength. And it's basically the same weapon, except it's slower, and it's a much lower level, which you can usually get by with plus, like increased attack speed equipment. The only good thing about this is it's slightly faster than most of the other options. But it's not even faster than like the Executioner's Justice at the same level. It just seems like a really weird item in a really weird place. Like somebody took an item that probably should have been at a lower level. Like if you found this around level 50, I think you'd be excited. If you found it around level like 45, same as the Minotaur Axe, I think you'd be excited. But in its current level bracket, like it's just not in a good place, which I think is why most people just never use the damn thing, because they can't actually put the thing on. I mean, if we look at the Silver Edge Axe itself, the level requirement of the Silver Edged Axe is only level 48. Oh dang, even more gift subs, Maggie Laggy. Man, I appreciate it. 5 gift subs and a gift sub to somebody. Hell, boo, yeah. Big shout out to Maggie Laggy. I really appreciate the support, man. But if you look at the base requirement, the base requirement's only level 48, right? So why is this axe such a high level by comparison to a lot of the other options? It shouldn't be. I think that's the main issue with Silver Edge Axe, is the Silver Edge Axe just needs to be lower level. I think you do that with the Ethereal Edge, and you have a weapon that people might actually want to use. I think you keep it at level 74, and it's just going to remain in obscurity for basically forever. People are barely ever going to be able to utilize it, because by the time they reach level 74, they probably have a better option by now. And there's a lot of better options than Ethereal Edge. I very rarely use this item. Like, there's been a couple playthroughs where I find this, and I don't have something better by the time I'm level 74 to use it. Right? So, this particular axe, I wouldn't really change anything except for the level requirement. That's all I would change. Just make it lower level so that people can actually use it before they find the better pieces of equipment. It's a stepstone weapon, and it should be a stepstone weapon. Stepstone weapons are things that you find as you're leveling, like the Minotaur. And the Minotaur is an amazing stepstone weapon, right? Ethereal Edge Axe could be an amazing stepstone weapon too, I feel like. But it's just put in the wrong bracket. That's everything that we have here, right? So let's move on to our next Dujink. What do we have? Two-handeds. What's in here? These are all our spears, and we got some like two-handed stuffs in here. Yeah, we'll take a look at these. So Soul Harvest. This is a low-level scythe. It has Mana Leech, Open Wounds, All Res. It's kind of interesting. Like, it's kind of an interesting weapon. I think every time I find this, though, I end up not using it. I can't remember why. I think it's just because the damage is so low. In fact, a lot of these low-level spears, the damage on them is really bad. Like, Dragon Chang is just really bad physical damage. Lance of Yagai is really bad physical damage. Blood Thief is really bad physical damage. I'm really growing on you like a mold or a fungus. Most of these just have really bad physical damage. These like normal quality uniques. I think that's something that I would change right off the bat. Is just kind of adjust the physical damage bonuses on some of these lower level uniques, because they never really seem to perform properly, especially versus like a lot of the other items that you can potentially use at those levels. Like I've noticed a lot of the lower level uniques have like these really high mana leech and life leech bonuses, and then they have relatively no damage to actually take advantage of those life leech and mana leech bonuses. Like Blood Thief seems like a really cool weapon, but then you put it on at a low level, you try and hit things with it, and it does no damage, so you get like no life leech back. How would I change the Doojank? I wouldn't spell it that way. That's how I would change it. I would spell it a different way. There you go. It'd be 2 O's. This sounds like some freaking Mario Brothers music. This is great. I'm not really sure how I would change this one. I feel like this one's like mostly okay, just for the fact that it just doesn't have really good damage output. A lot of these weapons need to actually be good weapons. Like, I don't know how else to say it. As a low-level character, as a level 19 character, you shouldn't be using a 12 to 32 damage weapon. It's two-handed. Especially when you consider the fact that, like, a lot of one-handed weapons around the same level have better damage than this two-handed weapon. It's kind of weird for, like, a lot of the the polearms and the spears, is I've noticed that, like, their two-handed damage is worse than most one-handers. And I think that's why nobody uses the damn things, is because the damage is just too low on a lot of these. I feel like they could do a pass on a lot of these lower-level weapons and just kind of beef up the enhanced damage maybe a little bit. Just, it doesn't have to be competitive with Nightmare tier items. It just needs to be not trash. Would be great. I mean, take the Patriarch, for example. The Patriarch has 120% enhanced, and it's a normal quality item. Whereas the Soul Harvest has 61, the Blood Thief has 50. Like, a lot of these have, like, really, really low enhanced damage. Like, the Razortine only has 50%. I mean, I feel like if you bumped up Razortine to 100, Blood Thief to, like, 100, Soul Harvest to 100... like, maybe actually gave Dragon Tang some enhanced damage instead of just plus min. Lance of Yagai, I don't know what the hell they were going for there. That's lightning damage, so maybe increasing the lightning damage a little bit. Like, I think a lot of these lower level ones would just be more useful in general. On top of that, the durability issues for the spears is the same durability issue that's for the axes, which also needs to be, like, slightly adjusted. Some of these are kind of crazy, though. Like, Demo Q is actually really crazy for level 8. Like, there's nothing wrong with this one. It actually has attack rating on it in the form of dexterity. And as a level 8 item, that's a massive amount of attack rating. You're talking about 15 times 5, which is like 75 AR on like a level 8 character. Demo Q is actually god tier for level 8. You run around just like bopping everything, and everything dies like all the time. I wouldn't even touch this item. It's completely fine. Tanner Gorod is kind of interesting. For a level 27 item, though, it really needs more enhanced damage than 100%. I'm not really sure what else I would do to it. It seems to be in a very specific bracket of fire resistance, so maybe giving it some fire absorption could be fun to like go along with the theme. Razortine is fine, except for the fact that its damage is so low. I think if you beef up the damage a little bit, I think that would be an okay change. A lot of these low-level swords also, they have really trash damage as well, but like Soulflay, really bad, just one-handed and two-handed damage for level 19. I think if you increase the damage a little bit, it would go a long way. Shadowfang, same thing, the damage on it is just really low. 4 to 18 for one-hander and 16 to 34 is just awful, especially when you consider the fact that the Claymore is 26 to 60. And it's level 19. It is level 12, but it doesn't even work very good at level 12, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of trash. both of these need physical damage increase. They're not horrible on their own because they do have mana leech and life leech. They do have like specific things like resistances and attack speed, and like they're not horrible. They just the damage is just way too low to be useful in most situations. You're better off using other items. Black Tongue is kind of interesting. It seems to be designed around poison. It does have prevent monster heal, which is really neat. The poison damage is way too low to be useful. I think bumping up the poison damage would be a big boon here. Like if you really wanted this to be like a Black Tongue, I would throw open wounds on it as well to stack the open wounds with the poison so it does double dot damage. I wouldn't touch the damage. Maybe beef up the attack rating a little bit. So give it open wounds, beef up the poison damage, and give it a little bit more attack rating. I think then it fills the niche that it's supposed to fill, which is it's supposed to be this like horrible like corrupter of the gods, right? Like you touch a monster with it and it gives them like gonorrhea, AIDS, and cancer all at the same time. And then, you know, like basically the entire like design of it should just be like, I touch this monster, he gets horrible gonorrhea, AIDS. And if you did that, I think it would be a much more fun item. Like just beef up the poison, give it open wounds, and increase the attack rating, and I think we're golden. The Patriarch is actually kind of okay. It's a pretty powerful item for what it is. Unfortunately, at level 29, you get access to all those Nightmare Uniques, and the Nightmare Uniques kind of take Patriarch and turn it into a less useful item. I think the main issue with this particular piece of equipment is that it's competing with all of the Nightmare Uniques. Right, so once you start getting into the Nightmare unique items, especially like the Nightmare unique swords. Let's take a look at some of the swords real quick that it's competing with around level 29, right? So you start getting into the Nightmare uniques. And there's the Bloodletter Gladius, like just to start off with, like right at the gate. You look at Bloodletter Gladius, it's 31 to 97 damage, right? So you look at that, and 31 to 97 damage is way higher than the Patriarch at 26 to 44. And that's one-handed, right? So 31 to 97 is almost better than the two-handed damage on the Patriarch. So when you compare like the Patriarch to even the most basic weapon like of the next tree, it kind of falls flat, right? So my thinking here is that since the Patriarch is filling the bracket of some of these higher tier uniques, it needs to compete with some of the higher tier uniques. It doesn't need to be the same as these, but if you find a Patriarch, which is a very good sword, it shouldn't be worse than like the trashiest weapon of the next tier, right? It should be comparable at least to a Bloodletter or like a Cold Steel Eye. I'm not saying make it as good as, you know, like a Crowd Crack or like a Sword Guard or any of these other ones that have way higher damage, right? Because this is like 108 to 112. Some of these are like way higher damage in general, like than the poor little Bloodletter down at the bottom. But Bloodletter is a really solid entry level sword. Like it has decent attack rating, it's got decent enhanced damage. It has this bonus damage on it. Even like the Cold Steel Eye at 24 to 28 and 63 to 73, I mean, it's still better because it has the 50% chance of deadly strike on it, the increased attack speed, it's a much faster weapon. Like the average damage of Cold Steel Eye and Bloodletter just puts this weapon to shame. I think just increase the damage. I think it needs to be comparable to the others, and that's it. Like nothing else. Just bring it up to a comparable level to other weapons in its same bracket. Leave the uniqueness to it. It has Hits Blind's Target. Leave that on there. Like, leave some of the other modifiers on there. Yeah, you can upgrade it into the exceptional, right? But then the stat requirements go up, like, massively. So once you upgrade it into its exceptional, it gets, like, absolutely crazy stat requirements. Like, let's take a look real quick. So you go Patriarch, right? And then you take a look at the stat requirements. It's already 100 strength and 60 dexterity, right? So let's boof it up to its next tier. So its next tier is the Executioner Sword, right? So now it's an Executioner Sword, and bink. Now it has 170 strength requirement and 110 dexterity requirement. Right? It's not just a matter of, oh, you can upgrade it into its next tier and it will be like comparable, because you can't use it. Like, most of the people who are utilizing this are not going to be able to utilize this sword. Right? So if you take a look at something like Bloodletter, which is just the very beginning of that tier, right? So let's take a look at Bloodletter. The requirements on Bloodletter are a whopping... God, this website is super duper annoying with the freaking ads that pop up all over the whole screen. 54 or 25 strength requirement. So you look at the Patriarch with 170 dexterity and 170 strength and 110 dexterity, and then you look at the Bloodletter with a whopping 25 strength requirement. Yeah, there's no comparison between the two, right? Like, they should be comparable, but they're not. And therein lies the problem. So, like, whenever you play the game, you almost invariably find a Bloodletter. And as soon as you find a Bloodletter, the Patriarch is just trash. And I think some people probably would want to keep the Patriarch as it is for, like, Classic. But we're not editing Classic. We're only editing Reign of the Warlock, so it doesn't really matter. I think you just increase the damage of this weapon, make it comparable with the likes of Bloodletter, Cold Steel Eye, etc., and you move on. And then if somebody wants to upgrade it and they want to put 170 points in strength and 110 points in dexterity, and it's better than Bloodletter when you upgrade it, then so be it. I'd be perfectly fine with that. Because if they've invested 170 points in strength and 110 points in dexterity, then they deserve it. So moving on, we also have the Ripsaw. The Ripsaw is actually unique in that it offers something that none of the other weapons do, which is 80% open wounds. It's kind of a cool item. The damage on it isn't really the greatest. It's actually less than the Patriarch. As you can see, the Patriarch is 26 to 44, and the Ripsaw is 18 to 45. It's a little bit lower level, which is not too bad. But it's missing attack rating. Again, like, no attack rating, no negative targets defense on this item. The 80% open wounds is the real draw here, because it just gives you free open wounds that you can apply to targets, which is really nice, actually. I've used it on a couple characters on an off swap, just to apply open wounds to targets, but I just don't really think that's enough to make this item, like, unique in its own way. Maybe there's some more that could be done to make it unique in this particular direction. I mean, why not bump it from 80 to 100%? Like, I don't really see the difference between 80 and 100%, so that'd be funny. Just bump it to 100% open wounds and turn it into the Ripsaw Flamberge. Maybe give it some other effects which could fit the same theme. It doesn't need to have a massive amount of damage like the Patriarch, which that seems to be the only thing the Patriarch's good for. But, like, it could do something more than just open wounds. I'm not entirely sure, though. I mean, it's a rip saw, so, like, what is it ripping and sawing into? I'm trying to think. At level 34, your stats would be 170 strength, 60 dex, and 25 vitality. Exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if the Patriarch gets an upgrade and somebody wants to upgrade the Patriarch into an exceptional, like, the stat requirement pretty much makes it impossible for you to use it anyway. AOR level 1 to 2. What is AOR? Rip. Tear. I'm trying to think of something that would actually go with the theme of ripping besides open wounds. Cody, what is the matter, buddy? You gotta go pep-a-doo? You got a monster turd coming out your butt? You got mud butt? Is it too hot for you? Do you want to punch in your anus? I'll give you a punch in your anus. You want an anus punch? You want to come up here and lay down? Are they making more changes? They did already make more changes, Austin. But, like, apparently they're still up in the air. Apparently they've been changing even the changes. I tried to make a video on Mantled Heal, and they changed it from faster run walk to faster cast rate. So we're just sitting here talking about it. You know, maybe they'll go over my video, maybe they'll look at some of our ideas. If you play Classic enough, you will have found a use for most normal uniques at some point. I mean, in true Classic, I agree. In the D2R version of Classic, I can't really agree. The D2R version of Classic is poopy. It is the poopy. It is the poopy doops. Alright, so here we go. We got some more unique items. Let's put the rest of them in here so we can talk about them one by one. So Goldskin. Goldskin used to be actually god tier in like the early levels of the game. Like in Classic specifically, which doesn't exist in Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'll keep hammering that in like every chance I get, by the way. So Goldskin was an amazing item for the original like Classic. Kind of fell off in the later versions, and the reason why it fell off was because other better items started to exist. I think the one thing I would do with Goldskin to make it into more of an attractive item for people to use is I would just add some Magic Find onto it. Nothing else. Like, just Magic Find. It doesn't have to be much. It could be 25% Magic Find. It could be, like, 50% Magic Find. The thing is that, like, Goldskin was originally an absolutely amazing extra gold from monster item, and it still is a really good find item barbarian item. It also has really nice resistances on it of 35. Like, it's not a bad item. But I think if you threw like some Magic Find on it, it would make it a little bit more enticing to players, and you would see more people wearing Goldskin again, which is really all you really want, right? You want people to use the equipment. If they're not using it, then it's trash. And so since nobody uses it, like, even though it's still a really good item, I would just throw some Magic Find on it, call it a day. Like, 50% Magic Find on there would attract attention. People would socket it. They'd throw it, you know, like a, I don't know, maybe they'd throw an Istrun in it. But, like, they would put some Magic Find in it and maybe beef it up. It would probably be an early game Magic Find armor. 50% wouldn't be better than Wealth, which is 100%. 50% wouldn't be better than you know, like, you do get Magic Find for topazes in an armor, right? Am I completely, like, blanking here? You do get Magic Find for topazes in an armor, right? I can't remember if it was resistances or Magic Find. I know it's resistances in a shield, and I know it's lightning damage in a weapon. It is Magic Find in an armor, yeah. So, like, yeah, so four topazes in an armor would still technically be better. Like, it's not going to be a powerhouse Magic Find piece of equipment with 50% Magic Find on it. There are still going to be way better pieces of equipment, like Skulder's Ire, obviously Enigma. You can obviously use items like a 4 topaz armor. You can also utilize other pieces of equipment with Magic Find in them. I think just putting Magic Find on this would be a huge boon, and in general, just make people use it more often. Spirit Shroud. I don't have any complaints with this armor. I don't have any complaints at all. It's a really good armor. Like, it's level 28. It has Cannot Be Frozen on it. It's got MDR, Replenish Life, and +1 skills. It is a perfect example of a god tier stepping stone piece of equipment. It is exactly what you hope to find as you're leveling up, because it works absolutely beautifully as a stepping stone plus the skill piece of equipment, and it has just about every stat that you would want on it except for resistances. But hopefully you're getting your resistances from somewhere else. But it's just an absolutely great piece of equipment. Nothing to touch here. I would not change Spirit Shroud at all. Skin of the Flayed One. Skin of the Flayed One is a very weird piece of equipment. It seems like it could be moderately useful, but it never is. Like, I don't think I have ever put Skin of the Flayed One on any of my characters, not even a mercenary. And there's a reason, like, it doesn't even go on my mercenary, and it's because there's better pieces of equipment that are more common. Like, instead of putting Skin of the Flayed One on my merc, I put Bone Flesh. Bone Flesh is way better. Bone Flesh has open wounds on it, which I usually end up needing for, like, my Insight mercs, because Insight, you know, has no life leech on it, and so if you need a life leech armor, Bone Flesh just generally tends to work better. Also, Skin of the Flayed One isn't really that great unless you find an ethereal one, because it's rep durability, and it doesn't really have good stats in its regular form. So it ends up being this really weird pseudo armor that, like, doesn't quite work how it's supposed to You never find the ethereal version, so you never end up using it. Bone Flesh tends to outpace it in just about every way. And it's also ridiculously difficult to find. And ridiculously difficult to find ethereal. What would I do to change this item? First off, probably just make it always ethereal. I think would be like one really good change here. Because anytime you find it, you always find it non-ethereal, and it's kind of useless. I think that one change would make a huge difference. Just making it always ethereal. I think more people would utilize it then, because they'd realize how good it is with the rep durability on it. So I can't talk about items I only want to talk about... What? You only want to talk about Mosaic. Mosaic isn't even a unique item. We're talking about unique items. I think making it always ethereal would make it technically more common, but... I don't think I would change much more than that. Skuller's Ire. Absolutely nothing to change here. It's already a broken, overpowered item. I don't know what exactly you would want to put on this item to change it. It's already like one of the best Magic Find armors. It has one of the highest defenses in the game. And it has +1 to skills, with one of the best Magic Finds in the game. Like, there's just nothing to change here. Shaftstop, nothing to change here. Shaftstop also is an absolutely broken item. There's nothing really wrong with it at all. It is perfect for the purpose that it was designed, which is defense. It has a socket. It can be upgraded. It can be found ethereal. It has massive... It has literally the best physical damage reduction in the game. Absolutely nothing to change here. Moving on. Silks of the Victor used to be best in slot in Diablo 2 Classic. It was an absolutely powerhouse of an item. I'd love to see it actually kind of come back. Not even gonna lie, I'd love to see it come back. I'm not exactly sure what you could do to make this item come back. I mean, +1 skills used to be the reason. That used to be the draw, right? It used to be the draw was to have +1 skills on the item. I don't really know exactly what you could do to make it into a, like, GG item again for, like, level 28 characters. I'm not sure. I mean... The Mana Leech is nice for melees, but the casters don't care. +1 skills is good, but when you have items like this, right, that completely outperform Silks of the Victor, like, it's kind of hard to balance this. And Spirit Shroud and Skin of the Viper Magi are really, like, the two main competitions for this item. So when you think about Silks of the Victor, like, you immediately think, oh, well, I'd rather have, like, a Spirit Shroud or a Skin of the Viper Magi, right? Skin of the Viper Magi has all resistances and faster cast, and Spirit Shroud has Cannot Be Frozen with some pretty dang good stats. So I'm not really sure what niche Silks of the Victor could fill that isn't already filled, like with low-level +1 skill armors. I'm just not sure exactly what category you would actually put this in. It's kind of hard to make a unique effect on an armor when all the other unique effects already exist. I mean, giving it Life Leech could turn it into a nice dual Leech armor, which could be kind of crazy. But here's the problem with Leech in general, right? So most characters that are physical damage characters, like a Barbarian that's doing, like, you know, physical damage, or a Paladin that's using Zeal, they don't really care about plus skills. Like, they don't. And that's kind of like the main problem here, is that plus skills is not really attractive for a melee character. And Leech, Life Leech and Mana Leech don't really mesh with the whole plus the skill thing, right? So, like, it's kind of an odd combination. I don't know. I mean, we can't... it also kind of competes with Shaftstop, too, because Shaftstop is also around that level and has physical damage reduction. So you couldn't really go in that direction either. Like, I don't know. I don't know exactly what I would do. I think one thing that you could do with Silks of the Victor is give it a guaranteed socket. I think that would actually bring up its usability quite a bit. So, like, Silks, I think easy, just, like, give it a socket. Give it one socket by default. I think that would be huge. Now that I think about it. Because then you have a +1 skill armor that comes with a socket, and then you can drop like a 15% IAS jewel in there, or you could throw whatever you want in there to customize it a little bit. I think that would actually help out tremendously. Just give it the socket by default, so that when somebody finds it and they look at it versus, you know, say like their ghost armor, so like they're looking at it versus like this armor or something, they think to themselves, oh well, I can add, you know, some like 15% increased attack speed or something in there. I don't know. Another interesting thing that they could do with this, which I think would go along with the whole Silks of the Victor, is maybe an effect of like an on-kill effect. I don't know exactly what kind of on-kill effect you would want, but like you're supposed to be the victor. You're the person who's won, right? You won the battle. Like maybe give some sort of on-kill effect could be interesting. Trying to think here what kind of on-kill effect we would want. Maybe like on-kill effect enchant could be fun. Like you enchant yourself when you kill monsters, like maybe a small % chance to enchant yourself or something. I think that could be interesting. Overall, like I just don't really know exactly what you could do to make this competitive versus a lot of the other choices in the same tier. Because like you just have so many different choices around the same exact level, which are all like varying degrees of the same piece of equipment, right? You've got Shaftstop, which is the defensive option. You've got, you know, your caster option. You've got your leech option. You've got your cannot be frozen option. And by the time you're done, there's not very many options left. Goldskin is your magic find gold, you know, option, right? So like this needs to be something else other than the other options. Skin of the Viper Magi, nothing to change. It's broken. Like, it's one of the best in slot items for, like, half the characters in the game. Guardian Angel Templar Coats. I really like this armor. I think it's an amazing armor. I think it's absolutely great. I don't really see a lot wrong with this armor, to be honest. There's really not a lot wrong with this armor. The only thing that I would probably do to this armor to make it a little bit more interesting is maybe add some more skills on it. They don't have to be, like, specifically anything great, but you're supposed to be, like, the Guardian Angel. Like, throw some prayer in there. Like, maybe, like, +3 prayer, +3 cleansing. Like, just some random stuff to, like, make it seem kind of interesting. It's an amazing armor. There's nothing wrong with it as it is. But it could be kind of fun to, like, throw in some, like, +3 prayer or something in there. I think it's fine, though. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. I think that there's some room to add some, like, interesting silliness to the ability, which wouldn't necessarily affect its overall, like, place in the game. But just give it some fun additions, right? It's a Guardian Angel, like maybe give it like +3 to prayer for the Paladin or something, or like something stupid like +3 to Sanctuary, just so that it can have Paladins can have some fun with the abilities. You still have to actively use it, you know, it's not like it just grants you the aura, you still have to switch to it, but Iron Pelts, there's nothing really wrong with Iron Pelts. Iron Pelt's kind of OP for its level. At level 33, it's one of the most defensive armors you can get besides Shaftstop. It's basically the opposite of Shaftstop. I'm not really quite sure how to explain the difference. PDR is essentially defense against, or Shaftstop is essentially defense against large hits. Whereas Iron Pelt is defense against small hits. And in general, Iron Pelt is like the exact opposite of the two, and it works really well. Like it's a very effective piece of equipment for what it is. There's nothing wrong with Iron Pelt. It does have a direct replacement later on, which is what's the term? it has a direct replacement in Gladiator's Bane. Gladiator's Bane is a direct replacement, but other than that, like, it's a really good piece of equipment. Nothing to complain about there. Duriel Shell, also pretty darn good. Like, there's nothing really to complain about here. It's an excellent stepping stone piece of equipment. It's not really an end game piece of equipment, but it's a decent, like, stepping stone piece of equipment. I do think that, like, something that they could do here, which is really cool, which would be really cool, is they could add an O skill Holy Freeze on here, even if it was just like level 1, because it's supposed to be themed after Duriel, right? And Duriel always has Holy Freeze. Could be kind of interesting to juice up Duriel Shell and make it more interesting for players to put on. It's never going to be best in slot. Even if you gave it level 1 Holy Freeze, it would never be best in slot over other items. But it could be the small thing that Duriel Shell needs to make it something that people would actually utilize more often. The resistances aren't great on it. It does have 50% cold, but the other resistances are only 20. The defense is okay. Like, it has decent defense, and the Cannot Be Frozen is nice. But, like, level 1 Holy Freeze would definitely put it in a place that would make it somewhat interesting for other people. I think this item is wrong. Oh my god, Cody, what is the matter? You gotta go Peppadoo? You just want my Swiss cake roll. That's what you want. I got a Swiss cake roll sitting on the table here, and that's what you want. I can't have a Swiss cake roll out. I'm sorry. Well, I'm afraid to tell you this, Cody, but this has got chocolate in it, and you can't have it. You know they send me to dog jail if I give you chocolate, right? They just send me straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect your kibbles. Do not get no snackums. It's directly to jail, and you stay in there for 5 years for giving chocolate to a dog. Yeah. He said, I don't care. He said, worth the time. He said, go on, give it to me then. I'll let you smell it, and that's it. Nah, don't stick your tongue out. I said you could smell it. Dogs can actually taste with their nose. I'm not sure if you guys know this. It's actually kind of disgusting, actually. That means they can taste farts, too. So, dogs have a special part of their vomeronasal organ called a Jacobson organ. And it basically allows them to taste or read the chemical sense that they have. It's on the roof of their mouth, kind of like in the bottom of their nose. And, yeah, they can basically taste smells. So, like, even if you don't give your dog something to eat, if you just let him smell it, a lot of the times your dog can actually taste the smell of whatever it is that you're handing him. It's the Jacobson organ. If you guys want to read more about it, it's kind of an interesting little tidbit to know about. Kind of scary, though, to be perfectly honest, because does that mean he's tasting poop? Like, what if you're on the John and you're taking a deuce and he comes in there and he's like, ew, stinky. Alright, Cody, I could not give you a Swiss cake roll, but I can give you one of these pecan swirls. Would you like a pecan swirl? You would like a pecan swirl? You would like one of these? Okay, you can have one, but we got to show everybody what a goodest boy you are, okay? Are you ready to show everybody what a goodest boy you are? Alright. Leave it. Leave it. You got, no, leave it. Look at that drool. Oh my god, look at the drool. That was a really big, that was huge. The This is just to teach him patience. I'm not trying to be cruel to him. This is to teach him patience, and also it's important. Like at some point, if I need him to stop, you know, and wait, and it's something important, like maybe a poisonous frog or something, I need him to listen. And then I give he's cheating. I give him the word, and I say yes, and he knows he's allowed to have it. He's a very goodest boy. That was a lot of drool, though, buddy. That was a lot of drool. He said, "Well, that was a really tasty pecan swirl." So you know that's he said that's fairness. Okay, I think my Spirit Forge is wrong. I don't think it's 3 sockets. I don't know why my Spirit Forge has 3 sockets. I'm pretty sure that Spirit Forge tops out at 2. Yeah, it tops out at 2 sockets. I don't know why mine has 3. This is a kind of an interesting piece of equipment. Like, it's not the worst piece of equipment I've ever seen. But 2 sockets is just not really a lot. I'm not really sure what I would do to fix this piece of equipment. It's kind of an attempt, similarly to the whole, like, Soaks of the Victor thing. It's kind of an attempt to make a piece of equipment that breaks the mold of, like, some of these other pieces of equipment, right? He's like a combination of a bunch of things, Human Ferret. He's like, I don't know. We think he's like a mutt, basically. He definitely has some specific dogs in him. Labrador for sure, because he has webbed toes. But he's probably got some other stuff in there, too. Yeah, 5% fire res. Like, why not make that 50? Like, I'm not really entirely sure why it only has 5%. Like, let's make that 50% fire res. And then on top of that, like, it has fire damage. It has, like, a whole fire theme going on. Like, why not give it fire skill damage as well? Or fire skills. I think that would be a really good change for this armor. Give it some fire skills, and give it maybe fire skill damage as well. Doesn't have to be a lot. Could be +1 fire skills and, like, 10% fire skill damage. And I think you got an item that some people might actually use. As it is right now, with only 2 sockets, because it doesn't have 3, with only 2 sockets and the stats that it has on it, it's like a mediocre at best piece of equipment. But I think if you gave it a little bit more fire res, maybe +1 fire skills, and threw in like some fire skill damage or something, I think it becomes like a pretty solid, like, mid-tier stepping stone armor that people might actually utilize. That covers everything here. Let's go to the next character.
Certainty of death, small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
Unique pelts. Well, this is an interesting category. So Jalal's mane, absolutely broken. Like, this helmet is the stupidest piece of equipment. It's one of those items that's so good that it invalidates, like, every other item in the game. And it's actually one of the reasons why, like, none of the other pelts are even, like, useful for the most part, is simply because this one is so effing good. Does this one need any changes? No, it doesn't need anything. It's too broken already. If anything, it needs to be nerfed slightly, to be perfectly honest. Like, it's too good. It is absolutely too good. What the hell are you doing, Maggie Leggy? What the hell are you doing to my stream? You just pressing a bunch of buttons, apparently. I don't even know how the hell you enabled 1 month followers only on the channel. Like, how the hell did you even do that? I got subs only. It's breaking my game. He's breaking my doojanks. Breaking all my doojanks. I'm breaking everything. I'm breaking all my doojanks while you breaking everything. Breaking. Oh man, we got some freaking Mega Man music going on here. That was not what I meant to do at all. Yeah, each class has like an absolutely broken unique. Yeah, this song is pretty good. I like this. Okay, so Jalal's, let's put that to the side. It doesn't need any changes. Cerberus Bite. Cerberus Bite does need some changes. It's just not really like competitive versus Jalal's main. One of the main problems is that it has +4 shapeshifting skills, and this also has +4 shapeshifting skills. This one is not better than Jalal's main. In fact, unless the only thing that you need is attack rating, it's just like not a good choice versus Jalal's main in any way, shape, or form, which is sad because it's designed around shapeshifting. One thing I would probably do to this is increase the +4 to +6. It needs to actually compete with Jalal's main, which means it needs more plus the skills than Jalal's main. And right now, it does not have more plus the skills than Jalal's main. Maybe some Crushing Blow would be good too. Yeah, why not? Like, maybe just like 25% Crushing Blow or 20% Crushing Blow would be fine. But yeah, like, in general, it needs to actually compete with Jalal's main in a way that makes it into an item that people might actually consider putting on. Jalal's is level, like, what, 30 or something? And it's 10 times better than Cerberus Bite will ever be. It has the same plus the skills that Cerberus Bite has. It also has bonus attack rating. It also has bonus strength and bonus energy and all resistances and damage taken and mana after each kill and faster hit recovery. I mean, you look at the two, and I hate to say this, but you have to compare the two, because as a Druid, you're never going to look at Cerberus Bite without comparing it to a Jalal's. Jalal's is easier to come by. It's a lower level item. You're going to find it before you find Cerberus Bite. By the time you actually do find Cerberus Bite, you're going to be like, huh, this thing sucks, and you're not going to use it. And yeah, well, the thing is rares also have to compete with Jalal's main as well, which, this is really the main problem with most of the pelts, is that everything has to compete with this helmet. Everything. Which makes it very difficult to be able to make something better. So, if you look at Jalal's and you go, okay, what does Jalal's not have? Right? Well, it doesn't have Crushing Blow. It doesn't have more than +4 skills. So, if you beef this up to +6 skills and you gave it Crushing Blow, I think that would be a solid move in the right direction to make it an interesting option for shapeshifters, specifically shapeshifters. Whereas this would be more of a generic helmet, which, you know, could actually... It's still going to be better in most generic cases. Like, if you need plus the skills to other things besides shapeshifting. Yeah, Deadly Strike could be an interesting option, too. I don't know if I would give it all three, but... I mean, I guess you could give it all three. There's plenty of items in the game that have all three. It would have to be small amounts, though. You know, like 10% CB, like 10% open wounds or something, 10% crushing or Deadly Strike. Like, I would be fine with it. Like, turn it into what it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a melee helmet, and it doesn't really fulfill that goal, right? It doesn't really have the best position as far as a melee helmet is concerned. Make it a better melee helmet. Make it more interesting. Like, if I'm a shape-shifting Druid and I look at these two helmets side by side, I should be convinced that Cerberus Bite is a good option for my melee Druid. Feral Rage is also not really a good choice either. Like, most Druids don't use Feral Rage. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe that should be Fury instead. It could be... I don't know. I honestly think that just giving it +6 to shapeshifting and taking the Feral Rage away would be a better choice than adding another specific plus the skill on there. Make it a chase item. Making it a chase item sounds good, yeah. And then we've got some of these other ones like Ravenlore. There's nothing really wrong with Ravenlore. It's actually a pretty solid choice for Fire Druids. It's a good alternative choice to Flickering Flame. It actually has some pretty nice bonuses on it too. The 30 energy and the 25 all res with a socket, which means you get a facet, which means you can get up to 25 or 30% negative res if you're using one of the Guardian Jewels. So it's actually a really good item. Like the only real problem with this helmet is it's very rare. Finding one, and then finding one that actually has negative 20% resistance is also part of the issue. So if you look up Ravenlore, it is kind of a chase item. But the main issue with it is that it has like a really large variable on the negative enemy fire resistance, and it has a really large variable on the all resistances. I think what I would probably do is I would reduce the variable, not get rid of it, but just reduce the variable a little bit. Make it like 15 to 20 instead of 10 to 20. And make it like 20 to 25 instead of 15 to 25 on the all resistances. Still give it a variable, but just reduce the variable a little bit. Other than that, it's a good piece of equipment. Spirit Keeper. This is a really odd item. And again, Spirit Keeper has to be compared to Jalal's. So that's like one of the main problems with Spirit Keeper. Sorry, I'm dying over here. I need some, like, something. I don't know what I need. I need something. Try a chip. So, I think it's very obvious that this particular item was designed to be a defensive piece of equipment. The only problem is it's not more defensive than Jalal's. Okay? So let's look at it side by side. First off, it has +2 skills. Jalal's has +4 shapeshifting and +2 skills, which is already better. It has 20% fast rate recovery. Jalal's has 30. Why is a defensive item that's supposed to be specifically defensive, why is it less defensive in fast rate recovery than Jalal's? It should be more fast rate recovery than Jalal's. It should be 40% instead of 30. It should be competing with Jalal's for a defensive piece of slot, right? Jalal's is a good all-arounder that gives you tons of things that are not just defensive, they're also offensive, right? But why is Spirit Keeper, which is specifically defensive, not giving more defense than Jalal's is? So we fixed that. I think 40% fast rate recovery instead of 30. Like, let's beef it up above Jalal's. 190% enhanced defense. Jalal's has 200. Why is Spirit Keeper less enhanced defense than Jalal's? Let's beef that up too. Let's bring it up to a more impressive enhanced defense. Let's bring it up to like 220 or something, or like 250. Maximum poison resistance. That's kind of cool. Why not max all? Like, if we're trying to make a defensive item that can compete with Jalal's doesn't have any maximum resistances on it, right? So, like, give it like max all resistances, kind of like a guardian angel helmet. Like, make it attractive to the player from a defensive standpoint. And then it has 40% fire resistance, which is just one single resistance. I don't know why it only has one res, whereas Jalal's has 30 to all resistances. Like, it's a defensive item that fails in the defensive category that it is in. I would even be okay if you took away the 40% fire resistance and the 10% maximum poison resistance and just gave it like a little bit of every absorption. Give it fire, lightning, ice, and poison absorption or something. Like, give it all 3 absorptions and then call it a day. Like, that would be kind of a cool helmet. Right now it has 2 absorptions. One is a percentage and one is a flat. And then it has no fire absorption, but it has fire resistance. And then it has max poison resistance, which is weird. I would take away the max poison resistance entirely, honestly, like, because it sucks anyway. And I would just throw on like 75% poison length reduction instead, which is far superior. And then fire absorption instead of fire resistance would make it a little bit more interesting. And since we're going the like defensive route, I mean, it should probably have some physical damage reduction or PDR or MDR on it or something. Like, it's designed as a defensive helmet. Make it into a defensive helmet. Create a defensive helmet that competes with other options, right? It should be more defensive than Jalal's. It should be more defensive than Cerebus Bite. It should be more defensive than Ravenlore. It doesn't necessarily have to compete in offense, because Cerebus Bite is the offensive helmet, right? It doesn't need to compete in negative resistances, because Ravenlore is the negative resistance helmet. And it doesn't need to compete as an all-arounder helmet with Jalal's, because Jalal's is the all-arounder helmet. The only thing it needs to compete with is itself. It just needs to be the highest defensive piece of equipment that you can use out of all of the helmets, right? So just make it the highest defensive piece of equipment. Like, just beef up the defensive stats on this piece of equipment so it's better than any other defensive option. Have I ever made a metamorphosis? Yes, I made a metamorphosis on one of my characters. I think it was last season. I'm pretty sure it was last season. Unique Armor's 1. Alright, so here we go. We've got a bunch of baby uniques. So Heavenly Garb. Heavenly Garb has weird stats. It's always been kind of weird. The all resistances is like halfway decent early on. It does have regenerate mana, which is basically useless, but it does have plus 15 energy, which is useful, because plus 15 energy gives you a large amount of mana, which works better than regenerate mana anyway. It seems to be specifically designed around undead. I don't really know what to do with this plate. Like, it's a very bad armor for level 29. Like, there's really nothing super great about this piece of equipment. Maybe giving it, like, level 1 meditation, like, as a aura would be kind of funny. I mean, it seems to be designed around mana and regenerating mana, so, like, maybe giving it level 1 meditation could actually be fun. Other than that, I don't know what you do with it. It has to compete with every other level 29 armor, and there's, like, 1,000 level 29 armors, and all of them have better stats than this. It also seems to be almost designed as a caster plate, so maybe giving it, like, 10% faster cast or something would be, like, a good option. I don't really know what else to do with it other than that. Plus 3 FOH. Then you got Rock Fleece. Rock Fleece is actually amazing. I don't know if I would change much about this. Maybe increase the physical damage reduction by a small amount. The main problem with Rock Fleece is not the fact that Rock Fleece is bad, it's the fact that Shaftstop is so good. Because Shaftstop is only level 33. Like, put that in perspective, okay? Rock Fleece is level 28, Shaftstop is 33. Right? So, most of the time, like, if you find a Rock Fleece, you've got a Shaftstop laying around, and most of the time you're high enough level that you're going to be using the Shaftstop instead. So, like, I think the main thing to do here would just simply be to increase the physical damage reduction by a little bit. Maybe add in, like, one other stat, since it's more of a hybrid piece than Shaftstop. Shaftstop's pure defense. Maybe Rock Fleece can have, like, some increased attack speed on it or something. Like, something to differentiate it from Shaftstop as an option, which might actually make you want to use Rock Fleece over Shaftstop. Because as it is right now, if you have both pieces of equipment sitting in your inventory, if you have a Rock Fleece and you have a Shaftstop, and they're both sitting next to each other, you have no reason to use the Shaftstop, the Rock Fleece. Like, no reason whatsoever. It's an amazingly good low-level piece of equipment that's just outclassed by every other low piece of low-level equipment. I mean, yeah, free open socket would be nice, because that would allow you to socket in a 15% IAS jewel. I think I'd be fine with that. Let's just give it a free open socket so that you can actually utilize it at an early level. Shaftstop does not get a free open socket. It's too good anyway. Dark Glow. Dark Glow is interesting. I've always felt that Dark Glow was a very interesting piece of equipment. It's like a baby guardian angel. Only problem is that, like, you don't really need resistances in normal difficulty. Yeah, faster hit recovery would be amazing on there. Yeah, I agree. You just don't really need resistances in normal difficulty. And maximum resistances definitely. Like, most of the time you can't hit the maximum resistances to actually make this armor worthwhile. Like, it's kind of a very weird piece of equipment that comes at a very weird time when your character can't really cap out his resistances. right? Most characters, unless they're like twinked out with really good gear, cannot max out their resistances. So plus 5% to maximum resistances at level 14 is meaningless, like, because you can't actually reach that cap, right? The only real use for Dark Glow armor, from what I found, is taking Dark Glow armor and putting it together with like a Ratha's set, so that because Ratha's will cap you out immediately anyway. So if you wear this with a Ratha set, you can actually get kind of a decent bonus. But for the most part, like, it has no bonus. There's like no benefit to wearing this piece of equipment over other better pieces of equipment at the lower level. I don't know exactly what you can do to fix it either. Like, I'm not against the item having maximum resistances. It's just next to impossible to actually reach the maximum resistances. I mean, maybe what it really needs is just more all res. Like, but if you give it too much all res, it becomes like a god tier low level item, and then nobody wants to use anything else. I mean, if you adjusted the all resistance by a little bit, like made it, instead of plus 10, made it like plus 20 or something, it could make the item more interesting in the eyes of lower level players. Attack rating is also nice, yeah, if it had more attack rating. But I mean, the thing about the armor is that it's designed around these maximum resistances, and they're just kind of useless until later on in the game. I don't know. Maybe giving this one a socket would be nice. Because if you gave it a default socket, I think you could throw in like a resistance jewel of some type. And once you throw in a resistance jewel of some type, it might be better. Yes, Cody? I'm going to ask you again. Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? You're a very weird dog. Alright, if you have to go Peppa-Doo, give me a lick. Okay, that was a lick. Alright, I'm going to take him out to go to the bathroom real quick, and we'll continue this in just a second. We're going to continue with the Centurion. Some items should just stay junk. I mean, they will stay junk. Even if you beef them up with some specific stats, they're still going to technically be junk. Stepping stone items are designed from a that very standpoint. That a stepping stone item is designed as a stepping stone, and as soon as you step over it, it is now junk, because you're past it. Right? It's perfectly fine for items to be stepping stones. Blurg. I'm back. So the Centurion. I don't think I've ever found this item and actually wanted to put it on. I think every single time I find this item at low levels, I look at this item and I'm like, meh. I mean, it does have 50 attack rating, which is actually pretty nice. I think the main problem is that it's level 14 and it's a hard leather armor. And like, you got this competing with it. You got this competing with it. You got like just like tons of pieces of equipment like this competing with it. And all the items that like you have access to are all better than this. Like every single one is better than this. I mean, I think giving it a default socket would be a good move in the right direction. I think that would be a massive Chongus move. Is just giving it a default socket so you can just throw whatever you want in there. Whether it's resistances or like, you know, something. I don't know. I mean, it does seem to be weirdly based around stamina. It has 15 maximum stamina and has 25% slower stamina drain. I'm not entirely sure why it doesn't have faster run walk when it seems to be designed around faster run walk or running. So it has stamina and stamina drain, but it doesn't have like faster run walk to actually make you run faster. Like, I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't have that. I mean, I think giving it one socket would be massive. Can you just back up? You're drooling all over me. Bag it up. Bag it up. Thank you. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. He just comes over and he just starts drooling on me. Just drooly McDroolersons. It also has life and mana on it. Like, give it a socket and increase the life and mana. I think increase the life and mana to like 30-30. Maybe. Yeah, 30-30. It already has 30 defense. Yeah, make it 30 defense, 30 life, 30 mana. And then with a socket. I think that would be fine. I could actually see myself using it if it came with a socket and they increase the life and the mana a little bit. Twitch throw needs no changes. It's already broken. It already has like everything you would want on it. Increased attack speed, faster hit recovery, increased blocking. 10 dex and 10 strength is insane. And then on top of that, it's just like best in slot for like a lot of characters early on. It's dirty. I'm not even touching that. They already changed this one by increasing the faster run walk to 30%. Pretty good change in my opinion. It's just too rare of an item to actually be useful though. Like, I can't see myself ever actually using this item because I can't see myself ever actually finding the item. Like, it's a weird piece of equipment. I do think that the 30% run walk change from 10 to 30% is a good change. I just don't necessarily think that like it's enough to make people actually use the item because it's just too rare and people can't find the damn thing. But we'll see. Maybe they adjusted the drop rate a little bit. Hawkmail doesn't really need much changes. It's a good item. It's not better than Twitch Throw. It's not better than some of the other pieces of equipment, but it does have Cannot Be Frozen on it, which makes it very popular as an early Cannot Be Frozen piece of equipment. I think the only thing that I would maybe do to this, just to make it a little bit more enticing to some players, is just give it a free socket. I'm not advocating to give every item a free socket, but like some of the items like Heavenly Garb and Hawkmail and Centurion, like, and Rock Fleece, they could do with an extra socket to make them a little bit more customizable. I think so. Venom Ward. Venom Ward seems really obvious. Like, I don't, if anybody looks at this armor and they don't see what I see, like, this should be an extremely obvious choice to anyone who is paying attention. Like, it's an armor based around poison, right? First off, I would bump the poison length reduction to 75%. Why is it 50%? It's supposed to be an armor that completely makes you, like, invulnerable against poison. It seems to have no other purpose other than make you invulnerable against poison. So let's make it do what it's supposed to do at the best that it possibly can. 50% poison length reduction should be changed to 75% poison length reduction. On top of this, another way to counter poison would be good as well, right? So one other way that you can counter poison, if I remember correctly, actually, can you counter poison with replenish life? I don't even remember. I think they act as a formula, don't they? Yes. So it doesn't cure it, but it will actually effectively work against it. So if a poison tick deals 5 damage per second and your gear gives you enough replenished life, your total life will still go up, depending on the calculations, offsetting the poison drain. So yeah, I think the easiest thing to do here would just be to give it replenished life. Like, give it like 5 to 15 replenished life or something to help counteract the poison. Doesn't have to be much. I think that would be a huge change, because I've tried to use this piece of equipment to fight against poison, and it doesn't work. The 90% poison resistance with the 15% max and the 50% poison length reduction isn't enough. It needs something more to tip it over the edge to really be an effective poison like fighter. And I guess replenished life is probably what it needs. Either that or give it level 1 cleansing or something just for fun. Like, I'd be perfectly fine with that too. There's already the cure helmet that has cleansing on it. Why not have a Venom? Why not Venom Ward have level 1 cleansing? I think that would be fine. Just give it level 1 cleansing, aura, move on. It would go from the worst plate in the game to like an actual decent plate that people might actually want to use or put on a mercenary. I know there's already a bunch of items that have cleansing aura on them, like you've got, you know, Plague, and you've got the Cure Helmet now, but I really don't see any harm in it. Level 1 cleansing, go. Boom, done. Sparking Mail. This one's really obvious. I don't know why it's not even a thing. Why doesn't it have +3, like, well, not +3 offensive auras, but like offensive auras in general? It doesn't have to have +3 Holy Shock, because if you do +3 Holy Shock, it has to be a much higher level piece of equipment. But like +1 offensive auras would be absolutely fine to add in something to it. It's also obviously based around lightning damage, but the amount of lightning damage it has for level 17 is just too low. Bump up those rookie numbers a little bit, like a little bit more lightning damage. It seems to be designed around lightning, so let's lean into the lightning more. Like, maybe give it a little tiny bit of lightning absorption or something, like maybe like 5 lightning absorb to add into the equation. Like, just lean into what it's doing, right? It's already a lightning piece of equipment. Just lean into the lightning side of things. Yeah, +1 lightning skill or something. Just whatever we can do to make it more lightning based. Static when struck, sure, why not? Like, the thing is, the entire idea is a lightning based item, but it doesn't lean into that enough, in my opinion. So we just lean into the lightning more, right? And then you're done. Like, I think you make a pretty decent item. If you give it +1 lightning skill, you lean into the lightning a little bit more, give it like 5 lightning absorption or something. Now you've created an interesting niche item for lightning-based characters early on, or people who are trying to fight against lightning damage, right? Similar to the Venom Ward, which is designed around poison, but doesn't really fulfill the goal that it's supposed to fulfill. This one is designed around lightning, and similarly, oh my god, similarly, it doesn't really fulfill the goal that it's trying to fulfill for lightning, right? It just needs to be more lightning orientated, and I think it'll be fine. Ice Blink, the king, the absolute king of classic. This was an amazing item for like Whirlwind Barbarians. I remember making a Ice Blink Whirlwind Barbarian back in the day. Who raise your hand in chat if you built an Ice Blink Whirlwind Barbarian back in classic? Come on, raise your hand. Raise your hand, put your hand in the air. I know I did. Part of the problem with this armor was that when they changed from classic to LOD, they nerfed the way that Freeze's target worked. It doesn't really work the same way that it used to anymore. So Freeze's target is actually like a modifier now, as opposed to just simply an on-off. So it used to be an on-off switch, is essentially how it worked. So if you guys don't know how Freeze's target worked back in the day, Freeze's target was basically just on or off. That was it. Like, and if you had Ice Blink on, you had full freezes target, and full freezes target was amazing, and it did, like, it was really fun. However, in LOD, they changed it from on-off to a plus freezes target system, which basically means you need multiple plus freezes target to, like, help a little bit. And if you don't have multiple freezes target, it doesn't really work as well. So you're only getting like a small amount of freezes target. Let's go take a look at Amazon Basin real quick and see if they have more information on freezes target real quick. Alright, so here we go. Freeze target can freeze normal minion monsters, chill other units when applied with a successful weapon attack as long as they are not immune to cold. Bonuses from multiple sources are summed, although when 2 weapons are equipped, then that or the primary attack the weapon is added, the other half will be ignored. Minimum percent chance is 0, maximum is 100. Freeze or chill length in frames, length of freezing target is applied, cold resistance is a bunch of crazy crap here. Applied independently of freeze length and cold length, freezing arrow would freeze eligible targets 3 1/3 yard radius. Yeah, it's kind of difficult. There's a bunch of items that have freezes target on them, though, now. So, like, if you look, Ice Blink is only +1. Cham runes are +3. You can also get, like, specific items like the Bruisador Canyon that have +3, and so forth and so on. It's just a much higher freezes target on a lot of the items than Ice Blink applies at such a low level. I feel like the problem with Ice Blink is that it lost its speciality. It was designed around freezes target, and then when they changed freezes target, it kind of lost that. So here's what I think about freezes Ice Blink. I think +1 cold skills could be really awesome here. I think Ice Blink could become an interesting +1 cold skills item. Keep it exactly how it is, add +1 cold skills to it, and then maybe also add some cold damage specifically. So add, like, cold damage to the item. It doesn't have to be, like, an extremely large amount. It could be, like, similar to, you know, like the Sparking Mail, right? The Sparking Mail is around the same-ish level. So if you're adding elemental damage to an item, it would just have to be, like, a similar amount of cold damage to Sparking Mail. Preferably with, a variable duration similar to Eye of Etlich. So Eye of Etlich has a duration for the cold damage between, like, I think it's like 2 seconds and like 10 seconds. And this changes the way that freezes target works, because freezes target actually gets more damage or more duration based on, like, your chill length. So when you add a bunch of chill length, you get a bunch of additional freezes target duration, right? So if they added a cold damage, which had a variable of like 2 to 10 seconds, it would make Ice Blink kind of like a chase item where you're looking for, like, the 10-second Ice Blink, which has a much longer freeze duration than, like, the 2-second Ice Blink, right? Just give it a little bit of fun, maybe, to like, mess around with it. It doesn't need much. It's already still a good item because it applies freezes target. It just needs a little bit something to push it over the edge. Or maybe just give it a socket so that you can socket in cold damage if you want to. Grey Form. Grey Form's broken. Like, I don't touch Grey Form. What are you gonna do to this armor to make it better than it already is at level 7? It's already broken. It has 10 dexterity, which is the equivalent of 50 attack rating. It's got decent defense, life leech, 220% resistances, and MDR. Like, it's already broken. It doesn't need to be touched. Leave it alone. When you find a Grey Form, usually you're actually pretty excited, because Grey Form's a solid low-level piece of equipment. Unique Barbarian helmets. Why not? Alright, so similar situation to the last one we were looking at, which is obviously the Jalal's main, right? So Ariad's Face is such a good unique that all the other Barbarian helmets are compared to it, right? The only one that's not is the Wolf Howl Visor. Wolf Howl Visor is the only one that's not because it's a specific helmet that's designed around the whole, like, transforming into a werewolf thing, which is pretty darn cool, to be honest. I'm not really sure I would change this helmet all that much. I would maybe turn the Dire Wolves into an O skill instead of charges. Mainly because you might want to find an ethereal version and Zod it, or in general, like, it's just fun to have the wolves as a you know, like, wolf barbarian. So why not just turn that into an O skill? Like, just make it one of the O skills on the item. I feel like that would be fine. The other thing about this is it has too many variables. Like, everything rolls between, I think, like 2 to 6 or something. So, like, half the time when you find this thing, it's like it's basically trash. Warcries is kind of cool, but what I would really like to see on here is because as a wolf, if you guys have never done a wolf barb, there's only 2 things that beef up wolf barbs. Your shouts, obviously. Which having your shouts is nice. That's why Warcries on there is good. But also your combat masteries. Because you do get effect of your blade mastery, you do get the effect of your iron skin, your natural resistance, your increased speed. All this stuff helps you too. I'd like to see the combat masteries on there too, maybe +3 masteries. A very small change. It's already such a niche item, niche item, that, like, I would be fine with adding in the masteries. On top of that, like, Feral Rage is cool and all, but what about Fury? Like, if we're trying to have fun playing a wolf, like, let us use the wolf skills, right? So, like, give us Fury on there as well. Like, just let's just go full in on it. Like, why are we holding back for the character? Just give us access to our crappy little level 6 Fury, and give us, you know, our level 6 Feral Rage. They're not particularly very high level in the first place, and we have to rely mainly on the Barbarian stuff. Like, let's just add in Fury, and let's add in the combat masteries, turn the Summon Dire Wolf into O skill, and then you have a really fun helmet. It's level 79, okay? Before anyone thinks I'm just trying to make an overpowered leveling piece of equipment, it's level 79. You cannot put this on until your Barbarian is basically done. So I don't even know why the helmet even needs to be anything less than a GG piece of equipment, because it is at GG level. Level 79 plus is a GG level piece of equipment, so it should be GG, right? So just, like, increase the effectiveness of the piece of equipment, and it's fine. I've done wolf barbs. They're fun. They're not particularly extremely effective. Fury would definitely go a long way. Having access to the wolves would be fun. Like, getting the combat masteries would be pretty neat. But, like, overall, just, it is what it is. It's way worse than this helmet, though. Like, if you look at it, no life leech, no bonus attack rating, no faster hit recovery, no... it's got less strength, less dexterity. It does have some vitality, though. No resistances. Like, in no way are the changes that I'm making to this going to make it better than Ariat's Face. Like, it's still worse than Ariat's Face in every way. So, maybe they might muzzle. Demon's Horde's Edge. Demon Horde's Edge is actually kind of a neat one. It has that really nice attack speed bonus on it in combination with, like, the +3 skills. It rolls, like, all the things roll. So it's like +3, 1 to 3 war cries. It's like +1 to 3 masteries and +1 to 3 combat skills. Like, I don't think it needs to roll. Like, I don't think Demon's Horde's Edge needs to roll. It's already considered inferior to Ariat's Face in just about every way. Ariat's Face is +4 combat, and this is only +3. My personal opinion, take that +3 variables and just turn it into +3 permanent. Just do +3 barb and just move on. Like, +3 barb is fine. It has its own speciality, which is attack speed. So there's no attack speed on Ariat's Face. That's, like, the only thing that's not on there. So my personal opinion is beef up that attack speed to, like, 20%. Like, lean into the attack speed part of it. Make it +3 skills with 20% attack speed. You can socket it for an additional 15. Like, let's just lean into that part of it. The attacker takes damage of 77 is actually pretty neat. That one could actually be interesting to increase as well, because ATD builds are just completely non-existent anyway, so increasing the attacker takes damage of could be cool. It has no resistances, so it still doesn't compete for resistances. It has no stats, so it still doesn't compete for stats. Has no attack rating, so it still doesn't compete for attack rating. Has no faster hit recovery, so it still doesn't compete for faster hit recovery. Just make it +3 and increase the attack speed. Turn it into exactly what it was designed as a attack speed helmet, right? That give the Barbarian their attack speed option for their helmet and make the Demon Sword Jets actually useful. Halberd's Reign. Halberd's Reign, I think, was designed as a +4 BO helmet. It doesn't really do much else besides that, though. Like, it doesn't have life leech. It doesn't have stats. It doesn't have attack rating. Like, I guess it's, like, okay for what it's designed for. And I don't know. I don't really know about this helmet. Like, I can see what it's designed for, which is to give you a large amount of BO and battle command. But +4 is not really that amazing. Especially when you can get a +5 or a +6, rare or blue. I wouldn't want it to compete with a +6 blue, mind you. But I don't really know what you can do with this helmet to turn it into something unique. It seems to have a really high amount of replenished life on it for some reason. It's just like the absolute worst version of this helmet. It just has 1 more plus the skill, or 2 more plus the skills for your 2 shouts, and that's it. I don't really know what to think about this one. I'm not even sure what I would do to fix it. The other thing is that the battle command and the battle orders actually roll, if I remember correctly. Let me take a look at the variables on the helmet. So the variables on the helmet are 1 to 2 battle command, 1 to 2 battle orders, and +1 to masteries only. And it also has a huge variable on the replenished life between 15 to 25. This thing is all over the place. It has no enhanced defense on it either. It's got no enhanced defense. That's really weird. I mean, that could be an interesting way to change it, is just change it from battle command and battle orders to shouts. So like +2 shouts, so that it's just a +4 shout helmet. That could be an interesting way to convert it. If it becomes a +4 shout helmet, that's interesting. It also seems like it needs enhanced defense. It has no enhanced defense on it. Like, Ariad's face has 200% enhanced. This has... Oh, this one has 170. Okay, never mind. I missed it. It does have 170, okay. So, I mean, basically just... Yeah, I think I would just convert the battle command and battle orders to +2 shouts and just move on. Just make it actually do what it was supposed to do. I don't know. It's definitely the worst out of the 4 helmets for sure. Wolf Howl has a purpose. It actually is useful for a specific build. Demon's Horn's Edge is the fastest attack speed helmet. Ariad's Face is the best all-arounder. And Halberd's Reign is like the trash that you throw in the garbage. Make it multiple sockets? I don't know, maybe. Let's move on to the next uniques. Unique crossbows? Oh no, not the crossbows. There's so many bad crossbows. There's so many bad crossbows. Let's get the good crossbows out of the way. Buriza do Kenyan. It needs no changes. Okay, let's just move on. Demon Machine Chukonu. It doesn't need any changes. It's an absolutely amazing crossbow. Leave it alone. What else do we have that's actually a good crossbow? This is actually a good crossbow because it's the only Magic Find crossbow. But honestly, it's too hard to find a 60% Magic Find version. I think it should just make the 60% Magic Find like static on this thing. I've found like 1,000 Langer Brisers and none of them have perfect Magic Find. And you don't, and the only way you can increase the magic find further is by putting an Ist rune in it. And you never want to put an Ist rune in it if it's not a perfect magic find. So you're just stuck in a loop. It's not even a particularly good crossbow. It's just the only magic find crossbow that we've got as a, or even bow. It's the only magic find bow that we have as a bow or ranged character. So like, I think it just needs a little bit like more stability on the magic find itself. Maybe decrease the range or something. That one definitely needs some playing with. A lot of these do. Give it grief damage. Not grief damage. Okay, so these crossbows here are already good, so let's just move on from those. And then we'll talk about the rest of these. So let's start with Hellrack, the Colossus crossbow. I kind of see what they were trying to do here with this one. Like, it's not a bad crossbow. The main problem with this is that it has 2 sockets, but the 2 sockets almost invariably get used to increase the attack speed so that it's actually worth using, because the attack speed on the crossbow is so bad that most people can't even utilize the damn thing. Like, it does have really nice elemental damage. It does have 150% bonus attack rating, which isn't awful. It needs flat attack rating, but, I mean, flat attack rating would go a long way. The Immolation Arrow, I feel like the Immolation Arrow should be an O skill. It's an endgame item. It's level 76. Like, let's just let people have fun with the item. Let's turn Immolation Arrow into an O skill and increase the attack speed a little bit so it's not so trash. Maybe bring it up to more along the lines of like the Brisa do Canyon, which has 80% increased attack speed. Because here's the problem with it only having 20% increased attack speed in 2 sockets. 90% of the time, what are people going to put in the sockets? Shell runes. And the reason why they're going to put shell runes in there is because it's so slow, you can't use it otherwise. Right? So, I think if you made Immolation Arrow a O skill and gave it more attack speed, it doesn't necessarily need to have the same attack speed as Buriza, but at least more attack speed. I think it would be actually really interesting. I'm late here. These are all confirmed unique changes. I thought they only changed like 5 uniques. They did only change 5 uniques. But apparently they're still up in the air on what they're doing for these uniques, and they are changing things in the patch notes after the patch notes were even out. So apparently they're accepting feedback, so that's what we're giving. We're giving feedback on every single item. I'm going through all of them today. Every single dang one. Alright, Gut Siphon. Gut Siphon is an extremely high-level bow. It is a crossbow. It is level 71. It doesn't have anything special going for it. Like, it's the weirdest crossbow. I don't even know how to explain, like, this crossbow to people, because it's not a good level 71 crossbow. It gets outpaced by many other bows and crossbows within the game. It seems to be designed around the whole, like, 18% lifesteal thing, but it's a demon crossbow. Demon crossbows have the lowest average damage out of any crossbow out there. They're fast, sure, but they don't steal much life because they don't have much damage. Like, it's the whole, like, catch-22, right? People are like, oh, I has like 1,000. I had one guy comment on one of my videos just the other day. He was talking about, oh God, what was it? What was that life leech weapon he was talking about? Let me see if I can pull up the comment real quick. Anyway, I was talking to him about it, and he's like, oh man, he goes, these things are so great. He goes, with like 2 of them, I've got like 50% life leech or something like that. And I'm like, I was like, these don't have any physical damage on them. I was like, you could have 1,000% life leech, it wouldn't matter. I was like, without, you know, actual physical damage to use on the weapon, like, it doesn't, you can't actually get any effectiveness out of it. And where is it? Boom, 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 boom. What item was he talking about? Do 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 do. What item was he talking about? Do 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 do. I can't find it right off the top of my head. But there's a bunch of items in the game that have really good life leech on them, but have no physical damage. And this is just, it's not really the greatest in terms of like damage output, especially when you compare it to something like Buriza, which is level 41, and it has better damage than the Gut Siphon. Or you compare it to something like the Hell Rack, which is the same level, and it has, what is that, like triple the damage, 128 to 300 top end. I think main thing this thing needs is more damage. Like, for a level 71 crossbow, it's actually kind of pathetic just how low the damage is on this particular crossbow. Like, it needs damage output, is what it really needs, more than anything else. More enhanced damage, more physical damage, like maximum damage. Attack rating would also be hella nice on this particular item. Like, I can understand what they're going for with the 18% life leech, but unless it has the physical damage to actually apply the life leech, it's not gonna be useful. Maybe amplify damage on it could be interesting, or life tap, or something to accentuate what it's trying to achieve, which is massive amounts of life leech. I mean, you can tell it's got 18% life leech on it. How many items do you see that has 18% life leech? Just lean into what it was designed for. It's designed for a specific purpose, which is stealing life and keeping you alive, right? I mean, you could add in replenish life, which could also potentially work to what it's trying to do. Like, you're siphoning the monster's gut, you know, you're gut siphoning, right? So, like, you're healing yourself. So, life leech, replenish life, maybe, like, bonus life as well on it. Just leaning into, like, what it's actually designed for, increasing the damage so it actually has life leech instead of just applying nothing. I don't know. It's an odd one. It's a really high level crossbow. It's supposed to be an elite crossbow that's like an end game level piece of equipment, and it just doesn't really fulfill the end game part of the piece of equipment that it's designed for. Right? At level 71, it doesn't really even compare to level 41 crossbows. Like, I would not use Gut Siphon over Buriza do Canyon. I would not use Gut Siphon over Demon Machine. Like, I would not. I probably wouldn't even use Gut Siphon over Langerbrizer, which is kind of sad. But you can see that the damage on the Langerbrizer at 42 to 111 is actually pretty comparable, even though it's an exceptional piece of equipment at level 32. It's pretty comparable to the Gut Siphon at 83 to 128. Right? It's just not a good item. It doesn't have good damage output. It's not on a good base. It needs to be either faster, which it can't be, because demon crossbows have like a cap speed, and they hit the cap speed almost instantly, or it needs more damage. And it needs to lean into its category more, like the life leech. So yeah, like somebody else suggested, life on monster death. That could also be an interesting addition. Replenish life, life on monster death, maybe even a life tap proc or something. Like, just turn it into exactly what it's designed for, which is to regenerate your life and keep you alive. Doomslinger, this is a really low-level crossbow. It's kind of a weird one. +1 Amazon skills is weird. Why is +1 Amazon skills weird? Because Amazons are not good with crossbows. A lot of people don't know this, but, like, crossbows are not made for Amazons. Like, if you pull up Ariat Summit webpage for crossbows, and you take a look at crossbows, what you'll notice is that, like, Amazons tend to be slower than other classes, right? So, like, if you look at the Colossus crossbow, look at the Amazon at very slow, and everybody else is at slow. The Gorgon crossbow, everybody is at normal, and the Amazon Assassin, whatever, are at slow. Like, the Amazon tends to be the worst for most of these options. Unless everybody is the same. Like, if everybody's the same, then that's one thing. But, like, the Amazon is not a good choice for most of these bows. She tends to be slower than everybody else with the crossbows. And I don't really know why it's an Amazon bow specifically. Like, maybe they should just throw +1 all skill levels instead of +1 Amazon on here. Maybe make it even useful to, like, Necromancers and, like, Sorceresses and, like, whatever the hell other character wants to use it. Could be a fun, like, low-level crossbow that some characters could utilize. Maybe even give it, like, I don't know, like a level 1 O-skill strafe or something. Like, just so that, like, any character in the game could have fun playing around with a crossbow. It wouldn't be endgame GG by any standards, but, like, it doesn't really deserve to be an Amazon-only item when the Amazon sucks with crossbows. Like, give it to the characters that can actually utilize it. I don't know. This one is weird. It's also something you almost never find when you need it anyway. So, like, it tends to be kind of like an out-of-place item. Pus Spitter. Pus Spitter is actually amazing. I actually utilized this on a poison Amazon. I utilized it for quite a long time until I got my 6-socket rainbow facet bow. And I was actually kind of surprised at how good it was on the Amazon. But it's not an Amazon crossbow. It's actually designed to be a Necromancer crossbow. As you can see, because that's the same reason why I said this shouldn't be an Amazon crossbow. Like, you can see that crossbows actually got designed to be Necromancer items. It's kind of a weird one, though. It has lower resistance proccing, which is weird, because if you're a Necromancer, you could just cast the spell. I don't know why you would need that specifically. And it also has Poison Nova when struck, which, again, you could probably just cast the spell. Like, I don't know why you would need that. The lower resistance only is useful for characters that are not Necromancers. I think what I would probably do to this is I would probably change it from plus Necromancer to just plus all and call it a day. Like, it doesn't really need any other changes to that. Just make it so that anybody can utilize it with +2 skills as opposed to just the Necromancer. And then just have fun letting people play with it. Maybe increase the lower resistance proc chance by a couple percentage points. But other than that, I think it's actually fine the way it is. Maybe even increase the poison damage a little bit too. Because the poison damage is kind of low for the level that it's at. Ichor Sting. Ichor Sting is 50% piercing attack at level 18. It's actually a really good crossbow. It's one of the few crossbows in the game that actually has a high piercing attack really early on. Its main problem is that it just doesn't really have a lot of damage. Other than that, there's really nothing wrong with it. Like 50% piercing is actually amazing at level 18, especially since Amazons don't get access to that till level 30. And you can stack that together with like Eratha's set and some other things to get a higher increase in your overall piercing. It's just a great item early on to get piercing effects, and I don't really think it really needs much changes. It has attack rating because it has 20 dexterity, so it's got 20 times 5, which is 100 attack rating, which is actually really good for a low-level piece of equipment. And it has 50 attack rating on it as well, so it's got 150 attack rating on it with 50% piercing. The main problem with it is just low damage. Like, it's a really solid level 18 bow. It just doesn't have really high damage. I might upgrade the enhanced damage a little bit to make it more comparable with other options. Like, if you look at Doomslinger, Doomslinger has 100% enhanced. Demon Machine has, was it 123? Buriza has 200. Langerbrizer is 200. Gut Siphon is 220, and so forth and so on. Like, even Lead Crow is 70, and a Hellcast is 80. I think if you increase the enhanced damage by just a little bit, I think it would become more competitive, and people might actually utilize it more often. Other than that, I don't think there's anything wrong with Ichor Sting. Just kind of a little low damage. Lead Crow. Lead Crow is kind of weird. It has Deadly Strike. Deadly Strike seems like a really good option, but then you think about the fact that the Amazon has access to Critical Strike. So she has like permanent Deadly Strike anyway, so she doesn't need 25% Deadly Strike. Other than the Deadly Strike, it has like nothing going for it. It is level 9, so it could be utilized by basically anybody at level 9 with 25% Deadly Strike. I mean, you could put this on a Sorceress, you could put it on a Paladin, like it really doesn't matter. It's really slow though. I've actually used it at low level. It's very slow.
So the one thing I would probably do to it is increase the attack speed. I think it could use like at least 20 to 30% increased attack speed. And maybe a socket. I think a socket could be nice. Hellcast. Hellcast is a weird one. It's basically kind of like a low-level version of like Kuko Kushaku, sort of, because it does have fire explosive arrows, and it also has 20% increased attack speed with the fire damage. It's kind of designed around the same idea that Kuko was designed around, except it's like worse than Kuko in basically every way. It doesn't have piercing on it, which is a big downside, and Kuko has 50% piercing, and this has none. Ravenclaw also is level 15 and competes with this thing, believe it or not, which is kind of funny. I think what I would probably do with this to differentiate it from the Kuko Kushaku is I would add a large amount of fire damage to it. Kuko has like 180 fire damage. I would probably add like a crazy amount of fire damage to this thing. Like throw in, I don't know, like 400 to 500 fire damage or something. Just let it be exactly what it is designed to be, which is like a crazy single target fire damage weapon. If you add piercing, it starts to compete with Kuko, and it becomes, you know, better than Kuko, basically, right? It's already slow. It already does basically like no damage per shot. Give it some damage per shot. Just add the fire damage to it and call it a day. Give it like 500 or 600 fire damage per shot to add into the explosive arrow, so that even though it's slow, you know, like doom, doom, doom. Even though it's slow, give it a lot of fire damage so that when it does hit, it's hitting very hard. Let it be a slow, high damage weapon, and then just leave it in its own little category there. Let's go to unique boots. Booty po pooties. The cutie booties. I got the Shadow Dancers right here. There's nothing wrong with Shadow Dancers. They're absolutely amazing boots. These don't get touched. Let's start with Hotspurs. Hotspurs are the basic classic booties. My problem with any boots that don't have faster run walk is that they don't have faster run walk, and Hotspurs don't have faster run walk. They don't have to have a lot of faster run walk. You could make it a variable faster run walk of like 10 to 30% or something. Like, I'm fine with variable faster run walk. I'm fine with 10%. I'm fine with 20. Like, but my personal opinion is that any pair of boots that doesn't have faster run walk is basically trash. So, like, as much as I like Hotspurs because they have a large amount of fire resistance on them, like, let's give them some type of movement speed bonus. Something. I don't know what. Give them, like, freaking O-Skill Blaze or something. I don't know. Give them, like, 10% faster run walk. Heck, I'd even take 5% faster run walk. But honestly, they're just fine the way they are, except for the fact they don't have faster run walk. Like, other than that, they're absolutely fine boots. They got a crazy fire resistance stat on them and maximum fire resistance, and they have fire damage on them. They're good. They're good boots. There's nothing wrong with them other than the fact that they're slow. Gorefeets. Gorefeets are special because they have 2% mana stolen per hit. That's like the main draw of Gorefoots. There's really not much else going on here except for the free Barbarian leap, which isn't even that great because you usually want to use leap attack because it goes further. Some people suggested making like the leap and O skill. That could be actually really fun. But I don't know. Like, I like the fact that these are Mana Leech boots that are at level 9. I've used them on many characters for Mana Leech when I desperately needed Mana Leech. And even 2% can be massive when you're a melee character only using a skill that requires like 4 to 5 mana to begin with. So like having 2% Mana Leech on a pair of boots is actually pretty huge. There's like no other Mana Leech boots as far as I'm aware. So unless you want to play around with the leap ability, I mean, that's up to you guys. I think these boots are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. Treads of Cathan. Weirdest boots ever. Like, actually kind of useful early on, but then they never drop early on, and then by the time they actually do drop, like, they're useless because they don't really do anything anymore. Like, the 50% slower stamina drain is huge when you're like a level 15 character, and then by the time you're like a level 30 character, you don't care about it anymore. I don't know. I do kind of wish they had something else on them to differentiate them from like another generic pair of boots, though. The run forever boots. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, but my problem is that, like, there's absolutely no point in using these outside of, like, low-level characters. Like, that's it. Like, with Gorefoots, you might use them because they have Mana Leech on them later on, right? With Goblin Toes, they have Crushing Blow. With Tear Haunches, they have, like, Free Vigor Aura. With Inferno Strides, you know, there's like, a specific reason to wear every single pair of boots. There's no reason to wear these boots. Like, they don't do anything better than any other pair of boots. Like, I think the cool thing about these could be remove the level requirement. I think that would be really neat. I think level 15 is too high, and I think by the time you get access to these, you don't really care about the slower stamina drain. Like, by the time I hit 15, the stamina is starting to become not a problem anymore. Right? I think you just remove the level requirement on these. Call it a day. Let the level 1 characters, if they actually have a pair of these, let the level 1 characters just have fun with their no stamina drain and move on. That way, they'd be super cool. They would actually be really useful as a low level all the way up to level 15. And then they would be even, you know, like, you would actually consider keeping them on later on too, because, you know, like, you're past level 15 and you're still wearing them. But, like, by the time you get to 15, the slower stamina drain's not really the greatest at that point. Boom, 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 boom. Got all these do-jank messages. Trying to go through my messages real quick. Okay, moving on. Goblin Toes. Goblin Toes are actually kind of like the perfect trade-off item. Like, I'm not actually mad that they don't have faster run walk on them because they have 25% crushing blow. And that's the one thing that they do better than any other pair of booties. And that, so, like, the fact that they don't have faster run walk is fine because they're the best crushing blow boots in the game, which makes them still useful. So, like, as a character, you still put them on even though they have no faster run walk because you want 25% CB. I think they're fine. The only thing I might change on them is maybe increase the damage reduced by and the magic damage reduced by stat just a little bit. Maybe bring them up to like 5-5. Maybe roll between like 3 to 5 or something. Like, I think that the MDR and DR is a very powerful stat, and since people are actually using this item as like an endgame character, I think bumping up the DR and the MDR would probably help out a lot. But other than that, like, I just don't really see much changes need to be made to these boots. They're actually really good. Tear Haunches. Tear Haunches are, I call them town slippers because they give you free vigor. Ain't nothing too wrong with them. They all resist. They have stats. They also come with free vigor for paladins and faster run walk. Some people are suggesting making the vigor an O skill. I don't really know about that. Not really sure. I mean, they're designed for paladins. They work really well for paladins. Other characters still utilize them too because, you know, all res and stats are always nice. But, yeah, I don't know about adding a Vigor O skill. There's already a couple Vigor O skill items and characters that have Vigor, like the Warlock. I'm not entirely sure about this one. If you did turn it into a Vigor O skill, though, it would definitely be a absolutely crazy item, that's for sure. A lot of people would be using some freaking Tear Haunches at that point. Inferno Stride are actually really good boots. I don't really think there's much wrong with them. The only thing I would probably do is increase the percent chance for the Blaze. Like, maybe to 10% instead of 5%. Other than that, I don't think I would touch them. They're fine. Water Walks. Water Walks are... weird. I can't say I've ever really utilized these on a character. I know some people have because they have like the large plus the life and the dexterity. But like I'm always using a different pair of boots than water walks, and I don't know. I don't know why people like these boots so much. I mean, they do have like some okay stats on them, I guess. I don't know. For how generic they are, I would probably increase the run walk on them a little bit to either 30 or 40% because they're just very generic. They don't have any resistances on them really. They don't have any like special stat like crushing blow or any proc effects. They're not using like any kind of life leech or mana leech. There's no plus to skills. Like they're just very generic boots all the way around. I don't know what the hell you would do to make these better. I think 40% run walk would be nice, but I mean, every pair of boots would be better with 40% run walk. I think the only thing they're good for is high life, because they have 65 life on them. I think that's like the main benefit. Maybe slap on like 5% maximum HP or something could be interesting. I think 5% maximum HP would be a pretty interesting benefit and might make people interested in them from like a life standpoint. Silk Weaves. Ain't nothing wrong with Silk Weaves. They're kind of OP, actually. I think maybe the only thing I would do to these... 10% damage taken goes to mana. I think that's the only thing I would do to these. They seem to be designed around mana, and they seem to be designed around the idea of gaining mana. I think 10% damage taken goes to mana would be amazing. The reason why is because they're already designed around increasing your mana and giving you mana back when you kill things. I think damage taken goes to mana would be a perfect mod for the Silk Weaves, just to like really top them off and make them perfect. Because it's what they're designed for, is mana. So let's make them a mana like crazy booties. Damage taken goes to mana would be like absolutely amazing on those. War Travelers. What does War Travelers need? Nothing, because it's broken. It's already got like everything in the world that it needs. It's got 50% Magic Find, which is stupid. It also has like the best damage mod on any pair of boots that has ever existed. For those of you who don't know, this mod right here, 15 to 25 damage, is actually 15 min and 25 max, which is crazy. Like, if you were to divide that out, so, you know those 3/20/20 charms that people love because they have 3 max damage on them? Divide that by 3. It's the equivalent of almost 9 3/20/20s. And it also comes with min as well. So it's not just max, it's also min. So if we were to divide it properly, right? So let's pretend that you had, I don't know, 15 plus 25 equals 40 divided by 2, which is an average damage of 20, okay? 3/20/20s are 3 plus 0 equals 3 divided by 2, which is an average damage of 1.5, okay? So to get the same average damage that these boots give you, which is 20, you would need 20 divided by 1.5, which is nearly 14 3/20/20s to equal the same damage bonus that War Travelers gives you. It's insane. These are not only the best Magic Find boots, they're also the best physical damage boots if you don't need the Crushing Blow booties on or the Deadly Strike booties. They're actually absolutely amazing for bow characters, Vengeance Paladins. Like, there's quite a large number of like uses for this particular piece of equipment. I'd be fine with some Mana Leech on the Silk Weaves as well, but I'm not. I think that might be overkill. But yeah, sure, why not? Most characters that use Silk Weaves aren't even hitting with melee or ranged anyway. Silk Weaves tend to be caster boots, so like Mana Leech wouldn't help the casters, so I would have no problem with that. Moving on to Gore Riders. Gore Riders are also absolutely insane. They're like best in slot for most melee builds. Absolutely nothing to see here as far as changes. I would not touch them. Sandstorm Treks. Sandstorm Treks are very interesting boots for high defense builds, faster hit recovery. They also have a massive amount of poison resistance and can be found ethereal because they have repairs durability on them, which makes them kind of crazy. I don't know what I would add to this one. Maybe some max poison resistance would be kind of nice with these, or some poison length reduction to really like build into the poison side of things. But other than that, I don't think I would really play with them all that much. But poison length reduction or maximum poison resistance to go with that whole poison resistance thing would be really nice. Then we got Marrow Walks. Marrow Walks are also really good. There's nothing wrong with them. Like, they've got the plus skeleton mastery. They're basically best in slot for most skeleton builds. Instead of regenerate mana, I would probably change that for just like plus energy or plus mana flat. Regenerate mana is just not really all that effective. There's actually quite a few builds that use the Bone Prison charges as well, and the Life Tap charges. I mean, they're just really nice boots. They're good all the way around on all sides. The stats on them are great. The plus skills on them are great. They have good charges. They're just really good. I mean, maybe I might increase the number of charges. Like, that could be one change that you do to the Marrow Walks, is just increase the number of charges. Have we covered them all? I think we've covered all the booties so far. We probably missed something, but yeah, we'll swing back around. Unique Scepters. Why not? Most of the Scepters are good, so. Let's start with good old Rust Handle. Rust Handle is a +1 pally with +3 vengeance. It's kind of weird. It has 110% undead damage on it, which I don't really know why, because that percentage damage doesn't affect vengeance. If they were trying to turn it into a vengeance weapon, it should have higher enhanced damage. So I think what I would probably do is shift that extra enhanced damage that they gave it, which I think is like 60%, and I would shift it to the weapon itself, so it would have 120% enhanced and no undead damage, or only the 50% undead damage bonus from being a scepter. The reason is because vengeance doesn't respond well to off-weapon enhancement. It doesn't actually respond at all to off-weapon enhancement. So, since they're trying to make it a vengeance weapon, I would make it a vengeance weapon. Which the easiest way to do that is just simply to add more enhanced damage and take away the off-weapon enhancement. Changing it from 110 undead to 50, and then changing the enhanced from 60 to 120 would probably be the best way. And then adding some more min-max could also be useful as well. It wouldn't shift the damage much for other people, but it would shift the damage a lot for a Vengeance Paladin and actually make it useful for a Vengeance Paladin, which seems to be what it's designed for. Otherwise, it's an okay weapon. It's not like the greatest, but you know, it'd be what it be. Since it has thorns on it, it could also be interesting to give it some attacker takes damage of as well, to kind of take advantage of the thorns. Just a thought. Then we also have Stormeye. Stormeye is a very weird weapon. It's level 30. It's built around Holy Shock. It has +5 to resist lightning, and I'm not exactly sure why. I never really understood this weapon. It seems like an okay weapon, but it's like absolutely horrible for Holy Shock builds. I feel like it needs attack speed. It definitely needs attack speed. The Holy Shock, the +3 Holy Shock is never really good enough by itself, because you can get a lot of other weapons around this level that are better than Stormeye. It's actually really good for money. If you take it over to the shop, it's worth 35,000 gold every single time you get it. It's 35k in the bank because it's got 3 Holy Shock and +1 Fist of the Heavens on it. It is a weird one for sure. I think if it had more attack speed on it, it could be more useful for Holy Shock Paladins. I don't know what else you could potentially put on this to make it better for them. I kind of think the +5 resist lightning was supposed to give Holy Shock a boost, but it doesn't really work that way, because you can't get increased damage on Holy Shock by adding resist lightning as a soft skill. It has to be hard points. So maybe what they intended was for you to get more damage to Holy Shock by resist lightning, but it just didn't really work out that way because the way the synergies functioned. I don't know. I think this item was designed for classic. I think is what it was, and it wasn't really designed for like the world of synergies. I mean, maybe it just that's all it really needs. Maybe it just needs an overhaul to like the concept of synergies and how synergies work. and maybe that would potentially fix it. I don't know. It's definitely a funky item for sure. It is still worth 35k every single time you find it. One thing I would like to see, honestly, is the Fist of the Heavens removed so that the level gets lowered. It's only level 30 because of Fist of the Heavens. Holy Shock, I think, is what, level 24 or something? So if you removed the Fist of the Heavens, it would actually be closer to the level that you would actually need to use it as a Holy Shock Paladin, instead of being stuck with a level 30 version, which usually ends up getting replaced before too long. So, like, if it could be 6 levels lower, essentially, at the same level that you get Holy Shock, that actually might increase its effectiveness tremendously as well. The Fist of the +1 Fist of the Heavens is useless anyway, because by the time you reach 30, you've already got a Spirit in your hand with +2 skills. And that's just not useful. I mean, if they really wanted to have +1 Fist of the Heavens, they could just put +1 Pally on it, and that would be fine. Just do +1 Paladin with 3 Holy Shock, and make it level 24 instead of 30. The next one is the Fetid Fetid Sprinkler. This one's actually pretty OP. It's got a 5% chance to cast level 1 Decrepify on striking. I think the only thing I would really change about this is the level of the Decrepify, because it's so low, it doesn't last long enough to be useful. So if you look up Decrepify, you find that Decrepify has like an extremely low duration at level 1. It only has a duration of 4 seconds with a 5% chance to be cast. That means that like 90% of the time, even if it does cast the level 1 Decrepify, it only lasts for 4 seconds and you can't even take advantage of it. Increasing the level does not increase the effectiveness of Decrepify. It doesn't increase the radius of Decrepify. It only increases the duration of Decrepify, right? So, like, I don't see any reason why we couldn't just bump it to, like, level 5 or something along those lines, so that it has, like, a little bit longer duration, or maybe, like, level 8, so that it's 8 seconds instead of 4, just double the duration. There would be... it would just be a much better item if the duration of the Decrepify were longer. The 10% chance to cast level 1 Confuse is also on there, and it overwrites the Decrepify as well, which also causes a problem. So even if you do get Decrepify to spawn, right, there's still a really good chance that you're going to spawn the Confuse, which will overwrite the Decrepify. So I don't even see anything wrong with just increasing the Decrepify level so it's a longer duration, because the Confuse is going to be overwriting it as well, right? So let's just let the Decrepify be a long duration. When the Confuse hits, it'll overwrite it. It's not like it even matters. And then if the Decrepify actually stays on the target, like, at least it'll stay on the target for a longer period of time before the Confuse overwrites it, right? And then I think that's it. That's all you need to do with this item. It's actually really good. It's kind of hard to come by. It's got +2 skills, Decrepify. It's got good freaking damage and attack rating. You know how I complained a whole lot about how none of the items have any attack rating on them? Like, nothing has attack rating on it? Look at freaking Fetid Sprinkler. 200 freaking raw attack rating. It's freaking godlike. There's nothing wrong with this item. At level 38, it is a god tier paladin item. It's just the Decrepify proc is just a little depressing with the duration. Just increase the duration or the percentage so it happens more often, and I think we're golden. Nail Striker. Nothing wrong with this item. Nothing. It's level 5, and it's a freaking god tier item. The only thing that I have to say about this item is it's so freaking rare. It is so rare, you will almost never see it. Like, some of you in chat right now have never seen this item before. I just pulled like a rabbit out of a hat, and you guys are like, what the hell is that? I've never seen that. Right? Like, that's how rare this item is that a lot of people have just never seen it. It's got good damage, it's got Crushing Blow, it's got 2 resistances, it's got extra mana, and lo and behold, 35 attack rating, which is actually amazing for level 5. Right? It's a god tier item, there's nothing wrong with this item. Like, moving on. Hand of the Blessed Light. Hand of the Blessed Light is a little bit of a confused item in my opinion. It's probably the best in slot for the Fist of the Heavens until you get like something better. I might up the percent chance to cast Fist of the Heavens on striking. I think that's actually kind of fun. 5% chance is just too low. Maybe like 10% chance or something. I don't really know what else I would do to this. It seems to be designed around Holy Bolt and Fist of the Heavens. Holy Bolt doesn't really get as much use. Maybe increasing the Holy Bolt skill just a little bit, just so it's really fun for Holy Bolt. Could be kind of fun. Faster cast could actually be kind of nice on this. It doesn't really do very much for Fist of the Heavens, but it would be amazing for Holy Bolt. Other than that, though, like, I don't really know. It's actually a pretty good item for Fist of the Heavens Paladins. It's a really good leveling item, and it can actually be, like, okay even as a best-in-slot piece of equipment, because it does have +4 FOH, whereas Hodo only has +3. Zakaroom's Hand. Zakaroom Hands is weird. It's a weird item. It has this 6% chance to cast Blizzard on striking, which is kind of cool, but it's such a low level that it like barely goes off. Like, I would totally increase this to like 10% or something so that it's actually useful. It's kind of a fun thing when it actually does happen, but it just rarely happens at 5%, even with Zeal. The attack speed on it is actually really good. The damage on it is actually really good. ITD is kind of useless. It would be much better off if it actually had attack rating or negative targets defense. I would probably remove the ITD and put on like negative targets defense, like 50%, or like 200 to 300 attack rating, something that would actually make you actually hit targets. Mana Leech is kind of cool, but it's based around a character that is doing elemental damage, so I don't really know about that. It does have Holy Shock and Holy Freeze, +2 and 2. I don't know why this isn't +3 and 3. Like, it should just be 3/3. It doesn't have raw Paladin skills on it. Either that or just give it +1 Pally skills in combination with the 2/2 would be nice. And then it has Regenerate Mana, which I would probably replace with plus mana, because Regenerate Mana is absolutely useless on a Paladin. It is absolutely useless on a Paladin. Just add raw mana instead of Regenerate Mana. Astrion's Iron Ward, there's nothing wrong with Astrion's Iron Ward. I actually caught for a second somebody was talking about, like, that apparently, like, some of the other streamers were talking about buffing Astrion's Iron Ward, and I'm like, why? It's already freaking OP. What the hell are they going to do to it? It's like, it's literally best in slot for the North Star Smiter. Like, it's a crazy item. Like, the main problem with Astrion's is it's hard to find the damn thing. Like, it's similar to Nell Striker in that, like, it's a really good item, it's just hard to find it. And it's hard to find it with the right plus the skills, too, which is also an issue, because it rolls between 2 to 4 plus the skills, which is an issue, which is a big problem, because the +2 and the +3s are basically trash. Like, you need the +4 for it to be worthwhile, but I would not change Astrion's Iron Ward. The Redeemer. The Redeemer's nuts. Like, the only reason the Redeemer isn't used more often is because it has to compete with Grief. That's, like, the only reason it's not used more often. And it actually has Grief damage. A lot of people don't know this, but that 120 right there, that's Grief damage. So not only does the Redeemer have, like, some of the best damage for a one-hander in the game, it also has 120 Grief damage on top of that. So if you get a Ethereal Redeemer, and you Zod that bad boy with 120 Grief damage, it actually competes with Grief. It's a very powerful weapon. It has negative 33% targets defense, which is amazing. It has some plus the skills, which are just really weird. I don't know why it has these plus the skills. It has, like, no requirements either, because it's negative 60% requirements. But overall, it's just a really powerful melee damage weapon. And a perfect, like, Ethereal Redeemer Mighty Scepter is insane damage. The main problems with it is that it's extremely rare and extremely valuable, right? So, like, even if you do find an Ethereal, you know, like, Redeemer and you Zod it or whatever, and it's, like, nearly perfect, it's going to be worth, like, 7 or 8 freaking Griefs, right? By that time, you could have had a Grief and you could have just moved on and did physical damage that way. It's kind of an odd item. Like, I think one of the main problems with it is that it doesn't stand out enough versus other physical damage options. I think maybe one thing I would do to this is probably up the plus to skills a little bit. Like, make it more competitive as far as a, like, physical damage weapon. I don't know. There's so many different options for Paladins, though. Like, not only do you have the Redeemer, you also got Heaven's Light. And Heaven's Light is the Crushing Blow version, and this is the high physical damage version, right? I think maybe what they should probably do is just Deadly Strike. Because this is the CB option, this should be the Deadly Strike option. I think that would probably push it over the top and make it more competitive as far as, like, the physical damage market. Give it, like, 50% Crushing Blow or no, a Deadly Strike or something. 50% Deadly Strike would push it into a realm of items that is just extremely high physical damage and would put it in more of a competitive market against Grief. It would still be rarer than Grief. It would still be harder to find than Grief. So Grief would still be the better option, but it might be a fun endgame chase item at that point that you could look for. Heaven's Light. Heaven's Light is dirty. There's, like, nothing wrong with this item except for the fact that it doesn't have any attack rating. It does have negative 33% target's defense, though, which is fine. It has 2 sockets, which is crazy. It has +3 Paladin skills, which is nutty. Like, all around the mulberry bush, it's an absolutely insane little piece of a kit. Especially with the focus on Guardian Jewels and Facets in the new meta. Like, this is actually a really good item. You can just throw 2 cold, lightning, or fire facets in it, or poison facets, or whatever the hell you want in there. It's got the Crushing Blow on it already. Decent damage. Like, it's not a bad weapon at all. I've used it on Holy Freeze Paladins. I've used it on, like, Holy Fire Paladins. I've used it on a couple different characters. You can also just simply socket it with, like, physical damage or shale runes for an extremely fast weapon as well. Like, 2 shales in this, and you got, what is that, 20, 40, 60% increased attack speed. It's a really good, highly customizable weapon, and it doesn't need any changes. Like, I don't think I would do anything to Heaven's Light. It has a very solid place in the market at the moment for a lot of different builds. As a +3 weapon with 2 sockets, it's kind of hard for it not to. Moving on, let's go to... What is this unique two-handed? I thought I already looked at all the unique two-handed weapons. Is this a whole nother set of unique two-handed weapons? Yes, it is. Okay. Azure Wrath. I don't think I would change anything on this. It's already kind of broken. It's one of the better weapons in the game. It's kind of nutty. I'm not even sure if the stats on that thing are correct. I think I had, like, a corrupted version at some point. I don't know if I would touch it. I think it's fine. Toad's Fell Flom. 10% chance to cast level 6 Fireball on attack. I would definitely bump up the level of that Fireball. Heck, I'd bring it up, like, a lot higher than 6. Maybe 16, or even, like, level 20 or something. Turn it into an actual fun item that you could play with. It's a two-hander. It's slow. Like, at least give it something that it can have fun with. I don't know. Maybe, like, 50% chance to cast level 20 Fireball on Windstruck or something. Like, make it like a Windstruck item. Other than that, it seems to be specifically designed around, like, fire and fire damage, enchant, firewall. Only problem is like, it's completely outpaced by other enchant items. Like, there's a couple other enchant items in the game that have better enchant than this. Like, Demon Limb is higher level, but it has level 20 some odd enchant. You also have Obedience, which casts, like, level 23 enchant. You got, like, a bunch of various stuff that you can potentially do here. It's just a fire-themed item. Like, give it fire skills. Why does it not have fire skills as a fire-themed item? It should have, like, +2 or +3 fire skills as a two-hander. And there's no reason for it not to. On top of that, like, its fire damage is 50 to 200 at level 46. That's, like, okay. It could have more than that. I don't see any reason why not. I would probably bump the enchant level as well. Like, level 10 enchant's kind of low. Maybe make it level 15. Make it like a mid-range item in between, like, the enchant options, because there's, like, a bunch of enchant options that you can get along the way, up to Demon Limb. Demon Limb being the highest one that you can get, right? Like, just make it a little bit better than some of the other enchant options, I think would be fine. Just, it's obviously a fire damage weapon, so just gear it more towards the fire damage and let that be its speciality. Like, It's also on attack, so if you look at it, it's not on striking, it's on attack, so you don't actually have to hit anything. But it could also use some attack rating. That would be nice. Technically, a chant is percent-based attack rating. It needs raw attack rating, is the problem. Moving on, Doombringer. Doombringer used to be like one of the better items. Honestly, I think what I would do with this is only one thing. I would just take away the indestructible status and allow it to roll as ethereal. That's it. A lot of these indestructible items were designed at a time when, like, being indestructible was a really cool thing, and, you know, like, when ethereal became, like, the meta, and people were looking for ethereal items, like, they kind of fell out of favor, the indestructibles, because you can't get them ethereal, and so they can't be higher damage than what they are, right? If you just change the indestructible to repairs durability instead, and then let it roll ethereal, it would be an interesting chase item for people to find an ethereal Doombringer, and it could be a very powerful weapon end game, which is what it was designed as an end game weapon. Frostwind. Frostwind is a very weird weapon. There's nothing really particularly wrong with it other than the fact that, like, it just doesn't quite have the damage output that it needs. You're new to the stream. We're talking about changes because they've actually started making changes. The changes that they made were minor. They only changed about 13 items, I think we counted. They changed 13 items. But now that they're actually changing items, I think it's important to get my thoughts out there on what they could potentially do to change the items. So that they have, you know, a contrary opinion to the speedrun community. The speedrunners just want to add faster cast rate and faster run walk and like teleport onto everything. That's what they want to do. Like I just want, like, the weapons to be, you know, more useful and actually fit within the game lore. Now, Frostwind is an end game weapon, and it's actually kind of a fun one if you're a cold damage character. I think the one thing that I would do to this weapon, is add negative cold resistance. Negative cold resistance would be huge. I don't think there's a lot of really good negative cold resistance options. So, like, adding, say, like, negative 20% enemy cold resistance onto this would be huge, in my opinion. You could also potentially go for a proccing effect of some kind. I don't know exactly what you would proc. There's a lot of cold skills that you could potentially utilize. You could obviously go with, like, maybe, like, a proc hurricane could be really fun. That actually could be really cool. Just have it, like, proc hurricane on you with, like, a 10% chance to cast level, like, 5 hurricane or something. Just so you have, like, a hurricane going around you in a circle. Could be hilarious. I don't know. A proc on there and some negative res would be really nice. I don't know. Holy Freeze could be kind of cool, too. Flame Bellow. Flame Bellow is the opposite of Frostwind. It's basically the same exact sword. It's just the fire version. So if you guys haven't seen Flame Bellow before, Flame Bellow has Inferno, and Frostwind has Arctic Blast. They're basically the same skill. They both have fire damage or cold damage, respectively. Another interesting thing is that the Flame Bellow has plus fire skills, and the Frostwind does not have plus cold skills. That could be another interesting thing for this particular weapon, is to give it plus cold skills. Just throwing that out there. Flame Bellow, kind of one of the poopy weapons in the game. Like, I don't think anybody really uses this weapon at all. It's it's not designed properly in that it's a two-hander, and it's just, I don't know, like, it's, what is it designed for? A barbarian specifically? I think it's designed specifically for a barbarian, and that's it. Like, no, nobody else can use this, because nobody else is really going to use it other than, like, a barb and maybe a druid. But druids don't even get a speed bonus, I don't think, on swords. They get speed bonuses on axes and hammers and stuff. So I think on a druid it ends up being kind of bad, too. The Firestorm on striking is okay, I guess, for a druid, but not really the most amazing thing. Negative fire res would probably go a long way on this particular piece of equipment, too. To be honest, I'm not really sure what you could do to save this piece of equipment since it's a two-hander. I feel like the main thing that would make it better is to be a one-hander. But Like, I don't know. I don't really know what you can do with it. Maybe Holy Fire or something. Then it's like a higher level Kinnan Mills All, which is also a crappy sword. It's in the same boat as Frostwind. Like, it needs some sort of special effect to really make it useful. Both of these need to be better themed into the direction that they're going so that they're more fun to utilize. Plus Inferno and plus Arctic Blast are literally memes. They're just memes. There's nothing really special about either one of those. Sword Guard. Sword Guard is like okay-ish. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's designed specifically as a defensive weapon, and it works really well as a defensive weapon. I think the main problem is it's not defensive enough. Like, it needs to be so defensive that people look at it and go, dang, that's a defensive sword. So what is it missing to be more defensive? Like, it has all res. It has defense versus missile. It has defense versus melee. It's got raw defense. It's got increased chance of blocking and faster hit recovery. So what is it missing? It's missing MDR, it's missing PDR, and it's missing physical damage reduction. I think if you give Sword Guard more defense, lean into what it's designed for, which is just to be a really tanky sword, I think you sell it. I think you just need to increase the tankiness even more. Right? That's pretty much the gist of what you need to do to Sword Guard. Just make it more tanky than it already is. Lightsaber. I never particularly cared for Lightsaber. It always felt like a relatively poor weapon whenever I used it. I don't know. It's fast. I guess that's like the main benefit of it. It's like the poor man's Azure Wrath. It does have ITD, but ITD is not really that effective. It could use some raw attack rating. That would be really nice. Just like maybe 1 or 200 raw attack rating would be amazing on here, or negative targets defense instead of ignores targets defense. I also don't like the fact that it has such low lightning damage. It's supposed to be a lightsaber. It's supposed to be designed around lightning damage, but like it's not even really that high of a lightning damage. Like there's a bunch of weapons that are higher lightning damage than lightsaber, and lightsaber is supposed to be designed around lightning damage. One of them is literally Cloudcrack. Cloudcrack is a level 45 sword, and it has 240 lightning damage. This has 200. Why is a level 45 sword outpacing lightsaber, which is literally a sword designed around lightning damage? Like, bump up those freaking rookie lightning damage numbers. Let's pump them up a little bit. Like, it's a freaking lightning damage weapon. Like, let's bring it up to like 500 or like 750 or something. Turn it into an actual lightning damage weapon, for goodness sakes. Would be nice. And since it's a lightning damage weapon, like, let's give it a little bit of negative lightning res too. Like, maybe like negative 10% lightning resistance would be kind of nice. Other than that, like, I don't know what else you could do to it. It does have Mana Leech on it, which is mostly useless because it's not really a very high physical damage weapon. I mean, it's okay for physical damage. Blood Moon Blade. It's a very weird weapon. It has open wounds, it has life leech, it has damage. It's kind of like a mid-tier weapon with Blood Golem on it. Blood Golem seems to be the main draw of this particular weapon. But it's charges. I feel like changing the Blood Golem charges into an O skill would be really fun. I think then a lot of people might actually want to use it because they'd get free Blood Golem. Other than that, I'm not really sure. Like, it needs attack speed. I know that much. And it could definitely use more durability. More durability, attack speed, and could also use, like, the Blood Golem actually to be useful as, like, an O skill or something. Overall, though, it's just a very weirdly placed weapon. Like, in the higher ranks, but doesn't really quite, like, outpace a lot of other options. Like, the uniqueness is the Blood Golem thing, so I guess lean into the Blood Golem thing would be probably how I would play it. Jinslayer, extremely low durability, like, high-level weapon that's fast. The main benefit of it seems to just be the fact that it has 2 sockets and large amounts of fire damage. It has 250 fire damage. To put that in perspective, the Toadsfell Flom only has 200 fire damage, and it's literally a fire-based weapon. And the Flame Bellow has 482 fire damage, which means that this actually beats out the Flame Bellow as well, Balrog Blade, at 500 fire damage. It's like one of the highest fire damage weapons in the game. Which is a very interesting position for a weapon. It just doesn't have any other benefits. Like, it doesn't... if it's supposed to be a fire damage weapon, like, let's throw some other fire crap on there. Like, where's the, like, chance to proc, like, Hydras or something? Or I don't know. Like, something else fire-related on the weapon. Fire skills. Like, 2 sockets is cool and all, but, it also rolls 1 socket as well. So it's like most of the time it's useless because it only rolls 1 socket. Increase the attack speed on this thing would be nice as well. And I don't know why it has 7 lightning absorb. It's like all over the place. One of the main problems with it is the damage output is really low because it's an Atigan. So if you look at like other similar weapons, let's see, like the Frostwind. So this, the Frostwind is 254 top end, and this one's 156. Even the Azure Wrath is 129 top end, and it's a Phase Blade, which is kind of sad because, you know, like, it's a Phase Blade. It's like the lowest damage sword in the list, and it almost beats the Djinn Slayer. It's an odd weapon that doesn't really quite fit where it's supposed to fit. In its level 65 area. I don't think I've ever actually used it. I've always had something better than it whenever it comes up. Always had something better. I don't know exactly what they could do to make this thing better. I mean, I'm looking at it, and there's definitely like a whole fire component to it. So maybe fire skill damage, or fire skills, or negative fire resistance, or something. I mean, there's a bunch of these like random fire blades that just like all have tons of fire damage on them, but don't have... They don't specialize into the fire skills enough to actually make them useful in their particular category. I don't know what to do with them to make them better. And you can't just slap on fire skills on every single one of them. That would be silly. But, I mean, this is an endgame item. It needs to be better than what it is. Corpse Explosion on Demon Kills. Cloud Crack. I actually tried to build a character around this particular item a long time ago. It's with the 6% chance to cast level 7 Fist of Heavens. It is not enough of a chance to build around. Like, it's completely unusable. It has like okay-ish damage at 117 to 182 handed and 42 to 120 one-handed at level 45, but it's not really particularly very high at level 45. Like, if you compare it to, say, like the Sword Guard actually has almost higher damage than the Cloud Crack, which is sad because the Sword Guard is not an offensive sword. It's a defensive sword. We just talked about this. It's a highly defensive weapon, and it's basically the same, if not better, damage than the Cloud Crack as an offensive option, which is weird. It's got defensive and offensive auras for Paladin too. It seems to be designed around Paladin, but just weird design. I don't really know what to do with this thing. I feel like the Fist of the Heavens thing could be fun if it was a higher percentage or a higher level. Like, it could be interesting to run around zealing things and getting FOHs popping off all the time, but like, I've tried it, and as it is right now, it does not work. Like, it's just not a high enough percentage, and it's not a high enough level of Fist of the Heavens, even if you fully synergize it. Maybe if they turned it to, like, level 20 Fist of the Heavens, and then made it, like, a 10% chance, it could be, like, a very interesting niche, like, Zeal FOH proc build or something, which seems to be what they designed it for. But, I don't know what to do with this one. Two-handed Paladin weapons are always so difficult to use, and I've built several successful two-handed Paladin weapons. The main issues with two-handed Paladin weapons are basically this. You get 0 defense, which means you're a raw sponge, which means that the two-handed sword needs to have some type of defensive mechanic. It needs to have physical damage reduction, or increased defense, or PDR, or MDR, or something to, like, prevent you from dying whenever you're using it. Because you'll go into battle and you'll try to zeal with it, and you realize very quickly that you're just dead because everything slaps you and you die because you have no defense, right? And the less defense you have, the more likely it is that everything's just going to kill you. So maybe it's not necessarily a problem with the sword itself, but a problem with the fact that using it on a paladin is suicide. So maybe it just needs some kind of defensive aura. Like, it could be kind of fun if it gave you, like, Defiance aura or something to account for the fact that you're no longer able to use, you know, like, your Holy Shield, right? Because as soon as you put this sword on, you can't use Holy Shield, which means all your defense goes away. So, like, having, like, a Defiance aura on it could be really interesting. The Vile Tusk. The Vile Tusk used to be the only amplify damage sword, and then they came out with that amazing amplify damage sword. What's the new one called? Why am I forgetting the name of it? Dang, I really did forget the name of it. I can't even think of it at all. The new two-handed legend sword, the one they came out with, which was really cool. This one just got completely outpaced by it, and it just doesn't like work at all anymore. It's also a really slow chance with only a level 1 amplify. Like, it's just not really that great. Honestly, I would probably try to make it a tiny bit more competitive with Dreadfang. It doesn't need to be the same level. It just needs to be competitive. So if you look at Dreadfang, Dreadfang is level 61, I believe. Yes, it's level 61, and it has a 33% chance to cast level 3 amp on striking. This is level 44. So what I was thinking is you make it just a little bit more competitive versus Dreadfang so that somebody might actually want to utilize it for amp. Maybe like a 15% chance to cast level 2 amp or something. You know, it wouldn't be the 33% to cast level 3 that Dreadfang has, but it would be a little bit more competitive. A little bit of increased attack speed would be really nice on this thing, and some attack rating would also be really nice. Also, for any weapon that has poison damage on it, almost always the solution is to increase the poison damage. A lot of people don't know this, but there was like a whole thing that happened back when Diablo 2 was converting into LOD, and I'll explain it briefly. So in D2 Classic, monsters had lower HP. So monsters had, like, say, like 100 HP or something, right? And then what happened is in D2 LOD, they added Synergies. And they actually kept the damage the same. And what they did to keep the damage the same was they increased monster HP massively. And this essentially kept the damage the same. So they kept the damage the same. Well, one of the things that I noticed is that poison damage never really got increased as a result, right? So 250 used to be a lot back when the Vile Husk was like first introduced, but then when they scaled all the HP numbers and they didn't scale the poison damage, it basically resulted in kind of like a poopy poison damage. So like I'd be fine with them bumping the poison damage up on Vile Husk as well, maybe like to 500 or something. 500 over 6 seconds isn't even really that much anyway, so like if you divide it out, it's still only like 83 damage a second. So if you had a monster with like 10,000 HP divided by, say, like 500 over 6 seconds, so that's 83.33, right? That's still going to take like 120 seconds with 500 poison damage. Like bumping up the poison damage on Vile Husk would not be a bad thing at all. Like let's just pop it up. Let's beef up them rookie numbers. Bing Z Wang. It's actually a fun weapon if you've never utilized Bing Z Wang. And I know I got a Bing Z Wang. Alright, don't talk about my Bing Z Wang. Anyway, Bing Z Wang has one thing going for it. 5% chance to cast level 3 Frozen Orb and freezes target. Freezes target plus 2, actually. I would bump up the level of the Frozen Orb. Like, get those rookie numbers up. Let's get it up to like a 10% chance, and let's bring it up to like a level 7 Frozen Orb. Like, there's no reason why this can't compete with other items. Like, let's take a look at Voice of Reason. Voice of Reason is a rune word that you can create. It's not even a particularly high level rune word. It's level 43, which means it's like in direct competition with this particular item, with Bing Z Wang, right? So Bing Z Wang needs to compete with Voice of Reason. Now, the benefit of Bing Z Wang is that it actually has physical damage and Voice of Reason does not. But if you look at the level, 15% chance to cast level 13 Frozen Orb on striking, and an 18% chance to cast level 20 Ice Blast on striking at the same exact level that Bing Zi Wang is, right? So Bing Zi Wang really just needs a beef up on its proc. If it got a beef up on its proc, I think it would be more comparable, and people might actually want to utilize it. It's a two-hander, which is also a problem. So, I mean, I would be fine with it having the same exact level as Voice of Reason. Like, even if it had the same exact level as Voice of Reason, it's still not going to compare to that negative 24% enemy cold resistance, the Chonk cold damage on it, and also the Ice Blast. So just beef up the Frozen Orb on striking and let it have its one benefit, which is Frieza's target, which Voice of Reason doesn't have. And it has physical damage, which Voice of Reason doesn't have. So that will compare, like, comparably to the negative resistance and the physical damage, right? So, like, the physical damage on the Bing Zi Wang is better than the Voice of Reason, and the Voice of Reason has better cold damage than the Bing Zi Wang. But, like, they need to be comparable to each other. The Grans Papa. I would take away the Indestructible and add in Repairs Durability and allow it to become ethereal. Simple as that. There's already, like, crazy items in the game that are way better than this. Like, it's not going to be better than a death, F-death. It's not going to be better than, like, a freaking, what is it? There's, like, a bunch of different items that are, like, way higher damage than this. Like an F-death decapitator, or like a freaking Breath of the Dying. Like, there's tons of options in the game that are still going to outcompete this item. Like, let's just let this thing be rep, durability, and ethereal. That way, people can actually, like, have some fun with it. I think Eth-rep and durability, just Eth-rep, taking away the Indestructible and allowing it to be ethereal would be huge. And then it would be an actual, like, search item. You know, people would actually go after it, a chase item. They'd be looking for an ethereal grandfather to have fun with. What would an ethereal grandfather even be? I'm curious. Let's do some math real quick and let's see what kind of damage we're looking at with an Eth grandfather. Grandfather, D2R, we need, like, the base damage. So, let's do the Colossus Blade. So here's our Colossus Blade. Let's just do the two-hander version. So a two-hander would be 115. We'll just do the top end. Plus 50% for the ethereal, which is 172, plus 250%. That would bring us up to 603 top end on the Colossus Blade. Yeah, it still wouldn't technically compete with, like, F-Death and stuff like that, but it would be a lot closer. Isn't D1 the item that was a two-hander? Yeah, it was a two-hander that could be used as a one-hander, but it was a two-hander that could be used by a one-hander by anybody. That was the thing. It could be used by anybody. Yeah, plus the 2.5 more max damage per level. Yeah, you're right. Which is 247 at max level, so plus 247, which is 850. Let's take a look at, like, an F-Death Colossus, and let's compare. So, an F-Death Colossus maxes out at 905. So, 905. So, it's still not even comparable to an F-Death, which has 50% Crushing Blow, 50% Deadly Strike, like the works, right? It's still not better than that. Which means it probably needs something else as well to, like, push it over the top if we really want to turn it into a comparable item. I'm not exactly sure what I would throw on there. But, I mean, that's a start right there. Removing the Indestructible and adding the Eth-Rep is a start. Some increased attack speed actually would be kind of nice. Not even gonna lie. It is a relatively slow weapon. What else do we have? Have we covered everything in here? I believe we have covered everything in there. Let's go to the next one. Bump, 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 bump. Beep, 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 beep. Unique axes. Okay, yeah, we got a bunch of fun ones in here. I need me a pecan swirl. Cody, would you like a pecan swirl? I'm gonna mess with Cody's head. I'm gonna undo the pecan swirl and I'm gonna make him eat it like a peel. Wait a minute. So he's messing with me. Yeah, I'm always messing with you. You're fun to mess with. He said, "Get my that." Oh no, good. There's a pecan swirlums. Now back up. This one's mine. Now I get him too. Back it up, Drooly. Guardian Naga. It's kind of a fun one. The whole like poison damage and like a proccing poison damage is stupid. Poison damage doesn't stack. Like you can't have 2 poison damages going off at the same time. It's not very like a good idea. My personal opinion here, I would remove the Poison Nova on striking. I don't know. Well, I don't think it's worthwhile, but that 250 poison damage over 10 seconds needs to be increased tremendously. Like, that could be 750 poison damage over 10 seconds and still not be very good. Like, I understand what they're trying to do with this weapon, but the poison damage needs to be a lot higher for it to be useful. Poison damage in general needs to be increased across the board. Gore Shovel, one of the craziest low-level, like, level 14 axes. It's actually kind of insane. I don't think this thing needs anything. It's level 14. It only requires 48 strength. You could put this on a Sorceress if you wanted to. It has 30% increased attack speed. It's got max damage, enhanced damage, open wounds, and on top of that, it's got 25 strength, which is also kind of dirty as well. Like, it's just a really, really good low-level axe for Druids, Barbarians. Heck, you could use it on a freaking Paladin or an Amazon for all it matters. It's level 14. You put this on, and you basically kill everything. It doesn't matter. Like, the only thing that maybe you could do to this to make it a little more enticing to people, since it is a two-hander, and two-handers tend not to be as enticing as one-handers, is give it a free socket. I think giving this one a free socket could be fine. That way somebody could throw in like a Shale Rune or a Soul Rune for more damage, or they could throw in like some lightning damage or something. It doesn't really matter. Just anything they want to toss in there, just give them a free socket so they can play with it. It's a low-level item. It's not best in slot. It's not going to carry you through Hell difficulty or Nightmare difficulty. It's useful only in normal difficulty. Like, just give them a free socket so they can play with it. Isle Strike. Isle Strike is weird. Like, Druids are designed around two-handers. All the benefits that they get are two-handed benefits, right? They were never designed around one-handers. Like, I don't know exactly what this item was designed for. Like, the +2 Druid skills could be useful to anybody, I guess, but it's still outpaced by a Spirit. The physical damage on it actually isn't half bad, but as a physical damage Druid, you're usually using two-handers. So I don't know exactly why this item was created in the first place. You know what I would do with this? My personal opinion? I would turn it into a tester item. So some items in games only exist, really, to let you test out options. Well, it already has Fury and Maul on it. Fury and Maul is a Druid and a Werewolf skill, right? let's take it further. Give it +1 to Werebear, or +3 to Werebear, and +3 to Werewolf. That way, as a character, you can put this on. So, like, if you're a druid and you've been thinking about trying to be a shapeshifter, you can put this on, immediately get your access to your werewolf and your werebear, and then maybe even give you like +3 to the lycanthropy as well. Right? So you put this on, you immediately get access to both the werewolf and the werebear, and also fury and maul, which are the two main skills for those bears, right? For those forms. And then it allows you to just play around and test with, you know, just test things out so you can see what you want to be. Just a fun way that you could swap back and forth between both the werebear and the werewolf and play around with fury and maul and see which form you would like to do. It's low enough level that you're still in the process of making a decision based on like what kind of build you'd want to do. And then on top of that, durability as well, and attack rating. So durability and attack rating are also issues with this item, but just make it more interesting to like a character. Because like, what's the point of it having +1 fury and +1 maul? It's weird. It's not like as a druid you're just going to instantly have access to the werebear or the werewolf unless you've put points into them. And if you have access to fury, you already have points in fury anyway, so +1 fury is kind of useless. And +1 maul is also kind of useless because you have access to the bear, you already have access to maul. So just make it into an item that actually gives you access to both forms, and then you can play around with the forms and decide which one you like. I think that's a cool like change for Owlstrike to make it useful. Moving on, we've got the Chieftain. It's a low-level item with all resistances. It's kind of a weird little battle axe. I never find the damn thing when I need it. Like, it's not exactly a bad battle axe, I just never find it when I actually need to use it, which is really weird. Damage is also kind of bad for level 19, I think, if I remember correctly. And then like, there's a bunch of other options that I think have better damage than the Chieftain. Around the same level, too. I just can't remember right off the top of my head. I don't really know if I would change much about this. It's just a solid little level 19 weapon. But, like, let's compare it to Gore Shovel for a second. Damage on it is better than Gore Shovel. Speed is much slower than Gore Shovel. Doesn't have open wounds. Looks like it would probably upgrade better, but I don't know if I would upgrade this item. I think it is what it is. I think this item was designed specifically as a low-level stepping stone item until you get to, like, Nightmare difficulty. It works okay until Nightmare difficulty, and then you usually end up replacing it. Cold Kill Hatchet. That's actually a really fun one. It has the Ice Blast and the Frost Nova when struck, which are actually really cool. I would probably add more cold damage to it, maybe a little bit more. Bring it up to maybe like 100 or something. That would probably be a good option. I don't have any napkins here. No napkins. I'll be right back. Gotta wipe up some of this Cody slobber.
So much Cody slobber. Found some napkins. Mana per kill is your favorite stat? I like mana per kill too. I like damage taken goes to mana too as a melee character. Damage taken goes to mana is I think, highly underrated in Diablo 2. A lot of people don't even know how it works. There are so many people that literally don't even know how damage taken goes to mana works. That literally, when I explain how damage taken goes to mana works, they oftentimes comment and they're like, "What do you mean? That's not how it works." And then I have to explain to them again how it works and show him evidence that that's how it works that way. And then they finally like have an epiphany and realize they've been using it all wrong. This particular item is actually kind of cool. It's hey, pun intended. It's actually a really good weapon. It just needs higher durability. Like another one of these axes that just needs higher durability. And yeah, I don't know. It's okay. It's there's nothing really wrong with it. What do I think about the new mantled heal? I think speedrunners definitely decided those stats. Not regular players. I think a lot of these unique item changes seem to be geared towards speedrunners, which is really weird. It's a really weird decision to gear the game towards speedrunners. Like, I strongly believe that the majority of the players, the majority of the player base, either A, do not like speedrunners, or speed running, or B, like, do not, what's the term I'm looking for? Do not play anything like a speedrunner plays. Because they play completely differently than most normal players. And so I don't really understand why we would make speedrunner-esque style changes to Diablo 2. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. We should be making real changes, not speedrunner changes. Which is kind of my entire purpose for making this video today, is I wanted to give, like, a different opinion than the speedrun community is giving, which is apparently the only one that has a voice at this particular moment in time. Bladebone, low level, level 15, has like absolutely no specific special things going for it. Really low durability, not really very good damage. Like, it's like an okay level 15 weapon. It's one-handed. I think I've used it maybe like twice in my entire time playing the game. It just doesn't have any like special effect going for it. I think I would just give it a free socket. I think I'd give it a free socket, and I think I would move on. Like, that's it. It's already like a halfway decent weapon. I think a free socket would really clinch it. Give it some more damage output. Throw a gem or something in there. Like an Ort Rune or a Ral Rune or something to give it some extra fire damage. Maybe whatever you have on hand to just like make it a slightly better weapon. It's level 15. If it had better durability and it had a free socket, I think people would actually utilize it. Axe of Fetchmar, however you pronounce it. Absolutely insane low-level weapon. I don't care what nobody says about this thing. It's freaking ridiculous. I've used this on a Barb. I've used it on a Druid. I've used it on a Paladin. I've used it on an Amazon. I've used it on tons of characters. It's really good damage for level 8, and the freezes target is insane. And you can literally just run around shattering everything in sight. Like, it's stupid. I don't know what I would add to this to make it any better. I mean, it's not very particularly fast, so maybe a tiny amount of increased attack speed would be nice. Or like a tiny amount of cold damage. It's a level 8 item, though. Like, I don't know how much cold damage you would add at level 8. Overall, though, there's really nothing wrong with this item. It's a really good stepping stone item at level 8. It does really good damage, and it kills things exactly as it's supposed to. By the time you hit, you know, like higher levels, you don't need it anymore. And there's better alternatives for you to use. So, like, moving on. Death Spade. Death Spade, not a very good melee weapon. Actually kind of sucks. I don't think I've ever really used this as a melee weapon. In fact, the only thing I've ever really used this for is the +4 mana after each kill, which is surprisingly good for low-level casters.
If you're a caster and you find this thing early on, you usually just slap it on and you go. If you did want to use it as a melee weapon, like, it works okay at level 9, and then it falls off really quickly. I think it's an attack speed problem more so than a damage problem. It just doesn't attack very fast. Will all this be posted on YouTube? Yeah, I get VODs. It's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, it's on tons of places. Yeah, there'll be a VOD. I'm not really sure about this one. Like, I like it as a mana after each kill item. It could be interesting to add some FCR to this to really kind of hone it in toward casters. Could be kind of funny just to throw on some FCR and people be like, huh, now it's got +4 to mana after each kill and some FCR at level 9. This thing's god tier. I don't know. I think it might be just fine. I don't know. I don't think you maybe change it. It's actually a really good item for what it is. It works really well at low levels for mana after each kill. Like, you can put it on a melee character just fine at level 9. It's not a bad weapon. Maybe some flat attack rating would be bad. It wouldn't be bad. I would accept some flat attack rating on there. Maybe some durability as well. Rake Scar. Rake Scar is actually pretty good for level 27. It has really low poison damage though. I'd up that poison damage by quite a bit. It actually has attack rating, which is also really nice. I've never actually utilized it, I don't think, on any character, though, because it just gets outpaced by, like, everything else at level 27. The damage is too low for level 27. It's just not really that great. I don't know how you fix it. It gets outpaced by Bloodletter. It gets outpaced by, like, a freaking Cold Kill Hatchet. Like, if you look at Cold Kill right next to it, it's 29 to 60, and this one's 25 to 45. This one is 30% increased attack speed, and this one is 30% increased attack speed. This one has, like, 2 procs on it and extra cold damage, and this has no procs and a tiny bit of poison damage. Like, it doesn't even compete with, like, a Cold Kill Hatchet, let alone, like, half the other options. Like, a Guardian Naga is way better, and it's level 48. Let's find something a little bit closer in level. What else did we have that was really close? I think the Isle Strike was... No, that's 43. I don't know, maybe it's just in a really weird space level-wise. But it still has to compete with Bloodletter, which is, like, right around the same level requirement. It just needs more damage, more poison. Like, it needs to have its own identity. Maybe a free socket would be nice for this one, too. Skull Splitter, just one of the trashiest weapons in one of the trashiest bases. Like, I don't know how to explain this thing. It has 100 attack rating on it, which is nice, but the damage is so low to be laughable. Like, comparatively to the weapon that I just said didn't have high enough damage at level 27, it's like half the damage of the level 27 weapon. I'm pretty sure that it's almost the same as this level 9 weapon. This is 14 to 22, and this one's 14 to 18. So yeah, it's almost the same as the Death Spade axe at level 9. If that gives you any idea. It's just very, very low damage. And it's not because of the enhanced damage, because it actually has kind of high enhanced damage. Like, when you look at Death Spade, you see it has 70% enhanced damage. This is not an enhanced damage problem, it's a base problem. The military pick just sucks. It is a horrible base. The entire military pick, like, series up to the highest military pick elite status, they're all trash. They have really low average damage, and they're just not very good, like, in any way, shape, or form. Not attack speed, not damage, not average damage, not min or max. They're just a really bad base. And then it just has nothing else good on it. I don't know what you would do to fix this thing. It needs damage, it needs attack speed, it needs lots of stuff. A free socket for sure, but I don't even think a free socket fixes this thing. I don't even think that fixes it. Man, how do you fix the Skull Splitter military pick? Like, I don't even know. I mean, regenerate mana 20% is worthless. At early levels, you really need plus mana raw, so I would probably change regenerate mana to like 50 raw mana, or like energy would be really good. Attack rating is kind of neat, but it doesn't have any damage. I don't know. 15% open runes is such a small amount. I don't... It doesn't have anything special going on for it here. Like, it's just all over the place. And there's no cohesive nature to it. think I'm going to put that one in the I don't know how to fix it category. I think this is like the first item I've seen that just doesn't have any special thing going on for it at all. And I don't know how you could fix it. It might be a complete rework item. I think this is the first item I've seen that's just a complete rework. I'm trying to like think in terms of like some of these other items. Yeah, I have no clue on that one. Then we got Pompey's Wrath. Pompey's Wrath is the same base type, same problem. It has like horrible damage. It seems to be based around Volcano on striking, which it also has knockback, which I don't understand items like this. My take on this one would be remove the knockback and increase the percent chance for the Volcano on striking. Like bring it up to like 10 or maybe even 15% chance to cast Volcano on striking. And remove the knockback option. I mean, that would probably fix Pompey's Wrath and make it a really fun proccing item. And then we got Brain Hue. Brain Hue is kind of okay. It's designed around mana leech damage and obviously having like large mana pool. It's level 25 though, and it's like it's not great for level 25. It needs more enhanced damage for level 25. I'd probably bring it up to like 100 or 120%. And then on top of that, it also really could use more mana. Like maybe like 50 mana instead, and some damage taken goes to mana would probably be nice on there to kind of like really focus it on that whole mana vibe that it's got going on. I mean, it seems to be designed around, hey, if you use this, you don't have any problems with mana. So I mean, let's just dig into that. Give it some more mana and give it some damage taken goes to mana. Like, turn it into what it's designed for to, like, fix all of your mana problems. If I put on this axe, I should not have any mana problems ever again, essentially. Like, and that's fine with me. That would be absolutely fine. So let's move on to the next character since we seem to have covered everything. Skull Splitter, I can't fix you. It's true though. It's true. It's a cursed item. I can't do anything with that thing. It's cursed. Unique gloves. This is a fun category. Almost every single pair of gloves has one glaring issue. It's missing a key stat that every single pair of gloves needs for the most part. It's kind of silly. I mean, I don't know exactly how you address the issue of, like, none of these items have any increased attack speed. No IAS, no IAS, no IAS. This one doesn't need IAS because it's a caster item. No IAS, no IAS, no IAS, no IAS, no IAS, and no IAS. Which leaves us with a total of 2 unique gloves that actually have increased attack speed. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, 2 unique gloves that have increased attack speed. That's Lava Gouts and Blood Fist. And every single other pair of gloves, with the exception of Mage Fist, which is solid in the caster category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pairs of gloves don't have any increased attack speed on them. Which is awful, because almost all of them are melee gloves, and almost all of them need increased attack speed. Which, I know you can't just slap increased attack speed on every single pair of gloves, but for 10 out of like 13 uniques for the gloves to not have increased attack speed is just a travesty. I guess let's cover them one by one. Mage Fists, absolutely nothing wrong with this pair of gloves. Probably the only thing I would do to Mage Fists is maybe add raw mana on the gloves, because regenerate mana is poopy. Especially early on when your mana pool is relatively low. They seem to be designed around the entire idea of helping you regenerate mana, but the whole entire thing about mana is that the bit larger your mana pool is, the better mana regeneration works. And mana regeneration by itself is relatively useless. I understand the theory of what they're trying to do, but the practicality of it is that the regenerate mana doesn't do anything. Other than that, they're still best in slot though, because they have faster cast and fire skills, which is really nice. Then we lead into Frostburns. Frostburns are like the other side of the coin, because instead of giving you faster cast, they just give you increased mana of a really large amount, which is 40% increased maximum mana, which is absolutely insane, by the way. And they just kind of fill their own little role of just massive Chongus mana increase. It's not a flat mana increase, it's a percentage, and so the more mana you have, the better they work. So if you have like 1,000 mana in your mana pool and you throw these things on, you get like a big Chongus 400 mana blip, which is insane. So I really don't see any reason to do anything to Frostburns either, because Frostburns is already like in a really good place as far as mana is concerned. It's just a huge bump in mana if you're trying to build a large mana pool. Whereas Mage Fists are faster cast and fire skills with a tiny bit of regeneration. I think, though, adding in a little bit of flat mana here would be good. Like maybe like, well, let's say like 15 energy or like 20 energy, I think would be good. Like just give them a flat energy bonus so that they're not, and what's the term I'm looking for? So they actually fulfill the regeneration like promise, because the entire promise of the gloves is that they give you regeneration, but they're not giving you regeneration because regeneration is based on your mana pool, not the regeneration stat. I could go over it in more detail, but it's complicated. Basically, the higher your mana pool, the better your mana regenerates, and the better regenerate mana works. So if you don't have a high mana pool, then regenerate mana does nothing. And if you do have a high mana pool, then regeneration mana actually does, like a good amount. But they need to give you at least a little bit of mana to like kickstart the process. Grave Palms. Grave Palms seem really interesting because they have massive amounts of damage to undead. They seem very similar to another pair of gloves. If you guys have ever seen Laying of Hands. Laying of Hands is a really good unique, or not a unique item, a set item that gives 350% damage to demons, and it also gives 20% increased attack speed. My suggestion with these would just simply be to turn them into an antithesis of Laying of Hands. So while Laying of Hands is good against demons and gives you attack speed, Grave Palm should be good against undead and give you attack speed. Basically the same item, but like for two different types of monsters. There's no reason why Grave Palms can't give you 20% increased attack speed along with their little undead bonuses. And honestly, I'd kick up the undead bonuses to make them similar to the Laying of Hands. That way you have like two different choices of whether or not you want to use the demon versions or whether you want to use the undead versions, giving you, more choices essentially. So turn it up to like 350% undead and give it 20% increased attack speed. And I think you'll find that people will actually start using them. They'll be referred to as the Pindle Gloves from then on. Moving on to Venom Grips. Venom Grips are woefully inadequate. Like, they're one of the worst pair of gloves in the game. The stats that they give are just absolutely terrible. The Crushing Blow at 5% is pathetic, especially when you consider that you can get 10% Crushing Blow options from Blood Gloves. The Horizon new gloves give 10% Crushing Blow. They don't have any increased attack speed on them either, which is also a problem. I don't really see anything wrong with giving these 20% increased attack speed at all. Especially since there is so many better options than these gloves. Blood Gloves are better with 20% and 10% Crushing Blow. You can also get Horizons, which have 30% increased attack speed and 10% Crushing Blow. And then on top of that, there's just like a ton of other better gloves that you could potentially be wearing other than these. I think that leaving the Crushing Blow at 5% and adding even just 10% increased attack speed would make them miles better. But 20% IAS with 5% Crushing Blow would make them stepping stone gloves towards your Horizons or your like Blood Gloves, right? They wouldn't be better than Blood Gloves, they wouldn't be better than Horizons, but they would be a stepping stone up to those. And some people might even prefer them just to cap out their poison resistance or something. Moving on, we've got Blood Fists, which don't need any changes whatsoever. They're kind of god tier. They're level 9. They give you 30% faster recovery, 5 minimum damage, massive amounts of life, and 10% increased attack speed. They're absolutely godlike for level 9. If you find them at level 9, you put them on, and then you don't think about it. Even as a caster, 40 life and 30% faster recovery is insane. Unless you've got something better to put in that slot, like which I doubt you do, Blood Fist becomes basically best in slot whenever you find it level 9, up until the point where you find a slightly better pair of gloves, which has, you know, probably less life and less faster hit recovery. But 30% faster hit recovery, even on a Sorceress, is enough to completely change your entire playthrough, where you'll stop getting locked in teleport, like, you know, issues, because the 30% faster recovery will bring your faster hit recovery stun break point to a point where you can actually survive encounters, which is really fun. So wouldn't change these at all. These are absolutely insane. Lava Gouts. Lava Gouts are interesting gloves that usually end up like not getting used, even though they're amazing. Like, a couple issues with them. They are high strength requirement, which kind of restricts them from some people. Their high level requirement, which is also a problem. I don't know if they could be reduced in level, but I would probably reduce them in level, because one of the main competitions with Lava Gout is the Demon Limb, which is a very high level item. Gives level 20 enchant versus Lava Gout's level 10, which isn't quite as good. And then, like, it does have some fire damage. It's, like, decent in the other stats. It does have increased attack speed, which makes it okay. They're solid mid-tier gloves, but they're not at mid-tier level. They're at high-tier level. They are useful on some characters, like, don't get me wrong. But when you have gloves that have Crushing Blow, you know, like open wounds on freaking Dracules. You've got like a bunch of different modifiers that you can potentially get from gloves, and this has like none of them. It's got no leech, it's got no mana leech, it's got no crushing blow, it's got no open wounds, it's got no deadly strike, it's got no, you know, like it's just missing like most of the stuff that you would want on a pair of gloves. But it does have a beautiful 20% IAS and 10 enchant. But I just wish it was a lower level. Like, I wonder if it can even be a lower level. Let's take a look at Crusader Gauntlets real quick. So Crusader Gauntlets, Diablo 2, the lowest level that they can potentially be is 57. You know what? I would probably drop these down to 57. It might not seem like much, but dropping them down to 57 would make them usable much earlier on and give you a much higher probability of getting like more usefulness out of these things. I think that's the main thing I would change, is just lower the level requirement. Maybe increase that fire damage. The fire damage does seem kind of cool, but it's relatively low. I don't know. If you want to keep them as high level, I would increase the enchant level, because the enchant level doesn't compete with other enchant sources. Like if you're utilizing Obedience, Obedience has level 23 enchant, so useless. If you're utilizing Demon Limb has like level 20 enchant, so again, useless. If you have a Sorceress cast enchant on you, she's going to outpace that level 10 enchant tremendously. You also can have the Act 3 Mercenary with enchant, which can also outcast the enchant. So like the enchant itself isn't as good of a benefit as it used to be, because there's a lot of different sources for enchant, and enchant obviously doesn't stack. So the level 10 enchant is essentially useless if you have any of those other sources. I wouldn't even be upset about increasing it to compete with Demon Limb, my opinion. Like, you got Demon Limb as a free enchant that you can get basically on any character. Lava Gout is supposed to be a free enchant. Let it compete with Demon Limb. I would be absolutely fine with that. And then you'd have another option for you to have, like, permanent enchant active, similar to Demon Limb. Steel Wrens. Steel Wrens have 60% enhanced damage. That's like the main draw of these. And then they have Crushing Blow, of course, which helps offset the fact that, you know, Blood Gauntlets have 10% Crushing Blow. So if you look at them from a certain perspective, they're similar to Blood Gauntlets, except they don't have Crushing Blow. They don't have increased attack speed. And they can't get plus the skills. Which makes them kind of poopy, to be perfectly honest. I don't think I've ever really utilized Steel Wrens on any of my builds, and I think the main problem is just that 60% enhanced damage is just not enough to warrant using them. They're endgame gauntlets, and they have a 185 strength requirement. I would have absolutely no problem if you just added 20% increased attack speed to these gloves. They're still not better than Bloods. They're still not better than most of the other options. 60% enhanced damage in the grand scheme of things is nothing. Like, it's nothing. Just let them do what they're doing better with some increased attack speed. I would be fine with that. Hellmouth War Gauntlets seem to be designed around procking. Again, here's another situation where you have an item which is designed around a specific thing, but doesn't have the stuff that it needs to do that thing. What is it designed around? It's designed around hitting stuff and proccing that affects. Well, with no increased attack speed, your character attacks slower, and because your character attacks slower, you proc less. So either A, it needs to have 20% increased attack speed added to it, or B, the proc chances need to be increased so that they are more likely to happen at a slower attack speed. Right? So instead of 4 and 2%, like maybe 8 and 4%, or like, I don't know, 10 and 5% or something. Just up the percentages so that the Hellmouth War Gauntlets are actually useful for proccing, and maybe up the levels a little bit so that they're useful. As it is right now, it's only a like mildly hilarious meme item for use on some characters that like to proc effects, because the level of the Meteor and the level of the Firestorm are just too low level to be useful. And I would be fine with just increasing the level of them and balancing out the percentages, because I know spamming the effects is sometimes a little bit too much. But like as it is right now, they're just not really that effective for much at all. It does have fire absorption on it, which is kind of nice. Maybe throw on some fire resistance as well would be actually useful. That would be great. Maybe even +1 fire skills on here to make them compete with Mage Fists could be kind of fun. Like, this is a fire item. It's a Hellmouth War Gauntlet. It's entirely based around fire. Like, almost every single stat on this thing is fire-related. Firestorm, Meteor, a fire skill, fire damage, fire absorption. With the exception of the enhanced defense, it's all fire damage stuff. So maybe +1 fire skills could actually be really useful on here, too, instead of IAS. Soul Drainers. Soul Drainers are really interesting. They have that 50 per monster defense per hit negative, which is really cool. They're like one of the only items in the game that actually have that, which is actually really interesting. I would remove the weaken on striking because it makes these gloves not great because they overwrite amplify damage, which I don't like. That 50 monster defense per hit actually is kind of beast. I don't know exactly what I would do with that. You could potentially increase it a little bit to make it mo better. They're dual leech. I don't know exactly what you do to make these better. I mean, increased attack speed obviously would make them a lot better. I would use them if they had increased attack speed on them. Even if it was just 10%, I would be more likely to use them. They're level 74 gloves, though. Like, why are level 74 gloves not GG items? Right? They should be GG items. Just take off the 8% chance to cast Weaken on striking, add 20% increased attack speed on there, and you have a very nice pair of dual leech gloves with negative defense on them. They're not better than the Crushing Blow Bloods, really. And like, they're not ever going to be like best in slot over a lot of the other gloves that have an increased damage, like Laying of Hands, or, you know, like massive, the massive 350% demon damage. They're not going to be better than, just like the Bloods with 10% Crushing Blow and dual leech and plus the skills on them. But it could be interesting. I think just adding increased attack speed and taking off the weaken on these would actually make them viable melee options for builds that have trouble with defense, like attack rating. Because negative monster defense per hit is going to make it very easy to hit targets, because it's going to strip away their defense and just generally make it easier to land strikes. Hand of Brock, absolutely nothing wrong with these. They're level 5 gloves that are dual leech. They can go right back into the pile. There's an FBI burrito eating gloves you're missing. Oh man, don't do that. Don't eat my gloves. Ghoul hides. Ghoul hides are very similar to grave palms. I always was kind of confused on why these two existed together. Like, I don't really understand why these two exist in the same exact world. They're both basically the same exact pair of gloves, but one of them is Mana Leech and one of them is not Mana Leech. One of them has more attack rating and one of them has less damage to undead. They're both around the same level gloves too, which is also really weird. Like, it seems like they had an idea and ran it twice and then didn't think about the fact that both gloves were going to be basically the same. There's got to be some sort of differentiation between these two gloves, and I don't know what exactly you would do. Like, This one's called Ghoulhide, and this one's called Grave Palm. This is the exceptional version, and this is the elite version. So, I don't know, maybe you make the elite version the 20% increased attack speeds that turn into the Pindleskin gloves, and up the total percentage to 350. And maybe you just let these be the mid-tier stepping stone gloves. That's probably how I would handle that. Chansies. There's nothing wrong with Chansies. Chansies are pretty good. They're actually kind of nice gloves. Other than the fact that they have Magic Find and Gold Find on them, they're not really that great otherwise, though. Could be kind of fun to just add in, like, some randomized stats to just make them weirdly interesting. Like, throw in a little bit more attack rating or something, and then maybe tack on some more defense so that they have, like, some weird stats that most other gloves don't have, like defense and attack rating, which a lot of the gloves don't have attack rating, and a lot of the gloves don't have any defense on them, like raw defense. And just, yeah, I don't know, it'd be fun. Dracul's Grasp, there's, like, nothing wrong with these. They're, like, perfect for what they are. They're defensive, tanky gloves that spawn life tap and give you life leech. They're really good for, obviously, Ubers, for proccing life leech. The life tap is a high enough percentage that it works. Sometimes people die, but, you know, sacrifices need to be made. There's nothing wrong with these gloves. We're not changing them. Moving down the list. Let's see what else we got. Have I gone through all my mules yet? Unique throwing weapons. That sounds fun. Deathbit Battle Darts. This is the, what, exceptional version that has Replenish. It's actually really good attack rating. 450 is massive Chongus, and it's dual leech with Deadly Strike. This one's actually kind of crazy already. There's nothing really wrong with it. A lot of people actually go to find this ethereal, and then they upgrade it to the elite version, which I think is the flying knife or whatever, or the winged knife. It's actually a really good weapon. Nothing horrible about it. It could potentially use a little bit more base damage, like maybe upgrading it from like 180 to 200 or something. But other than that, I don't think I would touch it. Wraithflight is actually a really good weapon. It always spawns ethereal, has really high damage. Its main problem is just that it's really slow. I think the only thing I would really fix on this is just attack speed. It needs attack speed. I don't even know, like 40% attack speed would probably be a good number for this. I think I would probably increase it quite a bit. I don't want to go to a different YouTube channel. Could somebody tell me how to beat a Warlock in PvP? You can't stand in the Abyss. Abyss is damage over time. You could probably beat him by stacking MDR. There's a bunch of items that you could potentially stack. I don't know exactly how much damage his Abyss is doing, but MDR, and you could also use magic resistance boots. So, like, magic resistance boot items, there's a couple new ones that they added for D2R. The new booties on the Horizon set have 30% magic resistance, which would go a long way. You could also utilize things like Gladiator's Bane, which has a large amount of magic damage reduction. You could utilize Vampire's Gaze, which has a large amount of magic damage reduction. Like, if you can get your MDR and your magic resistance high enough, you could probably completely negate his Abyss. And once you completely negate his Abyss, I'm assuming that you could potentially break out of it. You basically just have to get to the point where he can't kill you with Abyss. And you can't name lock anymore in D2R. Name locking hasn't been a thing since Reign of the Warlock. They actually removed that. I think it was a PvP thing. Anyway. So Wraithflight, movement, attack speed. Like, that's the main thing I would add for this, is just attack speed. It's actually a pretty good weapon overall. That 15% mana after each kill is actually kind of insane. Absolutely dirty. I don't even know, like, some people don't realize how good that 15 mana after each kill is. I might even bump it up to, like, 20 or 25 mana after each kill just to really hammer home how good the mana after each kill is on Wraith Flight, so people realize it. Gargoyle's Bites, one of the absolute worst unique items in the game. Like, has absolutely no like damage whatsoever. I think poison is obviously what it was trying to do, and I think since it's an end game item, it needs a large amount of poison damage. I mean, I'm talking like 1,000 or even thousands of poison damage would be a big boon to this particular item. It seems to be designed around poison, so negative poison resistance would also be an interesting option here as well. Like, just in general, increasing the overall poison damage and negative poison resistance on this would have a massive effect. It's just not a good item otherwise. So Horizon's set in Diablo 2 Resurrected has 30% magic resistance on the boots. The booty booties. The booty over there. Booty. No, that's not the booties. Horizon's Legacy. 30% magic resistance right here. 20 to 30%. 30% magic resistance is a massive like PvP advantage versus an all magic damage character. On top of this, you can also add on MDR. So MDR is another stat that can help out tremendously versus magic damage. Which, like I said, you can utilize things like Gladiator's Bane. Gladiator's Bane is just one potential option. There's tons of potential options that have MDR on them. But if you prioritize items that have MDR, so this one right here has up to 20 magic damage reduction. MDR basically just cuts damage right off the top of the ability. Just boom, gone. Right? And Abyss does its damage over time. It's not particularly a very large amount of damage, if I remember correctly. So if we go to Abyss and we look up Abyss's damage, let's take a look at Abyss real quick. I mean, it sounds like you're pissed off at PvP and a Warlock, but I mean, I don't think you understand how PvP works. Like, I feel like I need to write it out for you because I don't think you really understand how PvP functions in Diablo 2. So I'm gonna write it out in the clearest way that I possibly can when it comes to PvP. All right, are you ready? PvP is rock, paper, scissors. Okay. In Diablo 2, it is literally rock, paper, scissors. Do you know how to play rock, paper, scissors? Paper beats rock. Rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper, right? PvP is not about fairness in Diablo 2. PvP is about applying a solution to a problem, right? If a sorceress comes in and she's got crazy cold damage and she's absolutely annihilating you, and you come in with a druid who has cyclone armor, you are completely countering the sorceress. So druid beats sorceress. Like, I feel like you're trying to apply logic to PvP in that you are assuming that any character can beat any character, right? This is not true. That is a incomplete statement. No, that is not possible. Any character cannot beat any other character. There are certain characters in the game that will always beat other characters, and there's nothing you can do about it. Depending on the build and how the character is set up, you will always get squashed. Like, take a melee paladin, for instance, and you want to fight him with another melee character. Like, if I take, like, a melee sorceress and try and fight a melee paladin, I'm going to get wrecked. Ain't nothing you can do. You don't have the defense. You don't have the attack rating. You don't have the speed. You don't have the faster hit recovery. It's just not going to happen. Right? Your best bet, if you're trying to kill an Abyss Warlock, is not to bang your head in the wall with a character that can't do it. So once you get your character set up properly, or you find the correct character to beat him, you'll beat him every time. Yeah, Go play a Warlock and go beat him at his own game. Go spam Abyss on his head. Anyway, back to my show. Demon's Arch Balrog Spear. Absolutely amazing spear. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I want it to add more on there. Like, it's got fire and lightning. Put on cold on there, too. Like, why is it missing cold damage? Like, make it into the multi-elemental, like, option. Like, I want all three. Like, why are we limited? And you know what? Even, like, maybe even give it, like, some vengeance, like, plus vengeance or something. Just like a paladin can have fun with it or something. Like, I don't know. Like, it's definitely a very amazing spear. It does really good damage. It can be made ethereal. It has replenished quantity, so it can be ethereal or replenishes quantity. It does really good damage in both ways. It has 30% increased attack speed. I love it. It's a very good weapon. Maybe just add another element on there and move on. The Scalper is kind of poopy. It's really low damage for some reason. I think it has to do with the base type. I'm not really entirely sure about this one. It doesn't have enough attack rating on it. I know that much. And even when you find it ethereal, it's not really like super duper amazing. I think it just has something to do with the base type on it. The base type is just bad. Maybe it could do with like plus min and plus max and some attack rating or something. Something to beef up the damage so it's more comparable to other choices. I don't know. I'm thinking about it in terms of like Deathbit Battle Dart, and they're around similar levels, but like Deathbit is, what, 10, 11, 12? It's like 12 or 13 levels lower. I don't know. I mean, it's an okay, like, stepping stone item, but it is really low damage. I've actually used 2 scalpers on a throwing barb leveling up, and it's just not amazing. The attack rating isn't there, and the damage isn't there. It needs more damage, and it needs more attack rating. Other than that, I don't know really what else to say about it. Warstrike Winged Knife. Warstrike is really fun. It's got that 25% chance to cast level 9 Nova. I've actually played around with it quite a bit. Warstrikes are pretty much endgame GG items for throw barbs. Like, if you get a nice ethereal one and you use it, it's actually really not that bad. It's pretty great. The piercing attack is nice with the 50%, and it does have the deadly strike, which is also very nice. I think the only thing I would really change maybe is increase the level of the Nova. The problem with the Nova level is that Nova just does no damage anyway. Like, it's such bad damage that level 9 it might as well be level 1. Right? I mean, I don't really care. Like, it's an endgame item. It's level 75. Let's bump that level 9 Nova up to level 20. Like, and it's still not going to do any damage. But at least it'll be doing, like, less or more than what it is doing right now at level 9, which is also nothing. But I'd like to see that 25% chance to cast Nova to be a little more useful. That's all. But overall, it's a GG item anyway. I just don't know why the Nova is so low. It's like it's the silliest thing too, because if you look at Nova, right? If you look at Nova on Amazon Basin, and you look at the unsynergized damage on Nova, right? Level 9 Nova has an unsynergized damage maximum of 85. Right? Even if you were to make it level 20, that goes to 188 lightning damage. Like, big whoopity-doo. Whoopity-doo! I think, what did we do? Double the damage from 85 to 188? What's that's killing? What is that killing exactly? Like, why are we restricting the level of it? And even if it was synergized on a Sorceress, which I've actually done a Warstrike synergized Sorceress before, like, even if it was synergized on a Sorceress, that 188 still wouldn't be that much damage. And it's still a Sorceress. She only has regular attack. So, like, you only get one synergy, which is Static Field. So that would be a massive Chongus on the Sorceress, by the way. 188 plus, what is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 77. Why am I 50% or no, 100%. It'd be 100% bonus from that, and then you could get like maybe like 350% from Mastery. So at maximum, she could get 1600 damage by throwing the Warstrike, and that's only the Sorceress that can do that.
And she can only throw one at a time slowly. Like, who cares? Like, normally she's got way higher damage than that, like, if she's casting it herself. So if she's running, like, a full sorceress, she's got, like, 430 plus 100% plus, like, 350 is, like, 3.8k. So she could just cast it herself for, like, almost 2 times the damage. Or 3 times the damage. I got no problem with increasing the level there. That's absolutely fine. Gimmer Shred's kind of amazing, but it could really use replenish quantity. I hate to say it, but like everything's got replenish quantity. I know Scalper has replenish quantity, Demon's Arch has replenish quantity, Gargoyle's Bite has replenish quantity, Wraithflight has replenish quantity, War Strikes has replenish quantity, Deathbit has replenish quantity, and even Lacerator has replenish quantity. I feel like Gimmer Shred got left in the doo-doo pile because it doesn't have replenish quantity on it. It's not necessary for the throw barb, but it is necessary for other characters that might want to utilize it as a like elemental damage throwing weapon or something. I don't think it would necessarily hurt, and I don't think it would necessarily like beef it up too much either, because like every other weapon that's unique that's a throwing weapon has replenished quantity. Realistically, what it actually needs to be kind of like a GG weapon is it needs some sort of proc on it. I think like 3 procs would be really cool on this item. 1 fire, 1 lightning, 1 cold of like various skills, and just let people have fun with it as a procking weapon, an elemental procking weapon. Because as it is right now, it's kind of like a redheaded stepchild of the family of throwing items, in that it's good, but it's not great. It's an endgame item that doesn't really fulfill the endgame status, but like it's more like a mid-grade item that would be better if it had some other effects on it. I don't know. Lacerator, absolutely amazing. Nothing really wrong with it. It's got the hit causes monster to flee, which balances out the high amplified damage chance. It's good attack speed, can be made ethereal, has replenished quantity. There's really nothing wrong with this weapon at all. Like it's just a really good weapon. No changes there. Weep. Ba weep ground on any bomb. Let's see what else we got. Unique Amazon weapons. Ooh. Cody, what are you looking at me weird for, huh? You want me punch that butt cheek like this? Gonna punch it all day long. Gonna punch your butt cheek and a punch. And then I'm gonna get your tail, and I was gonna beat you with it like this. What's the matter, Cody? It's hot. You want me to put some ice cubes in your water dish? I'll put some ice cubes in there. Let's put some icer. No, 50% monster to flee stays on there because it balances out the amp. Nope. Alright, let's put some ice cubes in there. Alright, so Amazon weapons. Let's start with the most egregiously silly one of the lot. Blood Raven's Charge. Blood Raven's Charge is stupid. It's probably one of the worst, like, Amazon-only uniques in the game. Bar none. Get your hot breath out my face. Hot breath, boy. Get your hot breath out my face. He comes over here and he's just like... And it's like the freaking fumes from a jet engine on my arm, like see my like skin's bubbling and melting off because he's like shooting hot air at me at expensive like high velocities. Yeah, I'm talking about you, hot breath. He's looking at me like, no, that's a hot breath, boy. Here, take some chips and go leave me alone. How about that? Okay, so Blood Raven's Charge. Why is this weapon so bad? Let's talk about that first.
So the first thing we need to talk about is a comparable item, which is called, I believe it's Melody. Am I mixing them up? I believe it's Melody. Melody is the one I'm looking for. There's Melody and then there's Harmony. They're two different bows, and they have two different setups. I think Melody is the one I'm looking for. Why can I not find you, Melody? Melody. This music's kind of banging. Is it not Melody? It must be Harmony then. So it's Harmony. Okay. So here's Harmony. So Harmony is another bow that you can potentially get access to. Alright. And if you look at Bloodraven's charge, and let's see if I can get these both on the screen at the same time. So if you look at Bloodraven's charge, it has level 5 revive with 30 charges, which is only 5 revives. Okay. Melody on the other, or Harmony on the other hand, it has 20 revives. Level 20 revives with 25 charges, which means you can get 20 monsters as opposed to 5 monsters. So as far as the revives are concerned, it loses to a lower level rune word, which is available to you at level 39. On top of that, like, it has fires, explosive arrows, or bolts. So fires, explosive arrows, or bolts would be great if, like, it had piercing attack or maybe some other things that would make it useful. But it's not. It's like a really high-level fires, explosive bolts, which loses to Kuko Kushaku. It loses to, like, Demon Machine. It loses to, like, a bunch of other options for fires, explosive arrows, and bolts. It does have plus 4 bow and crossbow skills, I believe, which is okay. And then it has that 300% bonus to attack rating, which is useless for an Amazon. Why is that useless for an Amazon? Because the Amazon has a lot of bonus attack rating already. She needs flat. She's got Penetrate, giggity. She also has the skill itself, which adds a large amount of attack rating. By the time she's done, she already has like 1,000% bonus attack rating. Right? She doesn't need an additional 300% bonus. She needs flat attack rating, because flat attack rating is going to add a huge amount more to her damage because she already has such a high percentage. So, like, most of the stats on this bow are completely horrible, and then the damage on it isn't really that great either at 230%. You can see that the freaking Harmony bow here has 275% cap on its enhanced damage, and this one only has 230. It's just not really a good item. And nobody uses the dang thing. It's high level. It's bad. It's outclassed by, like, just about every other option. And only the Amazon and the bow girl can use it. Like, so it ends up being a really weird option even in those situations. Like, if you want to do a revive army, you're better off using Harmony. If you want to do an exploding arrow builds, it's better to use something else that enhances exploding arrow better. Like, for instance, if I was a strictly exploding arrow Amazon, I would prefer some negative fire res like Hand of Justice or a Phoenix bow. Both of those are better options. Or maybe even a Mist, which has +3 skills and 100% pierce, which is gonna give me more skill points or something along those lines. Just not a good bow at all. Like, I don't know what exactly you could do to make this bow better. Like, for the first thing is it needs to actually compete with Harmony properly. So the revive needs to be increased tremendously. In fact, it's a level 71 item, and this is a level 39, which to me means that this needs to be higher level revive than Harmony. So you're probably talking about like level 20 or level 30 revive or something with much larger charges. So like maybe, I don't know, 60 charges or something with like level 30 revive instead of 20 revive with 25 charges. On top of that, like the plus bow and crossbow skills, I don't know exactly what the hell's going on with that. Like, let me make sure this is correct. So what is it called? It's called Raven, Blood Raven's Charge. Yeah, so it's 2 to 4. It's not even 2. It's not even 4. It's 2 to 4. So that means that you can have like an even worse version of this. So what would I do to fix it is, number one, I would change the revive, like we said, to like level 30 and give it more charges. Also, the bonus attack rating I would completely remove and add like a scaling flat attack rating. So something along the lines of like a Fool's mod with scaling attack rating that way. Because the Amazon doesn't need bonus attack rating percentage, she needs flat attack rating. The enhanced damage, like I don't know why a level 71 bow has such low enhanced damage. Like if we look at other options that have enhanced damage, like, I don't know, let's look at like a mediocre enhanced damage bow, like Eaglehorn. Eaglehorn is like it's like the second or third best unique bow or something. It's got, what, 200? And then it has 198% maximum enhance, so it's basically like 400%. And then let's look at Windforce. Windforce is 250, so it's less than Windforce, and then of course it doesn't have any max damage on it either, so it's way lower than that. No attack speed either, which is also kind of poopy. I'm not even sure that this is better than a Gold Strike Arch, now that I think about it, which is 250%. Yeah. So that one's 250% with multiple bonuses. I don't know. Like, it just needs more damage. It needs more plus the skills. Plus 4 is not even good for, like, plus the skill-wise. Because, like, technically, I can make a mist bow with +3, which is 6. I could also make a silence, which is, I think, +2, +3. Or is it plus... Actually, I can't remember. You can't make that in a an Amazon-only bow. But you can basically make any bow in a +3 base. So, like, even that melody or harmony that I was showing off earlier, with the bonus, like, the no skills on it, you're still getting +3 from the base if you make it in the proper base. Like, +4 is just not enough. Like, it needs to be a lot more than that. I mean, it seems to be designed around Exploding Arrow, so maybe they could give it +3 to Exploding Arrow as well, and maybe some negative fire resistance to kind of, like, top it off. I don't know. If they gave it negative fire resistance, gave it Exploding Arrow bonus, maybe some fire damage, and customized it specifically toward Exploding Arrow, I mean, that could be interesting. Moving on, we've got Lycander's Aim. Lycander's Aim is actually pretty good. I don't have any suggestions for this one. It's actually kind of OP. It's good for level 58. You can upgrade it to the elite, and you can get pretty good out of that one too. Like, whichever way you do it, it's actually a pretty decent bow. It's not endgame GG by any standard, but it's a solid stepping stone bow, and it can be used at endgame. There's like nothing to see here. Thunderstrokes. Thunderstrokes are actually pretty good. There's not much to say about these either. They don't have replenish on them, which is unfortunate. I think that might be the only thing I would do to these is maybe add replenish. I think replenish could be really fun. Just because, like, there's so many, like, ethereal Thunderstroke Matriarch Javelins you can't use because they don't have any replenish on them. Titans. Nothing to say about Titans. Titans is perfect. Moving on. Titans does not need to be changed. It doesn't need to be buffed. It doesn't. If anything, it might need to be nerfed. So don't speak its name too loudly, or you might summon down the nerf bat. Probably the most broken, overpowered piece of unique equipment that has ever existed in the game. Okay, we're on the maces. Okay, it's a fun category. What are we starting with? The Fell Oak Club. Nothing wrong with this. It's level 3. It's kind of ridiculous. Has 60% lightning resistance. You can use it on literally any character at level 3. Bonk everything to death with massive amounts of damage. And you can also basically, like, stand there and tank Rakanishu like a chode at level 3. It's kind of dirty. Like, nothing wrong with it. Stout Nail. Nothing really wrong with this one either. Not only does it have really good damage for level 5, it also has some crazy attacker takes damage of, which is 10. Which means you can pretty much walk around, and when monsters hit you, they pretty much kill themselves. I don't really see much wrong with this one. It's absolutely fine for level 5. Earthshaker Battlehammer. That's a weird one. It's definitely weird. I would up the % proc chance on the Fissure. And make it into more like 15% chance to cast level 7 Fissure. That could be kind of fun. The knockback on it is really weird. I think it was designed to be used by a caster, and for you to hit the targets as a caster with the weapon to knock them away from you, I think is how they originally intended its design, which means it was never really designed to be a melee weapon. Here's the problem, though. As a caster knockback weapon, which I'm just going to go ahead and just admit that a caster knockback weapon actually sounds kind of cool. Like if you were a druid and you wanted to just like bonk something and like knock it away from you or whatever and blind it, that's a really cool little combination. Here's the problem. As a caster, you can't hit anything, okay? So it either needs negative targets defense, it needs ignores targets defense, which would work at least on the regular monsters, or it needs a large amount of attack rating on it so that the caster can actually hit something. Because if the caster doesn't have the attack rating to hit anything, then the entire purpose of the whole knockback hits blinds target thing goes out the window, and then you have a caster swinging a weapon and not hitting anything, right? So generally, I'm not really saying to like build it for a melee character, because it doesn't really seem like it was ever designed to be a melee weapon. It was designed to be a caster weapon that casters could like bonk things on the head with and laugh and be like, haha, you can't hit me, right? So just give it more attack rating so that it can actually do its purpose, and maybe up the percent chance on the fissure so that it actually goes off when they hit things. It might even be good to change the like 10 or 15% chance to cast level 7 fissure. Instead of on striking, make it like on attack or something. I don't know if it would work that way, but on attack would mean that you wouldn't have to actually hit the target. And since the caster is likely not going to hit the target, at least you would get some sort of effect for not hitting the target, maybe. I don't know. It's a weird item. It's an interesting item. I don't really think that like changing it into a melee item would be a good idea, though. Like if I did change it into a melee item, I would remove the knockback, because obviously the knockback makes it extremely annoying to use as a melee character. But it is what it is. I think adding a large amount of attack rating or hits or ignores targets or negative targets defense makes it an interesting choice for a melee character, though. And then that it would be a penalty of like, hey, this weapon can always hit the target, but it also knocks the target back every single time. So do you want to deal with that? Crush Flange. Nothing wrong with this thing. I killed Ubers on a solo self-found Paladin with this damn thing. It's kind of absolutely just dirty. At level 9, it's insane. It does good damage. It has good fire resistance. It's got Crushing Blow. Damage is decent for a level 9 weapon. And even later on, that 33% Crushing Blow comes in handy for killing Ubers and all sorts of other things. It's actually directly in competition with a black. So if you socket this thing and you throw in like a Shale Rune or like something to increase the speed or the damage, you can easily compare it to a black, like no problem. Or you can just use a Rune in there for open wounds, which I did on my run. I put an Rune in there, and then I had open wounds and Crushing Blow together on the same weapon. The only change, maybe, is just give it a free socket. Like, but even then, that might be pushing it. Bloodrise Morningstar, there's nothing really wrong with this weapon. Solid level 15 weapon, high damage, good attack rating. I might swap out that bonus attack rating for flat attack rating. That would be like one of the main things I would change. I would change it from 50% bonus to like maybe like 100 flat attack rating instead, which would be massive for this level 15 weapon. Other than that, though, it's an absolutely excellent weapon. No reason to touch it. Flesh Render. The weapon that sucks for Druid, but was made for Druid. This weapon's always been such an oddity, and until they fixed the attack speed problems on the Druid, it was like the worst weapon to use on a Druid, despite the fact that it was made for a Druid. It actually does work on the Druid now, because they fixed the shape-shifting stuff. So it's actually not that bad anymore. It used to be really bad. Now it's not that bad. I mean, it has open wounds, deadly strike, and crushing blow, and prevent monster heal on it, all in one nice little neat package. The only thing that's really missing is attack rating and attack speed. I mean, if you wanted to add like some attack speed on there and some attack rating, that would really make this a much more usable like mid-tier weapon. But it's actually kind of neat is that this weapon is so good that it kind of competes with Crush Flange. Crush Flange has 33% Crushing Blow, but this has 20% Deadly Strike, 20% Crushing Blow, and 25% Open Wounds, and Prevent Monster Heal. So if you happen to find a Flesh Render on your level up, it can replace your Crush Flange as your go-to uber-killing weapon. So it works perfectly fine with Smite as well. But I'd like to see it work well on the Druid, is what I'm saying. So adding some attack rating and maybe some increased attack speed would be immense for the Druid actually wielding that. Dark Clan Crusher. Again, another Druid item that was crafted like that never worked for the Druid, but now kind of works for the Druid. It's a mediocre weapon. There's nothing too amazing about it. Flesh Render like outpaces it tremendously. It's 74 to 125 damage versus 17 to 61, and they're basically around the same level, which is weird. I don't know exactly what you would do to fix this weapon, because it's just not anywhere near as good as Flesh Render. I mean, it needs more damage, it needs more attack rating, it needs something. I don't know what, but it needs something. I think what they intended you to do with this was to get that 200% damage to demons, and that 200% damage to demons was supposed to, like, make it amazing or something. But because the 200% damage to demons only applies as off-weapon enhancement and not on-weapon enhancement, which I think is the problem, is it basically doesn't do anything because the base of the damage, the base of the weapon's way too low. So I don't really know. I mean, one thing you could do with this, since it's such a low damage, is you could give it more attack speed so it's very fast. I mean, overall, it's missing everything that it needs, though. It's got no general attack rating, but it does have attack rating in demons. It's got no attack speed. It's got no crushing blow, no open wounds, no deadly strike, no procking effects. It only has plus skills. Like, I don't even know. Maybe you just increase the plus skills to 3 and call it a day. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe we just increase the plus skills so it's, like, more of a, like, a comparable, like, caster item or something. I don't know. It's definitely a weird one. Bone Snap. Bone Snap is god tier. It's amazing. I think the only thing I might do with this is decrease the overall, like, roll range on the enhanced damage, which just seems really large. If I remember correctly, Bone Snap has, like, a range of, like, 200 to 300%, which makes it very difficult to find a really good one. Yeah, it's 200 to 300%. I might reduce the roll range a little bit, but other than that, I don't think there's any reason to touch Bone Snap. Blood Tree Stump is like a slightly more grown-up version of Bone Snap. The only problem is it doesn't have as much damage. So Blood Tree Stump is 220% enhanced, and Bone Snap is 300% enhanced. Which makes it a kind of an odd option in between the two. Like, it's not better than Bone Snap, but it's comparable to Bone Snap because it has some resistances on it and slightly more crushing blow, but way less damage. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you upgrade this Bone Snap, it's way better than Blood Tree Stump. Like, I don't know. It's just like a very samey weapon, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what you can do to separate the two. Because, like, Bone Snap has resistances, Blood Tree Stump has resistances. Bone Snap has crushing blow, Blood Tree Stump has crushing blow. You know, they're basically the same weapon, except this one just is better. Like, so they need to do something with this to differentiate it from Bone Snap more, because it's not differentiated enough, in my opinion. I don't know what you do here, though. Maybe adding in a specific skill like Berserk, or giving it some specific mastery bonus other than Mace Mastery, like maybe natural resistances or something to make it more tanky version of Bone Snap. It's kind of in an odd place where it's almost identical to Bone Snap, but worse in almost every way, except for like a little bit more resistances to all, but less resistances to cold and fire. A little bit more crushing blow, but overall less physical damage. It's weird. There shouldn't be two items that are so similar to each other like this, where literally you compare them together and you go, okay, this one's obviously the superior of these two items. Why does this one exist? Right? Like, they're basically exactly the same. Why does this one exist? Like, this one just needs to be changed a little bit so it's not the exact same as Bone Snap. Gavel of Pain is one of those weird items that's indestructible, and because it's indestructible, it doesn't get like quite the damage it probably should. I think that's another candidate for remove indestructible and basically give it the repairs durability. And indestructible is just not as cool because you can't find ethereal versions of the items, which eventually leads to them getting like pigeonholed out of some of the cooler builds.
Of course, it does have Amplify Damage and Iron Maiden, so it basically goes back and forth between those two. I would probably up the level of Amplify Damage, but not the percentage. Level 1 is just too small. It's a very tiny radius. I mean, just upping that to like level 3 or level 4 would make a huge difference, allowing the Amplify Damage to hit more than just like 2 targets. Other than that, though, it's a pretty nice item. It does come with level 8 Amplify Damage charges. I would probably increase the number of charges. More than 3 would be nice. Like maybe like 15 or something would be a much better number. I can understand why they did that, though. They wanted to severely limit the total number of charges. But with something like Dreadfang in the mix now that has 33% chance to cast level 3 Amplify Damage, like why are we letting Gavel of Pain languish at this point? Like let's bring Gavel of Pain up to, you know, a comparable level to Dreadfang. It doesn't have to be 33% chance, but like make it a 5% chance to cast like a level freaking like 15 Amplify Damage or something that hits like the whole screen. That way it has its own little like niche where you can put it on a Barbarian and like smack around a bunch of monsters and actually get some good amp running. I don't know. It's obvious that it does a specific task, and it does that specific task with Amplify Damage well, but it needs to do it better so that it's not falling behind the other Amplify Damage options. Steel Driver. Insane. It's an insane weapon. I've actually used this on several playthroughs, on several different characters, a Barbarian, a Druid. Like, there's really nothing wrong with this weapon. It's not the greatest in terms of Crushing Blow or Open Wounds or Deadly Strike, but it's really fast, and it's really good damage for being really fast. To put that into comparison, like, look at the Blood Tree Stump, which is a slow attack speed weapon that has 169 to 249. This weapon is 133 to 203. It's very comparable in damage, but it's way faster than the Blood Tree Stump, and it's only level 29. In fact, if you find a Steel Driver early on with good enhanced damage, like you can literally upgrade that to the Exceptional tier, and you can just rock that all the way through Nightmare and even into Hell difficulty, and you will be fine for quite some time, just because the damage and the speed are so good. The negative requirements also makes it really easy to upgrade too, because it has negative 50% requirements, which means you can even upgrade it into a Thunder Maul if you want to, which has massive strength requirements, and you can still wear it on whatever character you want, because negative 50% is going to bring those massive requirements down to nothing. It's a good item. I don't really think I would change much about it. It could be fun to add in like some leech or something on it, or some attack rating would be nice. Attack rating is always good on all these weapons. I'm never going to turn down flat attack rating, and there's no flat attack rating on here, so flat attack rating, maybe some leech or something, but you know, like overall it's a really good item, and I don't think it needs anything. Churchill Frost. This one's kind of fun. It has level 9 Frozen Orb charges. I've actually used them before, and on level, at level 39, when you get this character, they're actually max damage. So, think about it like this. If I'm a Sorceress, and I'm level 39, right? How many points can I put into Frozen Orb? I can only put 9 points into Frozen Orb. Now, I will get Cold Mastery, which is going to help me out a little bit, but for the most part, the Frozen Orb that is on Churchill Frost is literally the max level Frozen Orb that you can get at level 39. So when you cast it as any character in the game, it actually does pretty dang good damage. It's comparable to even a Sorceress firing off Frozen Orbs at level 39. So it's kind of fun to use. I would probably throw like a proc of Frozen Orb on there too, just for fun. Maybe like a 5% chance to cast level 9 Frozen Orb as well. Just so that you have, like, you know, some fun reasons to be swinging the weapon as well as casting the ability yourself. Overall, the damage is good. The cold damage is good. It has freezes target. It has cannot be frozen. There's really nothing wrong with this weapon. It is a stepping stone weapon, so it's not really designed to be endgame or anything, but it does exactly what it's supposed to do very well. And if you use the Frozen Orb on level when you find this thing, you'll find that it kills targets really well. Kind of expensive to use, though. Someone requested this bow revive zombies upon kill. That's the same thing that the Faith Bow does. It's not really very effective, to be honest. But revive on kill does sound really fun. That actually does sound really fun. Like a 50% chance to like revive a monster on killing them. That sounds kind of cool. Moonfall, Jagged Star. This is like one of the uniques that made it into my worst uniques in the game list. At level 42, it has awful damage.
It's not really particularly very good comparatively to like other items of the same level. For instance, we were just looking at Flesh Render, right, which is level 38, and Flesh Render has more damage, more min, more max, it's faster, it has Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, Deadly Strike, Prevent Monster Heal. It is literally better than the Moonfall in every single way, speed, damage, and utility, and it's lower level. It's actually kind of embarrassing that Moonfall even exists, because most of the time when you find it, it just has absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Because it's already been outclassed by literally every other weapon that you find for the most part. Because they all do more damage than it, and they all swing faster than it, and they all have some other unique effect that you're utilizing. I don't know exactly why you would even want to use this weapon, but we have to fix it, right? So what are we doing to fix this particular weapon? Well, it obviously seems to be designed around proccing effects. So first off, it needs increased attack speed. If you want people to proc effects with this item, it needs to be fast. So I would probably throw like 30 or 40% increased attack speed on this thing first thing. That's number one uno. Number two, that 5% chance to cast level 6 Meteor would probably be more like a 10% chance to cast like, let's see, 42, so, trying to think here right off the top of my head. So 30, that would be 12. So I'd probably do like a 10% chance to cast level 12 Meteor instead of a 5% chance to cast level 6. Just doing that alone would put it in a better, like, ballpark, because you would essentially have a much higher chance to proc the effect, and you would also have faster attack speed so that you could actually proc the effect, which is kind of important. And then on top of that, I would add attack rating, because it has no attack rating. Most of these weapons have no attack rating. It's just a recurring theme across the board. As you can see, it also has level 11 Meteor charges. I'd probably bump that up to level 12, or just make the proc the same at level 11. Like, whatever. Like, the entire thing is designed around Meteor, so let it be designed around Meteor. I might even give it a secondary proc, something else that might make it look cool or something. Like Boulder, or something along those lines. Just something to make it not as trash as it currently is. About the only good stat this thing has on it is the MDR, magic damage reduced by 11, which I might bump up a little bit to like 15 or 20 just to give it its own speciality. If it had like 20 MDR, it could make a really interesting defensive option for some characters. Maybe even splash in some PDR or something to make it more attractive. You know, tie the stake around the baby's neck so that the dog will play with it. Bazil's Vortex is what it is. It's a baby version of the later item that you find, which is... do I not have it on this character? Stormlash. It's a baby item of Stormlash and a baby item of the other one, which I can't remember right off the top of my head. It's not really designed to be like an endgame item. It's a stepping stone item, and it actually works pretty well as a stepping stone item. Similarly to the War Strike, I would just increase the level of the Nova. Like, there's no reason why it needs to be level 8 Nova. It could be much higher than that. You could be level 20 Nova, and it wouldn't matter. The damage on the Nova ability just doesn't really matter. And then you could also increase the percent chance to proc the Nova. Like, these are fun items. They're meant to be fun. Like, bring it up to 15 to match the charges, and bring it up to, like, 10% so that it actually goes off occasionally. So you're not just, like, is it ever, do I actually have a Nova proc? Like, no, nothing happening, nothing. Oh, there it goes. One time out of, like, 30 hits. Like, let's just beef up the Nova proc a little bit so that it's more fun to use. And that's about it. Like, it doesn't really need anything else. Also, Moonfall could do with a socket, too. I ain't gonna lie. That's definitely a socket candidate, for sure. General Stando Laga. Absolutely amazing item. Level 21. Super great. Has slows target. Good damage. It's not great, but it's okay. The main problem with this particular weapon is it's so fast, and it is so good at smacking targets in the face that it needs more durability. I don't know why it only has 30 durability. It should have like 3 or 4 times that durability, because it breaks in, like, if you're using it for Zeal, it's just gone. Like, it doesn't take very long. That jank just gone. So definitely durability increase and some attack rating would be nice. Other than that, though, it's a pretty decent weapon. It doesn't need much else. Let's see. We've covered all of these. We got Ironstone. Ironstone is so slow. It is such a slow weapon. And comparatively to like other weapons of the same level, we have like a couple weapons in here that are very similar level. Hold on. Where is that? Yeah, so like comparing it to a General's Tando Laga, like it has 58 top end on a General's Tando Laga, and we have 72 on the Ironstone, which isn't really much higher damage than what we currently have, but it does have a much higher bottom end, which is okay. It's just really freaking slow. Like its main problem is it's just so slow that most characters can't use it. You go to swing it and you go to like actually use it for zeal or something, and it's like, and by the time you like get to the 5th hit, you're dead. I mean, what it really needs is attack speed. I mean, it's never going to be as fast as the General's Tando Laga, don't get me wrong. But, like, without some sort of attack speed on this item, it's just never going to hit fast enough for most players to actually utilize it properly. And that's really all it needs. It just needs, like, 30 or 40% increased attack speed so it doesn't hit, like, the slowest turtle on the beach. And then from there, like, I don't know. It's got enough attack rating to be useful, has enough damage to be useful. It's missing any significant stats to put it above other items, but if it had some attack speed on it, it would be, like, better. General's Tau Chicken is better. I think we already talked about this one. Yeah, we already talked about that one. Okay, so we're moving off the maces. I think we've done all of these now. So, moving on to the next Doojank. Bomp, bomp, bomp. Burn, baby, burn. Gonna burn them away. We got the unique daggers and we're coming today. Unique daggers. This is a fun one. This is a really fun one. And also something that I was highly disappointed with. So I need to talk about this for a second. Okay. They added the Warlock. And the Warlock has daggers as their class item. And they have all these unique daggers. And some of them are the worst trash that you've ever seen in your life. Like, where's, like, this thing? Like, what is that thing? That thing is just garbage. Like, and then you also have, you know, like this thing, which isn't really the greatest and could totally have been turned into, like, a Warlock item. You've got, you know, like Spine Ripper, which is, like, mediocre, but it is a Necromancer item, so we'll throw that over there. And then you've got, like, the Black Bark Sharp, which is definitely a Necromancer item. This one could have been modified a little bit. You know, this one is like a caster item, so I can understand why that one might not have been modified. This one could definitely have been modified, and this one is a Barbarian item, right? But, like, for the most part, why didn't they retroactively go back through the unique daggers and add some, like, Warlock skills on them? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just pick some of these and go, okay, this is a, you know, like a pretty cool dagger. Let's add some Warlock skills onto it. Like, but they didn't do any of them. Like, they didn't do none of them. I see my Gold Dagger's missing from here, but Gold Dagger doesn't need to be changed anyway. Let's start with Ghost Flame. So Ghost Flame is indestructible. It has ITD. That's another one of these, like, trap items that doesn't have any attack rating. It needs attack rating. Take the ITD off of it, or leave the ITD on it. It doesn't matter. But put some damn attack rating on there. Like some negative targets defense, something. Like any attack rating would be nice. 100, 200, like 300, like whatever attack rating you could spare. It seems to be based around magic damage with 108 magic damage, but like, that's nothing. Like if you look at weapons like Azure Wrath that have like 500 plus magic damage, why is the chinchilla staring into my soul right now? Like what is going on? What are you staring at me for? Look at him just eyeballing the camera. I look down and I'm like, oh my god, what does he want? What does he want? It's freaking animals, man. But the magic damage needs to be higher. I don't know why the magic damage is so low. Also, like, indestructible. Let's swap it to rep durability and let it be ethereal. Like, what are we doing here? It's a dagger. Why doesn't it have increased attack speed? Like, the entire benefit of a dagger is that it goes fast. Like, I've never really understood this. Like, you have a weapon that is designed to go fast, and then you make it slow. And you have a weapon that's designed to go slow, and then you make it fast. Like, why not make this a weapon that is fast? Like, why is it slow? Like, where's our attack speed on here? Let's get some attack speed on the Ghost Flame. Also, it's called a Ghost Flame. Like, we should have some fire damage on here too. Like, it fits the theme. I don't know. Like, this is just a simple item that doesn't really get used by anybody for the most part. I think I've used it on like a Barbarian once. Increasing the damage by letting it be ethereal would be huge. Thus the ghost part of it. Or maybe make it always ethereal, and it does have the ghost term in it, which is the same thing that the other ghost item has, and that one's ethereal. Like, make it a ethereal indestructible item for all I care. Like, it's right now it's in such a bad place at level 66 that I don't think I've seen anybody actually use the item. And like, the few times that I've been forced to use it was because I didn't have anything better. It needs some sort of identity to it. High magic damage would be really cool. Like, if you just turned it into a fast attacking, like, high magic damage weapon, that would be really cool. Let's move on to the next one. So, Heart Carver. I don't really have any problem with this weapon. It's actually kind of OP. It's actually kind of broken. Like, I don't really know what to say. If you guys haven't used this as a melee weapon, you're missing out. Like, it's kind of a crazy melee weapon for level 36. It's really high damage for level 36. It has ITD, a deadly strike, and a bunch of other stuff. It's missing some attack rating, which does make it kind of poopy. And it has low durability, which is also kind of poopy. But other than that, like, if you threw some attack rating on it, it's actually a really solid melee weapon for leveling with. And then on top of that, it also has added benefit of, like, being a barbarian find item, do jank, and gives you free Grim Ward. I just don't really have much problem with this item. Like, maybe it could use some attack rating, and maybe it could use some increased attack speed, but overall it does what it was meant to do, I guess. Could be a fun one to, like, throw some magic find on, since it does have find item, and make it into an interesting, like, competition item for Barbarians' affection. Yeah, like, if you threw some magic find on it, I feel like the Barbarians would be all over this thing with the +4 find item. As it is right now, it doesn't really get used as much as it probably should. Storm Spike Stiletto. This was a weird one for me because it has 25% chance to cast level 3 Charge Bolt. Why level 3? I never really understood that. Why level 3? It's a level 41 item. At this point in time, like, most people would have, you know, if they were leveling Charge Bolt, they would have, like, level 20 Charge Bolt with Synergies, and they would also have, like, Mastery, and the Charge Bolt would be, like, crazy damage. This is one of the worst items in the game, yeah. Most of the, like, a lot of the items with Storm in their name tend to be. The lightning resistance based on character level is really stupid, especially when you consider, like, Wizard Spike exists with 75 all res. I don't know why it just doesn't have flat lightning resistance. And then it has lightning damage on it too, which is also really weird, and it's really low lightning damage. Like, that could be like 400 or 500 lightning damage and nobody would probably still use it. And it has no increased attack speed despite the fact that it's a dagger, and it has, like, no durability either. Like, it's just all over the place. I mean, I would increase the level of the Charge Bolt tremendously. Keep the 25% the same, but make it, like, I don't know, like level 20 Charge Bolt or something, and it still would be trash. I would also probably increase the lightning damage on it and change the lightning resistance to a flat amount. I have done a video on the worst items in the game, Middlehead. I already have. It's just, this one's all over the place, and it doesn't really fit the theme that it was designed for. If anything, I would probably even add another procking effect, like maybe Proc Chain Lightning, or Proc Lightning, or Proc Nova, or just some other lightning ability added in to the mix so that it's kind of fun to stab things with. Like, there's no reason to have an item that's, like, this poorly itemized in the game that doesn't really have any purpose. Like, let's make it have a purpose. Let's turn it into, like, a proc item or something. It was already designed as a proc item. Let's turn it into a better proc item. Granted, it's only level 41, so it can't be, like, that overpowered, but I mean, I wouldn't even be opposed to throwing some negative lightning resistance on it, just so that it might get used on, like, a freaking Sorceress or something for, like, casting lightning. Maybe, like, negative 15% lightning resistance, just, like, slapped in there. Spectral Shard. Spectral Shard's actually really good. There's kind of, like, nothing really to say about Spectral Shard. It's got mana, it's got faster cast, crazy faster cast, and it has all res. And it can get a socket, and it's level 25. I mean, the only thing that I might do with this, which this is only really because of Spirit. My personal opinion is lower the level of this, because the problem is that most people get access to Spirit, and once they get access to Spirit, they no longer want to use this, because Spirit is, you know, +2 skills, and it has 35% faster cast. So, if you were to lower the level of this a little bit, to say like 20, maybe like 15 or something, or like 17 or something, it would actually become a little bit more interesting, and people would use it more often as a leveling item. But as it currently is, I don't think it really has much place in the game, especially when Wizard Spike replaces it as well. So Wizard Spike is a direct upgrade for Spectral Shard. And then you also have Suicide Branch, which is another upgrade, because it has +1 skills and 50% faster cast, if I remember correctly. So like Spectral Shard just doesn't really have a place anymore. So lowering the level requirement, I think, could at least give it a place in the game again. It's not a bad item, it's just outclassed by a bunch of better items, unfortunately. And I don't really know what you could potentially do to fix it either. Like the entire like reasoning behind this is give it huge amounts of faster cast and no plus to skills and make the user choose. But then you have Spirit, which has +2 skills and 35% faster cast, and there's no choice anymore, right? So it's either reduce the level to make it into a leveling item, or maybe even just increase the faster cast even more. Maybe just buff it up to like 70 or 80% faster cast and make the user choose between +2 skills and 35% FCR, or like a massive chongus amount of faster cast. Like if it becomes a good enough faster cast item, it could draw the user away from Spirits, and then you have choices, right? Which is what you want. You want choices. You want the user to be forced to choose between two options, not immediately go, okay, this is the better choice, right? Because Spirit right now is the better choice. Like, it is the better choice by far. But if you could either lower the level or increase the faster cast, but not both. I would not do both. Jade Tando. Jade Tando is kind of crazy. It's actually a lot better than people realize. It's really low level, it has no physical damage, but it does have 150 attack rating for level 19, which is insane. That is a huge amount of attack rating. It also has 180 poison damage at level 19, which is actually really high. And it has the poison res and the maximum poison resistance and cannot be frozen. It's actually really good. It really needs some physical damage, though. Like just something. Like, even if it's just 50% enhanced damage or like 70% enhanced damage, it just needs something. The problem is you can't really leech with it. You can't really do anything like melee-wise with it because it just has like 0 physical damage. And attacking very fast doesn't mean a lot with poison damage. The poison damage could be increased a little bit too, because 180 over 4 isn't like the most amazing thing. It's a little low for level 19. By the time you get to level 19, you're not really killing much. Could be actually interesting to add some negative poison res on it too, since it seems to be very poison related and poison like geared. Even if it's just like -5 or like -10% poison res, could make it a really interesting early poison option. Overall though, it's interesting and it's good for what it is, which is an easy cannot be frozen source early on. And yeah, it just doesn't have any physical damage, and it doesn't have any like real use past early game. The Diggler Dirk, the meme weapon. I don't really know if you change anything about the meme weapon. It's actually a really good early game weapon because it's got ITD and 30% increased attack speed, and it's super fast. The durability is really low, but I think that's part of the joke. That's the joke. Maybe you just give it a free socket and move on. I think that's just a free socket item and we move on. Blackbark Sharp Syndiquas. Syndiquas is, it's kind of weird. It's a weird item. I don't really know what to think about this item. It's a poison item, and it doesn't have any negative poison res on it. I feel like that would be a really good change for this, is just to add some negative poison res. Nothing else. Just maybe like 10 or 15% negative poison res to really like top out the item as far as a poison option. The Necromancer and even maybe other characters that might want to utilize this item would appreciate having negative poison resistance on it. And it would actually make it a lot more useful to the Necromancer as well as other characters. So I think this would be a good option, just adding some negative poison res. Spine Ripper, very low durability. Increase the durability massively. That would be like my first option there. Also, it needs attack rating, which it doesn't have. Again, no attack rating on these items, especially on the Necromancer, which has absolutely like no flat attack rating increases and only has percentage increases via what's it called, Poison Dagger. If this is designed to be a Poison Dagger Necromancer Dagger, which seems like is exactly what it was designed to be, it needs attack rating. ITD is just not good enough in the game. It needs attack rating. Other than that, though, at level 32, it's actually a surprisingly good weapon for just about anybody, except for the fact that you need massive attack rating to make it work. Oh, I see you there, buddy. What's going on? Are you having a good day? I know what. We'll sing you a song. You want to hear a song? We're going to sing Cody a song. All right, Cody, you ready? Do your ears hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Do they wobble down to your shoulders? And can you tie them in a bow like a continental soldier? Do your ears hang low? Does your tongue hang low? Does it wobble to and fro? Can you tie it in a knot? Can you tie it in a bow? Can your tongue hang all the way down to your toes? Does your tongue hang low? He said, don't talk about my tongue. That's it. The song's over. Alright, I think I finished with this one too. Let's move on to the next one. Cody, what are you doing? Me and Cody made a deal yesterday. If I get into trouble, or if he gets into trouble, we go and we get into a fight. And Cody's going to come to my rescue. He's going to be my battle buddy. And I'll come to his rescue and be his battle buddy. And we shook on it. Cody going to shake on you, be my battle buddy. You gonna be my battle buddy. Yeah, you going to be my battle buddy. See, we shake on it. See, he's going to be my battle buddy. We're going to fight together against the monsters. Yeah. If they try and eat your face, I'll eat their face. And if they try and eat my face, you eat their face. All right? Face swapping face eaters. Mm-hmm. He's actually a good guard dog. One time somebody tried to break in the house. He bit their hand. That bastard was like trying to break in the house. Like literally break in the house. Like pushing in, punching, like trying to like bust it down. Had his arm in the door. Damn, that was stupid. He got bit. He did a heckin' protect. A heckin' protect. Unique maces 2. Unique helmets. The Windhammer Ogre Maul. It's such a fun item. There's like nothing wrong with this item other than the fact that it has no attack rating. Zero. Has 0 attack rating. That would be the only thing I would do to this is just put some attack rating on it. That's it. Like other than that, it's perfect. Nothing wrong with it. Maybe a durability increase, but I think everything needs a durability increase, so that's not really specific to this item, but like I think all items need durability increases. But yeah, like attack rating. That's it. Boom, done. Earthshifter Thunder Maul. This is a crazy one. Like absolutely weird all over the place. It's actually a really fun Druid build where you have a 25% chance to cast Fissure over and over again, and you basically synergize the Fissure, and you get like a bunch of Fissures going on. The 7 elemental skills is like completely useless as a caster. Like I don't even know what they were thinking with this particular thing. In fact, I don't think 7 elemental skills is even enough in my opinion. Like if it was actually meant for a caster, like you probably would need more than that because you got what, like I'm trying to think actually here. Because technically, no, you can't really get more than 7. Like even with like massive Chongus gear, so I guess that does actually work just fine. The faster cast would be nice to be higher. Other than that, I don't really know. Like the level of the fissure going up a little bit would be interesting. It is a end game item, and level 14 fissure is kind of low. I'd love to see that go up to like maybe level 20. And the reason is because the proc build is really fun, but the fissure level is a little low. So building the proc build with the the Druid is actually kind of interesting. Negative requirements might actually be nice here, because it seems like they intended this to be a caster item, but for some reason or another, like, they didn't think about the fact that it has 253 strength requirement. So a little bit of negative requirements on here would go a long way. So maybe just increasing the fissure on attack, maybe a little bit higher, faster cast, and some negative requirements. And honestly, it's a really fun item. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, if they didn't want to change anything on it, I'd be fine with that too. Cranium Basher has amp on striking, and it's indestructible, and massive amounts of crushing blow. It's actually a really good item. It's really only held back by the fact that it's an indestructible item, so I think, again, we apply the logic of allowing it to be replenished durability instead of indestructible. That way it can be ethereal, and you can have, like, a crazy ethereal Cranium Basher. I think that would be interesting. I don't think I would touch it other than that. Horizon's Tornado, which is the poopy version of the Stormlash. It's meant to be the poopy version. It's actually pretty good for the poopy version. Like, and since it was designed to be the poopy version, I don't even know if I would really change much about it, except for just adding some attack rating. I think it's fine as it is, as the poopy version of the two. Stormlash is supposed to be the better version, so, like, this is actually pretty good damage, 11 to 304. And the 20% chance to cast level 15 Tornado is actually pretty darn good. The slowest target's not bad. Like, it's overall a decent item. Just give it some attack rating, please, for the love of God. Stone Crusher, which I think is the poopy version of Schaefer's Hammer. Actually not a whole lot wrong with this item. It's actually a really good item. The negative 100 monster defense per hit is massive and pretty much makes it so that you don't even need attack rating. And it has negative 25% target's defense with 40% crushing blow. The main problem with this is just the really, really, really slow attack speed on it. Some attack speed would be nice. I think it would get more use if it had like 20 or even like 30% increased attack speed on it. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. It's the poopy version of Schaefer's, and it's still a pretty good weapon. If you get like an ethereal Stone Crusher legendary mallet, it actually makes a pretty decent weapon. It's not bad at all. It's just really slow, and it's hard to actually get good use out of it because it's so slow. Banana Star used to be the best in slot for Zealers for a while. There was a time where it was best in slot for Zealers. At level 65, it comes in as a solid stepping stone item. It's still very good. It's not best in slot for anybody anymore. The 200% bonus attack rating is meh. Like, it's like I keep pointing out this entire time, flat attack rating is better than percent bonus. It does have some uses on classes that don't have any percent bonuses. Like if you were going to throw this on like a sorceress and like regular attack or something, the 200% would be nice there, but please give me some flat attack rating. Besides that, like, it's actually a fairly decent weapon, and I don't know if I would change anything on it. I would like to see it become more of an endgame item again, like it used to be a long time ago, but at level 65, I don't know what you could do. Like, it could be interesting to get the 2-socket treatment. Actually, now that I think about it, I wouldn't be upset with Baronera Star getting 2 sockets. There's not a lot of like one-handed weapons that just have like two sockets. That could be an interesting 2-socket option. I'd be fine with that. Demon Limb, absolutely insane item, 23 enchant, super great, has good fire damage, it's actually pretty decent damage in general. Good ethereal, actually has pretty decent damage in its ethereal state. It also has rep durability, which means that if it's ethereal, you can still get good damage from it. Because you don't need a Zod rune, which means you can throw like a Shale rune or something in it. Like, there's really nothing wrong with this item, like, at all. It's actually kind of OP, it's kind of broken. It's not GG endgame, like, as far as, like, a melee weapon goes, but it is GG endgame as far as the enchant goes, because it's the highest level enchant that you can get. You just can't use the enchant if you get the ethereal version, but once you have the ethereal version, you can use it as a pretty high melee damage weapon. So it works, like, both ways. Nord's Tenderizer, absolutely insane weapon. I love this weapon. I've used it on several characters. It has really high enhanced damage, and it's actually really good physical damage for such a low level, like easy to find item. Combined together with the freezes target and the added cold damage, it's just kind of insane. Again, I would probably add some flat attack rating on there, but other than that, I don't think I would change it. It's fine. I think we had unique helmets left, which there's tons of unique helmets. Alrighty. Bing, 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 bing. Steel Shade, one of the worst helmets in the game. Has like almost no purpose. I believe it has like really high defense, and that's like one of the only things it does well. It has high replenish life, but like I think I remember trying to think about like what you could do with this item, and I never came up with anything. It seems to be mildly designed around the idea of fire absorption and replenish life, which I guess could be kind of cool. I don't know, maybe set it up with more fire absorption percentage or something. And some fire resistance to really, like, top it off. I just don't know what you could do to make this item better. It seems very weirdly designed in an idea that I can't quite grasp. I mean, it has Mana Leech, but it has no skills. It has no, like, Crushing Blow. It's got no open wounds. It's got no resistances. It's got no fast rate recovery. It's got no nothing. It's got no nothing is what it's got. No attack speed, no nothing. It's a very weird item, indeed. And definitely deserving one of the worst item spots. I guess you'd kind of have to lean into something, right? Either lean into the fire side, or lean into the replenish side, or lean into the mana leech side. It's kind of all over the place. It definitely doesn't have enough stats. Like, you look at some helmets and they've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stats, right? And this helmet has 1, 2, 3, 4 stats. Like, it needs more stats. Like, I don't know exactly what direction you push it in, but it seems like it was designed as an elemental absorbing helmet. So maybe, like, throw in some more absorptions or something. Like, make it more tanky, I guess. Throw in some lightning and some, like, cold absorption in there, too, or something, and, like, stack it up. And since it has Mana Leech, maybe toss on some damage taken goes to mana. Like, it's a helmet that has no identity, and it needs an identity. And I guess that's kind of like an open book, honestly. Like, this is a redesign item. I haven't really had a lot of items so far that I've been like, hey, just, like, redesign this item, but Steel Shade might just be the first redesigner. Like, just go ahead and redesign that crap. Vampire Gaze is overpowered. It's probably one of the best helmets in the game. It's one of the tankiest helmets in the game. And it's also dual leech. And it's also physical damage reduction. And it's also really high armor. And it's also cold damage. And it's also... it's just a really good helmet in general. I used this on my immortal frickin' mercenary. And I was able to make my mercenary immortal fighting Uber Diablo. And I could just stand there and watch. Like, it is a absolutely amazing helmet. You can socket it. You can put, like, increased attack speed in it. There's nothing wrong with this helmet. I think the only thing that I might change, and this is a very small thing, is that when you upgrade it, a lot of the times it actually downgrades the defense, which I don't like. I don't like the fact that it downgrades the defense when you upgrade it. I think that would be the one thing that I would change, is that when you upgrade it to its elite status, it doesn't downgrade the defense. Which is actually very common with this helmet because it has a very high defense as an exceptional item, but for some reason the elite base has the chance of actually rolling less defense than the Grimhelm, which makes the entire upgrade just completely pointless. So I might fix that small problem where spending the runes to upgrade it to the elite status doesn't make it worse, if that makes any sense. Andariel's Visage. Nothing really wrong with this item. I like it. I don't hate this item at all. There's nothing wrong with it. It's got good attack speed, good life leech. It's got +2 skills. It's a pretty great helmet, and it has a pretty solid negative on it to counteract all of the positives that it has. There's nothing wrong with it. Crown of Ages. There's nothing wrong with this helmet. It's It's insane. So it's one of the best helmets in the game right now because of the 2 sockets and all of the plus skills and everything. So you can put 2 facets in it and get +1 skills and get all res and get physical damage reduction. It's broken. Absolutely insane helmet. Darksight Bassinet. This one's actually really fun. If you combine this together with the rune word that has dim vision on it, you throw it on a merc, you get like a merc that basically just like blinds the entire screen. It's hilarious. The only thing I would really change maybe is increase the level of dim vision so it works in higher levels. So one of the problem with like any crowd control based curse is that there's a penalty on them, a pretty hefty penalty in hell difficulty. So if you look up like dim vision on Amazon Basin, you'll come across this. And I'm going to talk about it for a second. So if we look at dim vision, you'll see that there's a thing here that says... Where is it? Boom, 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 boom. It doesn't really say it on here, does it? I might have to go to a different one. But we have, yeah, here it is. Okay, so normal duration 7 seconds, nightmare duration 3.48 seconds, hell duration 1.72 seconds. So we currently have level 3 dim vision, which means that in normal difficulty it lasts for 11 seconds, which is really cool, right? But in nightmare it only lasts for 5.5, and in hell difficulty it only lasts for 2.72. Now the problem is that the only way to increase this is by increasing the level. Right? So if you want it to actually last for a significant period of time in hell difficulty, the level needs to be higher. Other than that, it's actually a really fun helmet. In normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty, it works really well, but in hell difficulty, because of the duration decrease on dim vision, it tends not to work as well because the monsters just fall, they just get unblinded almost instantly. If you ever do this combination, it is kind of fun, but I would probably beef up the level 3 dim vision when struck to something like... level 14? No, a little bit higher. Level 20, actually. Yeah, it looks like level 20 would be about right. That way it lasts for 11 seconds in hell difficulty instead of just 2.72 in hell difficulty. And then it, like, really OP in, like, normal and nightmare. Who cares if it's OP in normal and nightmare? It's normal and nightmare. Like, really, who cares? Then you actually have like a fun little helmet that you can just run around with and blind everything. It has a specific purpose. It blinds things. The blinding is actually really useful. If you're fighting gloams and stuff like that, believe it or not, the blind is actually really useful when you're fighting gloams because the gloams just stop shooting lightning when they get blinded. They don't shoot lightning anymore. So if you run around with this helmet in an area with gloams, the gloams shoot you one time, they get hit, it immediately casts the dim vision on them, and then they stop attacking for the duration of the dim vision. It's pretty nice. If you put this and the other item on your mercenary, the I believe it's called Gloom. So Gloom and this helmet on the mercenary at the same time, you get double procs, and basically everything is blinded like all the time. It's really fun. I don't know if I would really change much about this helmet. It is what it is. It's a really nice, cannot be frozen, blinding helmet. It's kind of designed for defensive purposes. It also has the level 5 Cloak of Shadows on it, which is also useful for blinding things, so it's basically like a double blind helmet. I think I would just leave this one alone. Valkyrie Wing, this game used to be super overpowered back in like 1.08 and stuff, but it's still pretty darn good. I think the one thing I would probably do to this is remove the randomness of +1 to +2 Amazon skills. It's not a best in slot piece of equipment. It's a high level piece of equipment at level 66, and when it drops, it's actually kind of sad that actually no, it's not 66 because this is an upgraded version, but it's still sad that when it drops, like you get like the crappy +1 version. It's just a really decent helmet that the Amazon can wear throughout like nightmare and hell difficulty until they get something better. Other than that, I probably wouldn't touch it because it's kind of OP. Steel Skull Cask, really good helmet, nothing wrong with it. It has 10% increased attack speed, 10% faster recovery, dual leech, and magic find, which makes it an excellent helmet for either you as a melee character or your mercenary. Nothing wrong with this helmet. Worm Skull, low-level helmet for the Necromancer. I think I understand why they designed this helmet. It was designed, I think, specifically for like a Poison Dagger Necromancer or something. But it could be nice if it had a little bit more mana on it or something, or I don't know, more defense. It is what it is, though. I mean, it's a perfectly fine 5% life leech helmet that you can use on mercenaries. It does have +1 skills, which makes it okay to use on your Necromancer, although you'd probably rather have a lore helmet. It does have poison damage and some other stuff that can help, like with, you know, poison resistance. It's not a bad helmet. Like, I don't know if I would really even change it, but it could use a little bit of a tweaking here or there to make it more interesting to the Necromancer specifically that is going to be using it, I guess, is what I'm saying. Other than that, though, it is what it is. It's a fine helmet. Dust Deep, kind of OP for what it is, level 17 with max damage and all res and DR, and it has pretty good defense. It's actually kind of a broken helmet for level 17. I would not touch this one at all. It's kind of just stupid. It's dumb broken. Crown of Thieves kind of has getting outpaced a bit. It's always been a good merc helmet, and when you find it, it's definitely not a bad helmet to put on your mercenary, or even yourself for that matter. But Bulwark, which has become eminently available, Vampire Gaze, of course, which has always been in the game alongside Crown of Thieves, and some other options definitely make Crown of Thieves kind of like a mediocre choice. I think one thing I would do with this is maybe just give it a socket. That way it can be more comparable to options like Bulwark, because you can have a little bit of customizability for it. You could throw like a Shale Rune in there, or you could throw like an IAS Jewel in there or something. I mean, it's not like you can't do that already by taking it to the socket quest. So I think giving it a socket would probably be the only thing I would do to this helmet. Other than that, like, just let it be. Blackthorn's Face. Blackthorn's Face is actually really good for what it is. It's a solid early Uber helmet because it has lightning absorption. It has slows target and prevent monster heal on it, which make it really good for saving for an Uber run so that you can prevent monster heal the targets. It's got decent defense, and it works fairly well for a level 41 helmet. What it's really missing is any kind of like customizability toward a specific goal. So maybe just a socket here would also be great. That way you could throw in whatever you need, like more lightning res, or like more health, or, you know, like faster hit recovery, or whatever it is that you need for your specific build. Like, it's not a bad helmet by any means. It's not a GG helmet, but it actually does get utilized in endgame, like for Ubers and whatnot, to keep you from dying. So, I mean, it's not a bad helmet. Peasant Crown. Nothing wrong with this helmet. It's got like ridiculous stats on it. I don't even know if I would touch this thing. It's fine. Harlequin Crest Shaco, broken as well. Like, absolutely glorious item. The only complaint that I have about this item is it's not really a best in slot piece of equipment for most people. Unless you're like a Hammerden or something. There's very few characters that at end game, once they get their character fully set up, actually still use this thing. It's great for Magic Find, it's great for leveling, it's great if you have it before you get your best in slot piece of equipment, but like most of the time, like if you're a lightning character, you get griffins. If you're a fire character, you get flickering flame. If you're, you know, like, it depends on your character and what your build is, but like a lot of the times you just end up replacing this with something else. I'm not exactly sure what they could do to like not make it super overpowered, but just make it a little bit more attractive so that some of the best in slot options maybe fall toward the Shaco. I don't know. I guess technically it still fits in the best in slot for people who are stacking Magic Find. So I guess there's that. So maybe it just deserves nothing, and it gets nothing. Rockstopper is an absolutely insane item. I don't know if I would change much about this. Absolutely god tier level 31 piece of equipment. The main problem with this piece of equipment is actually not its stats, but its variability of those stats. So the main problem with Rockstopper is that 90% of the Rockstoppers that you find are garbage, right? So let's pull up the Rockstopper sheet real quick. And let's take a look at it, right? So how many variables does it have? It's got 160 to 220% enhanced defense. That's one variable. It has 20 to 40% cold res. That's two variables. It has 20 to 40% lightning damage. That's three variables. It has 20 to 50% fire resistance. That's four variables, right? So like it just has a lot of variables, and it's very difficult to find a good Rockstopper. I think I would decrease some of the variables a bit. Probably not eliminate them entirely, but like it's got way too much variability on it. I'd maybe reduce it from like 20 to 40 to like 30 to 40 or something, and like 30 to 50, and then instead of like 160 to 220, I'd probably bring it to like 180 or 190 to 220. Like, there's just too much going on with this helmet, like, in terms of, like, you pick one up and one of them is just, like, the worst trash you've ever seen, and you throw it right back in the dirt. And then, like, you find another one and it's, like, God tier. They don't all have to be God tier, but it feels like the majority of them are trash. Like, maybe just reduce the variability a little bit so that less of them are garbage. Would be nice. That's probably the only thing I would really change for Rockstopper. Howl Tusk is actually pretty good for what it is. The main problem with it is it's kind of high level. With that 35% damage taken goes to mana, it's great for a range character, and it also has the hit causes monsters to flee and the knockback, which is also great for a range character. It seems to be specifically designed for range characters. I would probably give it a free socket though to make it more attractive. I'd give it a free socket. That would be fine. Just make it a little bit more attractive to the characters. I would probably also lower the level requirement a bit if possible. I don't know if the Great Helms can be lower than 25, but like making it more like 20 would probably be more attractive. Let me look up the Great Helm base. Great Helm base is level 2. No. No, there is no level requirement on the Great Helm base, so they can make it whatever level they want because it's a basic item. Like, I mean, it's not great, but it has its purpose, right? If you're a range character and you want to keep monsters away from you, it works really good for that purpose. Like, you knock them back, you cause them to run away. Like, maybe adding some mana leech on it would be kind of nice as well. But for the most part, it does what it's supposed to do. Like, I don't know what more you want from it, other than a lower level requirement so you don't have to wear it so late. Like, it'd be much better earlier on when you need it, like when you're weak and you're defenseless and you don't have good equipment. Whereas by the time you get to 25, you're starting to gear up and, like, you don't need it anymore. The Face of Horror, otherwise known as Baby Andariels. Why is it Baby Andariels? Because Baby Andariels has 30 strength, and Face of Horror has 20 strength. They're basically comparable in some ways. The Face of Horror, however, is designed around making monsters run away from you, which is not at all desirable for a melee character, but great for a ranged character. I don't think it's particularly all that great, though. Like, it doesn't have anything else really going for it besides 20 strength and 10 all res. And 50% hit causes monster to flee immediately invalidates it for every melee character. So it's only useful essentially on ranged and spellcasters, and even spellcasters aren't interested in it. So I think this is another socket candidate. I think you just give this a free socket and just let it have one socket by default, which allows you to customize it a little bit. Biggins Bonnet, there's nothing wrong with this helmet. It's kind of OP for what it is. 15 life and 15 mana. Practically doubles the life or mana of, like, particular characters. Like, if you're a Paladin or a Barbarian, that's literally double your mana. That's more than double your mana pool at that level. And, you know, it gives 30 attack rating, which is absolutely insane for level 3. Pretty much makes it so you can hit pretty much everything. There's nothing wrong with this item. It's perfect. Leave it alone. Tarnhelm, my biggest complaint with Tarnhelm is the thing never drops. But, like, it's super good early on. 50% Magic Find and +1 skills. What's not to like? It gets outclassed by Lore Helmet, obviously, with the lightning resistance. But technically, if you want the Magic Find, obviously Tarnhelm is better. So, I don't know. Maybe, and this is just a maybe, because there's such a really big roll on Tarnhelm between, like, what is it, like 24% or something, or 25% and 50% Magic Find. Maybe a free socket on Tarnhelm wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Undead Crown, really good early Life Leech helmet. Nothing really too fancy there. It does have some attack rating versus Undead, which is, like, okay. The Skeleton Mastery gets mostly overlooked by the Necromancer, as by the time the Necromancer gets to level 29, they usually have a Lore Helmet on or something else, which has +1 skills. And +1 skills is much better than +3 skeleton mastery anyway, because then you get +1 to your skeletons, you get +1 to your skeleton mastery, you get +1 to your summon resistance, you get +1 to your golem, blah 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 blah. So like +3 skeleton mastery by itself just isn't enough. My personal opinion, +1 skills. I think +1 summon skills would be really interesting here. It's obviously a summon item, and Undead Crown, I've always wanted the Necromancer to actually have fun utilizing it. And if it had +1 summon skills on it with the +3 skeleton mastery, that would be +4 skeleton mastery and +1 to summons, which would be much more agreeable to the Necromancer and might actually get the Necromancer to wear it. +1 summon skills also doesn't affect anyone utilizing it as a life leech helmet, so doesn't change its life leech status as a helmet at all. Level 29 is a little bit too low for +2 summon, unfortunately. I don't think +2 tab. And if you did +2 tab, I think it would go up to 30, wouldn't it? So it would increase the level requirement to 30, because +2 tab starts at 30. No, blues are +3. I mean, I wouldn't be upset with +2 summoning or +1 summoning. I think +1 summoning is fine. +2 might be pushing it. It really depends. Especially since it already has +3 skeleton mastery on it. If it didn't have +3 skeleton mastery on it, then +2 summoning I think would be fine. But I like the skeleton mastery on there. I think that's a good mod. Then we leave Coif of Glory. Coif of Glory is our last one. Yeah. So Coif of Glory. There's nothing wrong with this helmet. Like, it's level 14. It gives you hits, blinds, target. It's absolutely amazing for like a couple different characters. I've used it on like Whirlwind Barbarians. I've used it on bow girls. I've used it on all sorts of characters. If you're not specifically relying on like amplify damage, hits, blinds, target is perfectly fine. It could use like something else on it, maybe like some +min or +max, or like you know, maybe like some damage of some type, like lightning or fire or something. I don't know. Like, it could use a small little something else, but I'm fine with it. I think to make it more attractive to people, though, I think a socket would be a good choice for Coif of Glory for sure. I think just give it a free 1 socket and call it a day. I'm perfectly fine with taking some of these items that are not really the greatest and just slapping a socket on them so that people will play with them. Like, the item is so ugly that nobody wants to play with it, but if it had a socket, then maybe... If it had a socket... If it had a socket, then I might even play with it. If it had a socket, gonna put it on a sprocket, and I don't really care what you gotta say, sucker. But if it had a socket, I might be a schmucker. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. I know I haven't gone through all the uniques. Unique staves, unique special. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let's do unique special. What's unique special? Oh, rainbow facets. Rainbow, rainbow, come on down to rainbow. We got rainbows all up in the rainbows. What the hell would I change on facets? I don't think I would change much. I mean, pretty much all the facets are in a good place. The only one that I would say is in like the worst possible place is Rainbow Facet. I think the Poison Rainbow Facet is the worst one. I think one of the main problems is the poison damage itself is very restrictive. It has such a low number of seconds on it, it drags down the overall average. Also, Venom is a bad thing for most poison builds, so I would remove Venom and put something else on there. I don't know what, but like anything else. Like Poison Nova or something. Like Venom is not a good proc for Rainbow Facets. It's not a good proc. It looks like we do have Nova on this one, so maybe a different skill for like the other one, but like it's just not a good ability. One does not simply change Rainbow Pride for assets. Anyway, the poison damage I think should be increased on the poison of the Rainbow Facet. And I think there might even be a an argument to increase the actual like poison skill damage too. Like I think poison facet is like the worst facet in the rainbow facet land, but just increasing the poison damage honestly would be enough in my opinion. Like I think that would be a good stopgap measure. None of these other ones I would change. I don't think I would change any of them. There is no physical facet. There's a guardian physical facet, but yeah, you're right. Boop 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 boop. Where's my staves? Oh, there's unique belts. And the level up procs, in my opinion, are what they are. They're just they are what they are. Like there's nothing special about them. They're not that great. Dungos. Dungo's OP. Yeah. No changes. Dungo's already OP. Arachnid's Mesh. No changes. It's already OP. Like, no changes. Gold Wrap. It's actually already pretty OP. Like, it's got attack speed and 30% fast chance of magic items and extra gold for monsters. It's already OP. No changes. Nosferatu's Coil. Now, Nosferatu's Coil is not unique enough for me. It has problems. So, like, Gold Wrap is already 10% increased attack speed, and it has Magic Find. So what does Nosferatu's Coil offer that Gold Wrap doesn't, right? It only offers Life Leech and slows target with a little bit of strength. It's not really that amazing. I feel like Nosferatu's Coil could offer something more than what it's offering as an attack speed option belt. I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be vampire related. So maybe some type of vampire-y thing could be interesting. What kind of vampire effects can we add onto Nosferatu's Coil? It always seemed like a somewhat subpar belt that people only used because it had increased attack speed. But then when you realize that Gold Wrap also has increased attack speed, a lot of the times you just don't utilize Nosferatu's Coil because it's not technically better than Gold Wrap, right? Like, I almost feel like something that you could easily do to make this stand out would just be to increase the attack speed by like 5% or something, just to make it stand out over Gold Wrap. But I mean, yeah, you could add more mana and life after each kill to make it more like life leechy. You could also maybe add mana leech as well, like so that it's like a dual leech increased attack speed build. I don't know. There's options there, but it's definitely in a weird position. It's good because it has 10% increased attack speed, but it's kind of bad because it competes with Gold Wrap for the same exact spot. So I'd like to see it stand out more from Gold Wrap, just in whatever way they can possibly make it stand out. Lenyumo Sash, this is a really nice low-level regeneration belt. I think the only thing I probably want to see here is just more mana, because regenerate mana is not really as effective as I think they originally thought. So maybe just beefing it up to like 30 mana, 30 regenerate would be perfectly fine. But other than that, like, I don't really see any need for changes. Blade Buckle, Plated Belt. Absolutely amazing. It's level 29. It gets outclassed by a lot of other belts like String of Ears and whatnot, which is not here for some reason. But String of Ears doesn't need any changes anyway. Blade Buckle, though, like, doesn't really need a lot of changes either. Like, it's actually a really good belt. If anything, the only thing I would change about it is maybe increasing the DR from 3 to maybe like a little bit of a higher number, like 10 or 15, just to make it into a tankier belt, which seems to be how it was designed. It's a full 5-socket belt that you can find early on, has massive faster hit recovery, and yeah, I mean, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Razor Tail, it's perfectly fine as it is. There's nothing wrong with it. It also has that crazy attacker takes damage mod on it, which is kind of nuts. Gloom's Trap, I would add damage take goes to mana on here. That would be about it. It just needs damage taken goes to mana so that it can complete the I am the god of mana belt. It is literally the god of mana belt. It has mana leech, it has mana increased percentage, it has regenerate mana. Like, it just needs attacker takes damage taken goes to mana as well, so that it can complete the loop of mana recovery. Snake Cord is one of the worst belts in the game. Has like barely any purpose whatsoever. I usually just throw this thing back in the dirt. One of the things that it's mildly good at is poison. Maybe you could potentially lead into that. The poison damage on it is so low as to be laughable. I'd like to see the poison damage increased tremendously. And then the poison length reduction, like, why is it only 50%? Let's bring that up to 75. And the replenished life is only 5. Let's bring that up to, like, 15. Even then, it's still not a really great belt, but it would be a lot better if the poison damage were increased, the poison length reduction was increased, and the replenished life was increased. That would make it a little bit more interesting as an early level character. Snowclash. Snowclash is an odd one that is very specific to very specific builds. It's kind of a weird one. I don't really know what to think about this particular item. It has +2 Blizzard, which makes it better than Arachnid's Mesh, technically, for a Blizzard build. Although it doesn't have any FCR, which might be something that actually could be added onto it, is like maybe like 10% faster cast rate or something. It also has +3 Glacial Spike. I'd love to see Ice Blast added onto it as well, so that Ice Blast sorceresses can get some usefulness out of it. And then it has this 5% chance to cast level 20 Blizzard when struck, which is kind of nutty. I'd like to see that bumped up to like a 10% chance cast, so that it's more useful as a character. I mean, overall, this belt is what it is. It is a very specific belt for sorceresses, and doesn't really have much use outside of sorceresses. But I'd like to see it be more useful to sorceresses. Maybe with, like, Cold Mastery or something on there as well. Like, really just, like, tune it in to Cold Sorceresses, so it looks like a very interesting Cold Sorc item. Like, I don't know. I understand exactly what they were going with here. It's very similar to T-Gods. T-Gods is much better, by the way. But, like, let's make it a better version of the Cold T-Gods, right? Let's figure it out. That way it can be more interesting as a like, comparable item. Yeah, pretty much it. Alright, moving on. Boom, 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 boom. Bean, bean, beanie, beanie, dee, 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 dee. This music sounds like it came right out of Mega Man. Mega Man, come on down. Mega Man, in that brown. Mega Man, come on down. The wands. There's only 2 wands in here. Where are the rest of my wands? There's the wands and the heads. Let's start with Homunculus, the OP helmet. Good resistances, good plus the skills. Overall, just a great head. Giggity. Great head. Now, honestly, the Bloodlord, or the Homunculus, is actually like one of the better helmets, or the better heads. It's generic head, though. A lot of the times it gets replaced with other heads. Like, for instance, if you're doing the poison, you use the set helmet head. If you're doing like a specific build like Bone Spear, you want like a +3 head with like Splendor in it or something, or like a +6 head, or if you blue head, if you can get it, like blah 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 blah. Am I overall positive or negative on the patch notes? Patch notes are fine. There's nothing wrong with them. Like, they changed like 13 items. Some of the changes are kind of weird, but they don't really affect the game overall because they're lower level items. Because they're being very safe, I suppose. Homunculus, no changes. It's a good item. There's really nothing to hate on here. Bone Flame. I think this is the one that rolls between, like, the plus skills, I think, if I remember correctly. It's kind of odd because, like, if you compare them to each other, they just, I don't know, like, they're very similar, except Bone Flame has +3, and this one has +2. This one has more resistances, and that one has less. This one has faster run walk, and that one doesn't. Like, they're very similar heads. I'd like to see them differentiated from each other a little bit more. Like, this one has resistances, and this one has resistances. Like, they both have resistances, and then they both have, you know, plus skills. Maybe the Bone Flame could get something else on it to differentiate it from the other, but other than that, it's okay. Like, I'm not sure why you would use one over the other, really. They're both good. I guess +3 is just a little bit better for certain builds. Dark Force Spawn has way too much variability in it because it rolls like 1 to 3 summoning, 1 to 3 poison and bone, 1 to 3 curses. And it's the faster cast option, which is the poison and bone choice, because that's what you want faster cast for, is poison and bone. Which makes it an okay, like, poison and bone option, but it's not the best. They're all just weird options. Like, I don't know. I can see the differentiation here because it has 30% faster cast rate. I can see that. But these two are harder to differentiate from each other because they're not really quite different enough. But they're basically kind of like all the same option with like slightly different changes to them. They're all good. I would like to see them get differentiated from each other a little bit more. Like make them really distinct options as opposed to very similar options. But other than that, I just don't know. Bone Shade. Bone Shade's kind of crazy. It has lots of variables. It rolls between like 1 to 5 bone armor, 1 to 3 bone wall, 1 to 3 bone spear, 1 to 2 bone spirit. Like it's kind of all over the place, and it also has like 1 to 5 bone like teeth. It doesn't need that much variability. It's not that good of an item. Like it really is not that great of an item for that level of variability. They could reduce some of the variability on this item, and it would still be what it is. As it is right now, when you find a Bone Shade, they're almost all crap, because like you can't find one that actually has enough plus to skills. I wouldn't even be like sad if they changed that Bone Spirit to +3. And honestly, the teeth could be like +10 for all I care, and it probably still wouldn't make the Bone Shade that great, but it would be fun for like early level like casting. It's much lower level than 79, I know it is. I can't remember exactly what level it is. I think that must have been upgraded for some reason. Let me double check. The level is... No, that actually is level 79. Okay. Yeah, so then I definitely wouldn't care about +10. Arm of King Leoric has the horrible 10% chance to cast level 2 Bone Prison when struck, which makes it relatively hard to use, especially in like hardcore difficulty where it'll straight up kill you. Other than that, the item is absolutely amazing. It has a counterpart item called Karen Shard, and the Karen Shard is just as good. Just slightly more generic summoning instead of specifically bone summoning. But it doesn't have the horrible Bone Prison when struck, which is nice. I'd probably reduce that Bone Prison when struck percentage by at least a little bit. Maybe down from like 10% to like 6% or something. It seems like it goes off way too often, in my opinion. Especially since the Necromancer just has no defense and gets beat the shit out of all the time. So, like, if anytime the Necromancer gets swung at, it's almost a guaranteed hit, and then it's a 10% chance of a guaranteed hit. Unlike a Paladin that has, like, you know, a 10% chance to spawn something, there's a very good chance he's going to block or completely defeat the attack with defense, right? And he won't even take the hit. So, like, the Necromancer's 10% is a lot different than a Paladin's 10%. I think they need to reduce it down by a little bit. That's about all I would do with that particular item. The other wands... Oh, there's Suicide Branch right there. Suicide Branch is another really good wand. This is the bug crawling on my leg. Evil bugs! Go away! Suicide Branch is pretty amazing. I don't know if I would touch this one at all. It's kind of broken. +1 skills and 50% faster cast is insane at level 33. It's a solid option over Spirit. Like, even if though Spirit is +2 and 35, this is a solid option over Spirit with 50 and +1, which kind of even competes with, like, even at higher levels because of the maximum mana increase, the all resistances, and the life. Like, it's just a really good option. Plus, you can socket it where you can't socket Spirit, which means you can potentially socket it with something else, and you can get even more. You can dual wield it on Barbarians and get 100% faster cast. There's definitely use cases for it, so there's nothing necessarily wrong with Suicide Branch at all on most characters. Dreadfang. Dreadfang's one of the new items. Nothing wrong with this item. Like, I don't think I would change anything about it. It's very well designed. In fact, the 33% chance to cast level 3 amplify damage might just simply be too high, in my opinion. You could probably drop that down to 20%, and it would still be too high. But, I mean, that's what they put it at, so that's what they put it at. But, like, my personal opinion, it kind of invalidates a lot of the other amplify damage options. And I think it's a little bit too good, in my opinion. Dropping down the percentage on the amplify damage would probably be the only change that I made on that. But not by much. I wouldn't bring it down to like 5% or anything. 20% is still plenty. Like 20% is still really high. Bloodletter Gladius. So this is the new Bloodletter Gladius with the 20% faster run walk. And like Bloodletter is kind of OP. It is a nice, like, overpowered little level 30 item. If I had reviewed this before they made the change, I would have said it didn't need anything. Like, it was already kind of broken the way it was. It was just a really good level 30 weapon, and you could utilize it through, like, Nightmare difficulty until it, like, you know, ran out of steam, and then once it ran out of steam, you just replace it. But, like, the 20% faster run walk on there just makes it way better. It's kind of broken. Like, I think it's broken for what it is, but then, of course, you're still going to run out of steam relatively quickly with it. They also changed the Blinkbat's form, which was the other item that we talked about in the armor thing. They gave it 20% more faster run walk, so it went from 10% to 30%. My main problem with this item is, like, you never find this damn thing. Like, most people don't even know this item exists, let alone have they found it. Like, I could poll the chat right now. There's like probably like 100 of you in here between all my platforms. Like, how many of you have never seen this item? I'm curious. Like, how many of you just never seen a Blinkbat's form? Because, like, it doesn't drop, like, hardly at all. I was reading the notes, and I was reading them talking about beefing it up, and I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, they're beefing up an item that doesn't exist. Okay. That most people have never even seen. Okay, alright. Like, nobody uses this item, and I'm like, yeah, nobody uses it because they can't find the damn thing. I think it would be really cool if, maybe there was a quest, like when you got to like the end of Act 2 or something, and you complete Act 2, that you go to Jaren, and Jaren is like, thank you for all your hard work, my friend. Choose one of these unique items to take with you on your journey. And like, he presents to you like a little panel, and it has randomized like TC3 class uniques. Like nothing super fancy, you know, just like really low level TC3 items. You know, like Nell Striker, Blinkbat's form, like stuff that you've never seen before probably. And you get to just choose one of those uniques to take with you on your journey, like through Act 3 or whatever. And I don't think it would really be much of a problem, because by the time you reach Act 3, most of those TC3 uniques are not really that useful. But it would make a very interesting, like, little quest so that you could get access to those items for maybe a future playthrough, so that you can have fun with, like, another character or something. I don't know. Maybe you don't do it until, like, Hell difficulty as, like, a reward or something, or maybe you just change Anya so she gives you one. It could be kind of interesting, but, like, most people just never see these items. They just don't exist. Jep over there going with like the full Monty. We didn't talk about Witch Wild String. So Witch Wild String is interesting. There's a lot of uniques that we haven't talked about because they weren't on the mules. Now that I think about it. The percent chance to cast amplify damage is really low. It is really low. I'd like to see that bumped up by at least 1% or 2. Like maybe like 4% would be a little bit better. It's just really hard to get the amplify damage to proc on this particular item. Other than that, I don't really think there's much that you would change on this. Just a little higher percentage proc chance, please. That'd be great. Like maybe 4% instead of 2% would be awesome. And that's about it. I don't really think I would change much more on that particular item. What else did we got in here? Anything else that I haven't talked about yet? I haven't talked about Bone Hue. Similarly to the Corpse Morn plate, the Corpse Explosion thing, I think I like the idea of having an item with Corpse Explosion charges on it, but like the Corpse Explosion charges are so low level and they're kind of hard to use. I don't know.
For the weapon, it could almost be more interesting if it was like a proc chance corpse explosion. Like maybe like a 2% chance to explode a corpse when you strike a target or something. I think that could be much cooler than the charges, which aren't really that useful. I mean, leave the charges on there, I guess, but like maybe put like a low-level corpse explosion proc on the ability, since it already has like a 50% chance to proc level 16 bone spear on striking. I think that could be really interesting. What else do we got? We've already talked about those. So many different items. I guess let's pull up the pages and let's see if we can figure out which items that we have missed. Alright, so let's start off with the swords. We talked about Rizat's Keen, Blood Crescent Cemetery. I never talked about that. There's nothing really wrong with this one. It's low level, it's good damage, got open wounds, got attack speed, it's got life leech. It's actually pretty OP. Skewer of Krintez, again, like one of those items that has no attack rating. It's got relatively no damage too, so it doesn't scale very high. I think it's already like outdated at level 10 when you get it. Like at level 10 you find it and you're like, oh yeah, this is poopy. Glean's Live Falchion. Well, I didn't even talk about this one completely. So Skewer of Krintez just needs more damage, really. It really needs more damage. A lot more damage. It doesn't have had hardly any damage whatsoever. I think the entire purpose of it is to not have damage, actually. But it does have Mana Leech on it, which is useless because it has no physical damage. So maybe some attack rating and a little bit more damage. Gleam Scythe, it has only one purpose as far as I'm aware, and that's the 30 mana early on. It's actually really good for the 30 mana bonus. If you find it early as a caster, it actually kind of works really well. And then, like, it's okay for a charging paladin early on, because the 100% enhanced with, like, the really high damage can actually work really well with charge. I don't know exactly what I would actually do with this, though, like, is to fix it, because it kind of has its design, and it's designed poopy, but it has, like, two purposes, and those two purposes are kind of poopy as well. I'm not sure. It's really just a charge pally weapon. Like that's kind of like the main purpose of it, and it does it okay, I guess. It's okay at it. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. I think this might be a socket candidate. I think that's what it is. I think you give this thing a socket and you'll move on. Griswold's Edge has that knockback on it, that glorious knockback that no melee character likes. And it does also work fairly well as a charge weapon, although not quite as well as Gleam Scythe, which I think is actually higher damage than Griswold's. At 27 to 34, it's higher than the 25 to 30 on Griswold's, which is kind of funny. Griswold's honestly just needs that knockback removed. If it had the knockback removed, it would actually be a pretty solid melee weapon early on, but they're not going to do that. Hellplague, there's nothing really wrong with Hellplague. It's actually pretty good with +2 fire skills. It's got decent elemental damage, dual leech. It's pretty good for level 22. Damage is okay. Like, there's really nothing wrong with it except for the fact that it doesn't have attack rating. Like, most of the melee weapons don't have any attack rating. Culwin's Point, pretty OP, but the problem with Culwin's Point is its requirements. It not only does it have attack rating, fast hit recovery, attack speed, plus the skills, and decent damage at a decent level. Its main issue is just it has 71 strength requirement, 45 dexterity requirement as a +1 skill item, which most people can't use. So you usually have to invest quite a bit into dexterity and strength to use it, which kind of rules it out for basically anybody that's not a melee character. Like if you're a caster, you're not going to have 75 or 71 strength and 45 dex at level 29 usually. Maybe a little bit of negative requirements could go a long way with Culwin's Point, but like overall, it's a pretty good weapon. There's really not a lot wrong with this. It could be a candidate for a socket, like a free socket, to make people more interested in utilizing it. In fact, the free socket could be used for a 15% negative requirements tool if that's what they require. Shadowfang is absolutely terrible damage for a two-hander. I don't know why it's so bad. It's a level required 12 item, but it has really bad damage even for a level 12 item. It's okay. it's like okay-ish.
See, it's 4 to 18 one-handed, and then we compare that to like a Skewer of Kryntiz is 7 to 19. So remember I said the Skewer of Kryntiz at level 10 is bad damage even when you find it, right? And here's frickin' Shadowfang with literally less damage than a Skewer of Kryntiz. So the main problem with this weapon is just damage. It just doesn't have very good damage, and I think it's because the two-handed sword base type has really awful, like, average damage. It's like one of the worst base types in the game for some reason. It's not necessarily a problem with the stats, it's a problem with the base type, and I don't know how you could potentially fix that. Like, maybe it just needs flat damage added to it to make up for the fact of how crap the base type is. Yeah. What else haven't we talked about? We talked about all these. We didn't talk about Hexfire. Hexfire's OP, doesn't really need anything. Maybe some attack rating, that's about it. It's kind of a broken weapon. Blade of Alibaba doesn't really need anything. Like, it's fine. It's a magic find weapon, it is what it is. It actually does pretty decent damage when upgraded into a Tulwar, which is kind of funny. If anything, it could use some more enhanced damage so that it's more fun to use as an actual melee weapon. Ginther's Rift is completely useless unless you find the ethereal version. It just doesn't do very much damage at all. If you find the ethereal version, you can upgrade it into a Ginther's Rift Phase Blade, which is actually kind of crazy. And the Ginther's Rift Phase Blade actually does some significant damage, although it's still kind of like a mid-tier at best weapon, which is, yeah, is what it is. Head Striker, super OP, nothing wrong with this weapon. I don't know what you would do to make this weapon better, just attack speed, I guess. Plague Bearer, absolutely horrible weapon. It has like one purpose and one purpose alone, which is literally just rabies. That's all it does. Rabies. Nothing on it is good. Like, the poison damage is too low for its level. The poison nova on striking is too low for its level. The, like, damage that it does is too low for its level. Like, it's overall just, like, not a good weapon, but +5 to rabies is, like, the only thing it really does right at all. I guess what I would probably do to this is actually turn it into a rabies weapon. Like, why not specifically turn it into, like, an actual rabies weapon? Like, give it negative poison resistance. Give it maybe, like, plus druid skills as well. Like, maybe, like, +2 druid skills. Turn it into a real rabies weapon that can do, like, significant rabies damage. That way we have something that's actually, you know, useful. The Atlantean, like, perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. It has high stat requirements. That's about it. It could use some flat attack rating, but it does have dexterity, so it does have some flat attack rating. Other than that, it's actually a really good low-tier weapon. Works excellently on most characters that can put it on. It just has really high stat requirements. So other than, like, maybe some flat attack rating, it could use negative requirements, or maybe just a free socket. If it got a free socket, you could put some negative requirements in there. Craint Vomir. Craint Vomir is actually kind of a really OP weapon that most people overlook. The main problem with it is it doesn't really have as much damage as it should. If they upped the enhanced damage on it by a little bit, maybe gave it a free socket, I think a lot of people would be more interested in using it. As it is, the damage is a little bit too low, but it's a very defensive choice with slows target, negative monster defense per hit, faster run walk, and damage reduction, which makes it just a really interesting option for a lot of characters. I've actually wanted to build a character around it for a while, get a nice ethereal, like, perfect Craint Vomir, and put a Zodrune in it, but it doesn't output the damage that it needs to. Like, it really just needs more damage output is what it needs. We already talked about, like, all of these. Yep. Talked about those. Yep. Okay. So let's move on to another one. We didn't really cover all the rings. So Nagel ring, low level, kind of an OP little ring, to be perfectly honest. There's nothing really super wrong with it. Like, it's kind of broken. For level 7, it's got attack rating, it's got magic find, it's got MDR. It's beautiful. Like, moving on. Mantled Heal, they added the FCR to it. I would not have added FCR. I would have added attack rating, personally. They also had the faster run walk on there at one point, and then they took that off, and then put the faster cast rate on there. I don't really know why they put faster cast on it. It's more of a melee ring than it is a caster ring, but, you know,
whatever. Soj needs no changes whatsoever. Dwarf Star, I don't think it needs any changes. Like, it's actually kind of broken. It's a really good ring for gold find. It's a really good ring for fire absorption, and it's a really good ring for maximum life. With MDR on it too, which is extremely tanky. It's just a very tanky ring that comes with some really good secondaries, which is not bad at all. Ravenfrost is OP, nothing to change here. Bullcathos Wedding Band's OP, nothing to change here. Carrion Wind is decent. It's not like the best thing that there could be. I would really like to see some attack rating on it, if possible, or even just some dexterity or something to increase 2-hit rate, because it is sucking up a 2-hit rate spot with no attack rating, and it's definitely a melee item, so, like, I don't know. Not really sure exactly what I expect out of this. It could be also interesting to throw some negative poison res on there, since it is technically designed around poison, with the whole, like, poison creeper, poison nova, like, stuff going on. Bullcathos needs modification. Stamina is fine. Like, what are you going to do? Take it off and put something else on? Just leave it on there. There's no reason to take off the stamina. Just leave the stamina on there. It's just a free stat. Nature's Peace. It's kind of broken. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's a good ring. The DR, the Oak Sage is actually pretty nice too, and then of course it's really used for the slain monsters. Rest in peace. There's nothing wrong with it. Wisp Projector, like, it has all these little Heart of the Wolverine, Spirit of the Barbs, Oaks, like, whatever. It's kind of a neat ring. It has a lot of good things on it. Like, I don't hate anything about it. I do kind of wish that it had more charges or higher levels of those particular things, because they die too easily. I don't know exactly how you can fix that, but it's cool that it has charges, but the charges die, like, instantaneously, so not really all that amazing. Nokazen Relic, I don't think it would change anything. It's actually pretty OP for what it is. Level 10, faster recovery, massive amounts of fire resistance. It's actually a pretty good amulet. It's not endgame by any means, but it is what it is. The Eye of Etlich, also a really good low-level amulet at level 15. It's kind of broken, and if you get the 10-second cold duration, it's even more broken, because then the monsters are chilled for 10 full seconds whenever you touch them, and 2.5 seconds in hell difficulty because of the 25% effectiveness. Mahimo Kikurio, garbage. Like, I don't think I've ever used this amulet on any character, and it really just has to do with the fact that it just doesn't have enough on it to give you, like, I just don't know. Like, it's got 10 defense, 10% enhanced defense, 10% bonus attack rating, 10 all resistances, 10 all attributes. Like, why not throw some more stuff on there? Like, put 10 stats on there. Put, like, 10 to energy, or 10 to mana, 10 to life, freaking, I don't even know, like, 10, just give it 10 to, like, almost everything. Like, beef it up a little bit, because I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually use this amulet, like, not even once. And I found it multiple times while leveling, and I still never put it on, because I had, like, better amulets already on. Saracen's Chance is weird. With the 10% chance to cast level 2 Iron Maiden when struck, it's kind of an odd place. Iron Maiden's not really a curse that people like to use. It is specifically designed around Iron Maiden, though, so why leave it at level 2? Like, just beef it up. Freaking, as far as I'm concerned, you could make it level 20 Iron Maiden, and it still wouldn't make much of a difference. So, like, go right ahead. Just specialize it into the purpose that it was designed for the Iron Maiden, so that if somebody actually wants to use it for Iron Maiden, they can use it for Iron Maiden. Level 2 Iron Maiden is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment right there. Like, it hardly does anything. Just beef the rookie numbers up a little bit, and I think you have an amulet that people might actually be interested in. Cat's Eye, nothing wrong with this amulet. It's actually pretty OP. That 25 dexterity is beautiful. It gives you lots of attack rating, like 25 times 5, right? So that's like 125 attack rating right there. Crescent Moon, it's really good for what it is. It's basically just a mana amulet. You put that on, you have no problem with mana for a while. There's a couple of those items in the game, like the Gloom Trap belts and whatnot, that are just like designed around giving you massive amounts of mana. I think the only thing I don't like about this amulet is that the Mana Leech and the Life Leech both have rolling stats. I mean, it's not really that great of an item to be a chase item to require a bunch of rolling stats. Like, I think I would reduce some of those rolling stats a little bit. Atmoscarab, perfectly fine, except for the level of the amplify damage. With only 5% chance to cast, I'd like to see the amplify damage beefed up just a little bit. Like maybe level 4 or 5 amplify damage instead of 2. Just so it has a slightly larger radius and a slightly longer like time on the monsters. Level 2 just... At 5% at level 2 just seems too low. Like 5% at level 5 would be more acceptable, I think. Rising Sun amulets kind of gets outclassed by most other amulets, but it's okay. It has some pretty nice absorption, if I remember correctly. Doesn't it have absorption? Yeah, it's got fire absorb based on character level. 2% chance to cast level 19 meteor when struck. Well, double that, like 4, maybe even 6% chance. Like it's not high enough. I'd also, honestly, +2 fire skills doesn't really seem very competitive, especially when there's a lot of +3 amulets out there, like +3 fire, sorceress skills, or like +3 elemental druid skills. I'd like to see it get bumped up to like 3, so that it sees more use. I feel like Rising Sun amulet doesn't really get as much use as it should, and making it into a +3 amulet would definitely make it more attractive to the fire skill characters. Just a lot more attractive. High Lord's Wrath, +1 skills. This is a god tier item, like nothing to talk about here. Just it's too good actually. Mars Kaleidoscope, also god tier item. Seraph's Hymn, not a god tier item. It's +2 skills, but it's got basically nothing else. Cody, why are you licking me? It's got like nothing else on it really, except for maybe some like attack rating versus demons and undead, and a little bit of off weapon enhancement. I'm not exactly sure what you could do to this amulet to make it really amazing. I actually was thinking about this one day, and I couldn't remember exactly what I had an idea of. And it had something to do with like the whole demon damage, like undead damage thing. Like, why not just beef this up? Yes. Cody wants to say something, everybody. So why don't you just beef up the damage? So Seraph's Hymn has damage to demons and damage to undead, and I'm just trying to get him to whack. Cody, do you got to go Peppadoo again? Did you eat a Taco Bell wrapper and you got a mud butt? I was thinking just increase this. Like, why 50%? Why so low? Like, let's beef up those rookie numbers. Like, make it, I don't know, let me get a rolling variable between like 50 and like 200 or something, and just really push the Seraph's Hymn into like a melee setup where people would consider it for melee builds. I mean, it only affects physical damage, and it only affects physical builds, so it's a +2 skills that would be specifically designed for melee builds, and you'd be sacrificing attack speed, you'd be sacrificing deadly strike, you'd be sacrificing a bunch of other stats, like all resistances. So why not let them sacrifice, like, something good? Like, pop some extra physical damage on there. Bring it up to, like say, 50 to 200% for both the demon and the undead damage, and let it roll between them. And the attack rating, too. Bring it to, like, 250 to, like, 500 attack rating versus demons and undead. Like, if its sole purpose is literally to kill demons, then let it kill demons. And if its sole purpose is to kill undead, then let it kill undead. And turn it into a chase item where people are searching for, like, a 200-200. Like, oh, what'd you get? Oh, you got a Seraph's Hymn? What were their percentages? Oh, you got a 75-82? Oh, that's terrible. Throw that in the trash. Like, that way people can mess around with it. Metal Grid is pretty darn good. I actually like it a lot. The only thing that I would really change about this is that the Iron Golem itself is pretty useless without summon resistance. I would probably put summon resistance on the Metal Grid, because I've tested it with lots of different characters, lots of different builds, and the unfortunate side effect is that the Iron Golem just really isn't that great without summon resistance, because he has no resistances and he dies like immediately. So when you utilize this on a character that's not a Necromancer, the Iron Golem just isn't tanky enough unless you have like Barbarian god tier shouts. Like, the Barbarian's like one of the only characters that can really keep the Metal Grid alive. So if they were to put summon resistance on here so the Iron Golem stops dying, or Golem Mastery so he has more HP or something, just beef him up in some way so he's not crap. is what I'm saying. I think the Metal Grid Amulet would be a lot more useful in that particular regard. Circlets. I didn't go over circlets. So Kira's is OP, doesn't need any changes. Griffin's Eye doesn't OP, doesn't need any changes. Helmets. There were some helmets that I missed that weren't in my list. Hold on. I got all those. I got all those. I got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Veil of Steel. I didn't cover Veil of Steel. So Veil of Steel is stupid. I know it's an item from Diablo 1. I actually did the video on this item. But for some reason or another, they created Kira's. And Kira's is just better than Veil of Steel. I don't know why. I don't know why they created Veil of Steel when Kira's is so much better. Veil of Steel needs something to separate it apart from Kira's. I don't know exactly what that is. 2 sockets, maybe? Maybe give it 2 sockets. Maybe give it some increased attack speed. Maybe reduce the strength. No, because Kira's has a ridiculously reduced strength requirement, too. We're not trying to copy Kira's. Like, we want it to be high strength. We want it to be separated from it in some way, right? Like, but it's just not separated from Kira's because they're practically identical. Except Kira's is better because it has cannot be frozen, and Kira's is better because it has more resistances, and Kira's is better because it has less strength requirement. So, Veil of Steel needs to have some sort of identity outside of Kira's, and I think to do that, you just need to separate it by giving it a stat that Kira doesn't have. If it has 2 sockets, then it's separated from it. If it has increased attack speed, then it's separated from it. If it has like Deadly Strike or Crushing Blow or something on it, then it's separate. It just needs to be separated from Kira's in some way, and then Veil of Steel will actually gain some of its identity back and might actually be something that people are looking forward to. Nightwing's Veil doesn't need any changes really, except for maybe you could add some negative cold resistance if you wanted to. Other than that, like I don't really know. Like maybe give it like a 1 to 5% negative cold resist roll. Why not? Giant Skull Bone Visage. It's the 2 socket one that gives you massive strength, knockback, and crushing blow. The crushing blow is kind of low. I think the one thing I would change about this is I would increase the crushing blow to maybe like 20 or 25%. 10% is just really low. It's not very effective on ranged characters, and ranged characters are the only ones that are going to be using this. So for the most part, when it comes to knockback items, they are relegated to ranged characters like bow, crossbow, throwing items, etc. Right? So in general, when it comes to the Giant Bone Visage, you're kind of limited specifically to those characters. Well, 10% is really not a lot when you're dealing with ranged, because ranged is half effective for Crushing Blow in the first place. So I would bump up the Crushing Blow on Giant Skull to like 25%, maybe even higher than that. But 25% is a decent amount, and that way Giant Skull Bone Visage might find more usefulness in the ranged category, buffing up Crushing Blow for ranged characters. It already has 2 sockets, so it's already unique in that way, so it doesn't need to be more unique. Shields. We didn't go over all the shields. Pelta Lunata Buckler is OP. It's super broken. Nothing to see here. Not changing this one. Umbral Disc is actually pretty damn good too. The Hits Blind's target early on is absolutely broken for a lot of characters. Like if you do a Whirlwind Barb with Umbral Disc, or you do like a Zeal Paladin or whatever with Umbral Disc, you just blind everything, like all over the entire screen, and they can't see you and they can't hit you, so you just laugh and run away. It's kind of a broken shield. I really like this one early on. It's a low level shield, and that's what it was designed for. Storm Guild actually doesn't really have a whole lot of purpose. It does have some lightning resistance on it, and it's okay with its chance to block, but for the most part, it's kind of a poopy shield for a level 13. It really needs some sort of like special effect. It is called Storm Guild after all, and most storm items tend to be trash, so maybe some sort of proccing effect when struck, like, I don't know, static field when struck, even if it's just like level 2. Would be really cool on an item like this. Just something to differentiate it from all the other random shields that do exactly the same thing. Steel Clash is okay for a Paladin back in Classic, but it's probably the worst garbage in the world like these days. Why? Because, well, Paladins can literally make a Spirit at level 24, and this is level 17. They can have a plus, like, 0 Paladin shield with Ancient's Pledge in it and, like, 4 P diamonds, like usually long before they get a Steel Clash. So Steel Clash just tends to be really outranked in a lot of ways. Honestly, I would bump up the resistances to compete competitively with other Paladin shields. Paladin shields are capable of 45 all res, literally at like level 6. So 15 just isn't quite cutting it. So maybe if they slap a ding dong that resistance up just a tad bit to maybe like 30 or 35%, it might actually compete with some of the other Paladin shields early on, and you might have a reason to actually put Steel Clash on. It could also help just to give it a free socket like early on. So if you find a Steel Clash as a Paladin and it comes with a free socket, and you consider like, okay, well this is like 30 all res with a socket, and I can throw a diamond in there. That might be a little bit better than my level 6, you know, like Pally shield with like 30 all res on it or whatever. But like, right now it's a non-compatible shield with Paladins that was literally designed for Paladins, and it needs some changes so that it can actually be interesting to Paladins again. Swordback hold, I don't think I would change anything on this. It's kind of broken. 50% open wounds at level 15, kind of dirty. It also has decent block chance, and it's usable on just about any character with 50% open wounds. So basically any character can get access to 50% open wounds early on. I used it for a smite shield early on my smiter. Like, there's a bunch of fun stuff. You could throw a free socket on there. I think that'd be about it. Beverage Keep, kind of like completely outclassed at this point. It used to be good. It had 75% fire resistance. That's like the only thing good on the shield at all. Like, I don't know exactly like what it's supposed to be doing other than that. I mean, fire resistance is okay in normal difficulty, I guess, but there's plenty of lightning, there's plenty of cold, there's plenty of poison, there's plenty of other resistances, and like fire resistance isn't the only resistance that you need access to. I don't know exactly how you fix this. I think it's just designed to be a really high fire resistance shield, and I think that's okay, but yeah, I don't really know about that one. While the Eyeless is a faster cast rate, there's nothing wrong with it. It also has that beautiful +5 mana after each kill, so it's great. They recently changed the ward so that it has a free socket, which is kind of crazy. So that means at level 26, you can get a 50 all-res shield, and then you can plop a P diamond in there, and you can bring it up to a 69 all-res shield, which is kind of dirty. What's up, Regalia? Thanks for the like, man. So, I mean, ward's already been taken care of. I think the free socket completely took care of it and made it into like a freaking best in slot early game item. Viscer Tuant, an absolutely terrible piece of equipment that gets utilized, I think, in like Sorceress PvP. It's level 28, and it comes around the same time as Spirit, and well, Spirit is actually like 58 something. So it kind of has like a place on a Sorceress before they get access to their Spirit, but it's weird. I think this one could do with a free socket too. I think if it had a free socket, I think more Sorceresses would like slap a P diamond in there and use it till they got their Spirit. I don't know. It definitely could use some faster cast on it as well, though. Moser's Blessed Circle is OP. There's nothing wrong with it. It's got 25 res and 2 sockets, customizable. Put 2 diamonds in there. It's pretty dang good. And you can also put other things in there like IAS jewels and whatever the hell else you want. It's kind of broken. Storm Chaser, Skeptum, Scootum, Skitty, Scooda, Skeet, Scoodly, Skeely, Scoot, Scoots. It's got 2 procs on it, and the 2 procs are wind struck, and they're both really low. Like, I don't know exactly what they were thinking with this one, but I'd probably bump up those procs to like 10%, if not maybe even 15%, depending. Like, because they're just way too low to be useful. Other than that, though, it's a halfway decent shield with really high lightning res. It has attack rating, which is also really good. And on top of that, it also has faster block and faster blocking. And half freeze duration with some lightning damage. It's actually a pretty decent little shield for like a melee character who just needs more attack rating and like doesn't necessarily care about resistances as much. Tiamat's Rebuke, same kind of problem with Tiamat's Rebuke. All the proc chances are wind struck and all of them are way too low, so they don't really do anything. They need to be like doubled, if not tripled, like to 15%. 10 to 15% would be much better. And they're still kind of really low level, but if they up the proc chances, they'd be great. It's a decent elemental damage shield. It has really high elemental damage of all 3 types, and you stack it all up, and it actually adds a lot to your character. And it even has all res, which is actually kind of nice.
Overall, it's not bad. I would just adjust the proc chances so that they were actually decent. I personally would change the proc chances to win on striking, not win struck, my personal opinion, because I think it's a really interesting offensive shield, but then all of a sudden it has these win struck things on it, and the win struck things are stupid. I think if you change them from win struck to on striking, I think it would be way better, my personal opinion. Lance Guard has some interesting bonuses. It has the 20% deadly strike on it, and the 15% damage thing goes to mana. It's actually not a bad shield. It needs to be better, though. Like, I would bump this deadly strike maybe to 30 or 40%. Really, really make it attractive for that deadly strike. And then, like, as far as the rest of this goes, I mean, there's really not much you could do with it. It is what it is. If you wanted to throw, like, a socket in there, I'd be fine with a free socket, just so that you could throw a diamond if you need to into the shield. But bumping up that deadly strike, that's the only thing that's, like, important on the entire shield. So increasing the deadly strike, I think, would help out a lot to make people interested in utilizing it. Gurk Sanctuary Pavis, there's literally nothing wrong with this shield other than the fact that it has way too many variables. I would probably decrease the variables a little bit so that it's a little bit more consistent, because it's very difficult to find a very good version of this shield. Like, maybe bring this from 180 to 240 from, like, 200 to 240. Bring it from, like, 14 to 18 to, like, 16 to 18 or something. Just tighten up the numbers a little bit so that there's a little bit less variance, and the Gurk Sanctuary Pavis isn't so hard to find in good condition. And it could also do with a free socket. Maybe. That's a maybe. Lidless Wall, nothing wrong with it. It's actually really good. If they wanted to make it more comparable to, like, some of the higher tier shields, they'd have to up the faster cast rate. As a +1 skill shield, though, it would have to have some pretty good faster cast rate to compete. Like, you'd be talking about, like, 40 to 50% faster cast rate if they wanted it to compete with a spirit shield. At +1. Radamant Sphere is absolutely horrible. It is horrendous. I don't even know what the hell you do with this thing. The poison damage would have to be increased tremendously, my opinion. Poison explosion charges are absolutely useless, and Poison Nova when struck is also absolutely useless. You could increase the Poison Nova, like, level considerably and the percentage considerably, and it still would be pretty useless. It needs some resistances other than poison resistance. I mean, that would be great. I don't exactly know what the hell you do with this thing to make it worthwhile. Maybe O-Skill Poison Nova could be fun. It's one of the worst shields in the game, like, bar none. It has a bunch of poison mods on it, and none of the poison mods stack with each other. So, like, the poison damage doesn't stack with the poison explosion, and the poison damage doesn't stack with the poison nova. The poison explosion doesn't stack with the poison damage, and the poison explosion doesn't stack with the poison nova. And the poison nova doesn't stack with the poison explosion, and then the poison nova doesn't stack with the poison damage. Like, none of the poison mods on here stack with each other, and they all overwrite each other as well, which is just really silly, and I don't know why a shield like this exists, because it doesn't work fundamentally as a shield. Like, 'tis the poopies is what it is. It needs a complete redesign as a poison shield in a way that actually makes sense, and as it currently is, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, if they just re-ran this to a high poison damage flat and then gave it some, like, negative poison resistance, it would be 1,000 times better than what it currently is. Black Oak Luna, I don't think I would change this one. It's basically just a really high cold absorption shield. I don't think I would touch it. It is what it is. It's really good for absorbing cold damage, and it doesn't have much other purpose than that. Maybe take away the weaken when struck thing, which is not really all that useful. Storm Shield, super OP, not touching it. Spike Thorn Barrier. This one could use a second socket. I was thinking about this one for a while because I've actually used it on a couple of my builds. It's a really good attacker takes damage of shield. That's what it's for. It doesn't have any resistances. It does have some physical damage reduction. But overall, it's just not really the greatest shield. It gets outclassed by Storm Shield, which has much higher physical damage reduction at 35%. And this one only goes to 20. So what reason would you actually use Spike Thorn Barrier? Well, you use Spike Thorn Barrier because it has high attacker takes damage of, as an attacker takes damage of build. So giving it 2 sockets, I don't even think would be that big of a deal at all. Just give it 2 sockets and let people have some fun with it. It's not going to be better than Storm Shield, even with the 2 sockets. It could potentially be useful, though. Medusa's Gaze, I actually don't really think there's much wrong with this item, except for the fact that it doesn't have negative requirements. It needs negative requirements. It has 219 effing strength requirement. It's ridiculous. Like, nobody can put this dang thing on. And not only that, but it gives you like a run walk penalty as well. Like, if I were to do anything to this, it would just simply be to add negative requirements to bring it down to a level that is actually usable by other players. Like, if I wanted to use this on a character, 150 to 160 strength would be my target. And that would actually make this quite a lot better to use. I might also increase the percentage on the lower res proc, but maybe not. I don't know. 10% is pretty decent if you are like a character that gets hit all the time. But if you're like a paladin and you have really high block chance, 10% might never go off. So it could be interesting to bring it up to maybe 15%. Headhunter's Glory. I think I would take away the socket variability. 1 and 2 socket Headhunter's Glories are absolutely useless, and nobody uses them. Like, I don't know why they even exist. They're literally just trash. Just make it 3 and have all the everything else be variable. As you can see, the defense is variable. The defense versus missile is variable. The resistance is variable. The poison resistance is variable. The life after each kill is variable. It's all variable. And the sockets are variable too. Like, I would just take away this one variable and let everything else be variable, and then Headhunters like becomes a little bit more, like actually capable of finding one that has 3 sockets and decent stats. Spirit Ward, there's nothing really wrong with this except it's just too rare. I don't know how you fix that, but good luck finding it. It's actually really amazing. It's a really good shield, has massive amounts of resistances, cold absorption, and fade. It's really good. Like, there's nothing wrong with it at all. Did I miss any armors? Let me scroll through them real quick just to make sure. Rattle Cage. Rattle Cage is the armor that has Crushing Blow, but also has hit causes monster to flee. There's really not a lot of use for this armor, even on range characters, because range characters don't really like Crushing Blow all that much. So having hit causes monster to flee on the item just makes it almost completely useless. Like, I don't know. Maybe taking away the hit causes monster to flee could be a thing, but then it no longer is its classic self. Crowcaw Tigulated Mail needs a free socket for sure. This is a free socket candidate. It's not a bad item. There's nothing wrong with it. It just needs a free socket. Like, it's good at 15% increased attack speed, and if you throw another 15% attack speed jewel in there, you get 30%. A 30% increased attack speed armor at level 37 is actually pretty decent, and it's good to use for a decent period of time until you get like a treachery or something better. The problem is that, like, it doesn't have a socket, and nobody wants to put a socket in it. So I think giving it a free socket would be a huge boon. K-Hagen's Wisdom. K-Hagen's Wisdom is actually a really good armor for specific purposes. It's really good for the Act 3 mercenary, and it's really good for characters that need faster hit recovery. I think I would double down on the faster hit recovery and bump that up to 40%. Just to really make it obvious that this is a option for people who need faster hit recovery on their caster builds. And then maybe even bump up the mana after each kill a little bit too, so that it's more attractive. Like maybe 5 or like 7 mana after each kill instead of 3. Guardian Angel doesn't really need any changes. I think I might have talked about this one already, but it's OP. Tooth, we already talked about that one. Atma's Whale. Atma's Whale is terrible. It's just not a good item. It doesn't do anything particularly very well, and I think that's part of the problem. I don't know if I would change it, though. I think maybe I would just give it a socket for free and let people just, like, have the free socket on it. I think that's all I would do with that armor. It's just too all over the place. It's got stats from, like, every category in it. It's not really particularly pointed in any direction. So it's one of those items that you kind of want to customize when you find it. So I think giving it a free socket would make it easier for players to utilize it early on when they find it, and then get rid of it when they don't care anymore. We already talked about that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. And did we talk about Steel Carapace? I believe we did, right? Because that's the highest. That was the highest defense plate. Yeah, we talked about that one. And Tyraels. We didn't talk about Tyraels. What would I do to Tyraels? Tyraels is kind of crazy. The Slain Monsters Rest in Peace really kind of like throws it into its own category, which makes it difficult to use on most characters because you kind of want your corpses. Like, you don't use it on a Barbarian because you want to find item. You don't use it on a Necro because you want to summon, you know, skeletons and whatnot. You don't use it on, you know, like like pretty much any character that uses corpse skills, which really makes it very odd. I don't know, honestly, why Tyrael's doesn't have +2 skills. I believe it probably should. It's a high tier end game piece of equipment. It's also restricted from most characters that use like any character skills that require corpses. So most characters that require corpses can't even use it anyway. So I don't know. +2 skills wouldn't actually be a terrible thing for Tyrael's, and I think it would actually bring people to the armor to use it. Other than that, like, there's really not a lot more going for it. It wouldn't be better than Arcane's, really. It wouldn't be better than a lot of other armor options. +2 skills would just bring it into the light, and people might actually utilize it with +2 skills. Booties. Did we go over all the booties? Let me double check. Yes. Yeah, we went over all the booties. Did we go over all the gloves? Yes. Yeesh. Okay. Did we go over all the helmets? Yep. And yippity doopity doos. And yippity yips. Okay. We just went over the shields. I'm pretty sure we didn't go over all the bows. Let me double check the axes though, because we did cover the axes earlier. Yeah. I don't know if I went over the Humongous. I think it was in the list, but I didn't go over it. Humongous is an interesting item. It's just really slow. It's actually not a bad weapon, but I don't know. Like, I think I understand exactly what they were going for with this, but the problem is it gets outclassed by, like, very, very late, like, not even that long later, the Minotaur axe shows up, and, like, several other Crushing Blow axes show up, and they kind of outclass Humongous. I think a free socket on this would go a long way. Yeah, just free socket on Humongous would be amazing. Bum 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 bum. Yep, that's pretty much all those. Let's go to the bows. So they added a 25% increased attack speed to Pluck Eye. It's an interesting choice. I mean, it's okay. I'm not sure if that's the one. That's what I would have went with specifically because it's a mana leech item. I might have went with like more mana after each kill, or more mana leech, or maybe some like mana itself because it seems to be designed around mana. Wither String, it's very low damage, but it fires magic arrows, which is pretty cool. I'd probably add more damage to it so that it can take advantage of those magic arrows. I think that would be neat. Ravenclaw needs no changes. It's OP. Rogue's Bow, they added the plus cold skill, or cold arrow and fire arrow to it in the patch notes, which was really weird. I guess it's okay. Like, I tried testing it out, and I didn't really feel like there was much difference, or that I would even want to use it at level 20. I think the main problem is the level requirement. I feel like that's, like, the main issue with Rogue's Bow, is it's way too high level for the low damage that it deals, 5 to 12. And it does attack quickly, I'll give it that. It has 50% increased attack speed and a fast base, but when you're using Cold and Fire Arrow, you really need high physical damage, not quick attacks. I feel like the way that they designed it with the +3 Fire and Cold Arrow is almost as if they were designing it specifically for the Act 1 Mercenary. Storm Strike, Short Battle Bow. It's an okay bow. It has piercing attack on it and attack rating. It's not like the worst thing in the world, but you usually have something better by the time you find it. Maybe if they bumped up the piercing attack a little bit, or the lightning damage or something. It's just not a good bow. Like, it needs more damage, it needs more piercing, it needs something. Something to, like, make it stand out from the other bows. I mean, it is called Storm Strike. Maybe it would be funny if it had some sort of lightning proc on it. Wisdom Draw, kind of OP. It does have a really large variable on the negative enemy cold resistance of 20 to 35, and 35 being your target. It's actually a pretty decent bow all around. I'm not really sure if I would change anything about it because it's actually pretty good. Maybe just like beef up the enhanced damage percentage so that when you upgrade it later, it actually has halfway decent physical damage. Because as it is, 80% is very poor. A lot of the lower level weapons, they really skimped on the enhanced damage. So when you try to upgrade them later, they just don't really get very much damage output. So I mean, bumping this to like even just 120 would be a huge boon for the item. Hellclap needs more plus fire skills. +1 is just not enough. Like I don't know what they were thinking. It's not a halfway bad bow for what it is if they're trying to like add plus fire skills to a character, but it's level 27. At level 27, you've got access to, you know, like a lot of plus to skill pieces of equipment. Some of them have like +3 and +4, like depending on the item. Like, can we get more than +1 fire skill on the bow, please? Like, I would be, I'd be fine with 3. Like, +3 would be a hell of a lot better for a level 27 item. Blast Spark is kind of just moot. It doesn't really work very well because the better bows have the exploding arrow proc on them, and they have like the piercing and whatnot. It's just kind of like a really bad item in general because there's better items, not because it's terrible. It kind of needs a little bit of a better treatment as far as like what it's capable of. When you take a look at Kuko has 180 fire damage and it's level 33. Blast Spark is level 28 and has no fire damage. Kuko has free exploding arrow of level 7, and Blast Spark has +3 to exploding arrow. Like, it's just not really the same bow at all in terms of like what it's capable of. I don't really necessarily think that Blast Spark needs to directly compete with Kuko, but it needs to be a competitive option in a different category than Kuko. Like maybe giving it some other things that Kuko doesn't have. I don't know what exactly, but it's basically just an inferior version of Kuko Shikaku at this point, and it needs to have its own identity, which it doesn't have. Sky Strike is actually kind of cool. It's really high lightning damage. It has the chance to cast Meteor at striking. I would up the percentage chance on this considerably, and it has +1 skills. It's actually not bad at all. It could use what is it? It could use the meteor like readjusted to make more sense for level 28. I guess I'm trying to think here, like how high you would even potentially get it, but just like 4 to maybe 6% instead of 2%, so that you can actually get a couple meteors off in, you know, the next lifetime. Rip Hook is actually kind of an interesting one. It's not bad at all. There's nothing really wrong with this bow. It's really solid for early game. Good enhanced damage, slows target, open wounds, good increased attack speed, good life leech. It even comes with a little bit of mana. I think this could do with a free socket, though. I think it's one of those bows that just quite isn't there as far as like what it's capable of, so a free socket could push it over the edge and make you interested in using it. Kuko needs absolutely no changes. It's kind of broken. It's dirty. Endless Hail, I don't really know exactly what they're doing here. It has +5 to strafe, and strafe is just not one of those skills that you want plus the skills on. You don't. It's also not a particularly fast bow because it's a fast attack bow, but doesn't have any increased attack speed on it. I'd like to see some increased attack speed on here, as well as some attack rating would be nice. Those two changes alone would make it much more interesting. Just because it's not really like the greatest for strafing. With strafing, you want a fast bow, and you want one that's accurate so that your attacks are hitting and so that you're firing off as many arrows as you possibly can. It's not really set up for that. So, like, it needs to change a little bit. Witch Wild String, we talked about that one. Cliff Killer, it's another one of those weird bows that's designed for Amazon, but then they introduced all the Amazon-only bows and stuff, and they're just better. For it to be competitive with the Amazon-only bows, which it's not, by the way, and it probably still won't be, it needs more plus the skills. It needs like 3 to Amazon or 4 to Amazon instead of just 2. Because you can get a bow at this particular level with like +2 and +3 Amazon bow and crossbow, which gives you like +5 total. You can even get ones that have +6 eventually as well. So Cliff Killer becomes this really weird bow in an odd place where it's a plus to skill bow that doesn't have enough plus to skills. It just needs to be compared with other bows around its same level, checked and looked at for plus the skills, and made comparable to those other plus the skill bows, so that people might actually look at it twice. Mage Wrath is actually pretty good for what it is. It's just a free guided arrow bow. It's okay. Like, it's not bad at all. I've actually used it several times and upgraded it. It's interesting. Like, it's fine. Goldstrike Arch is an amazing bow. It actually competes with the higher tier bows. The problem is all the variables. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 variables, and it doesn't have any raw attack rating, which it could really use raw attack rating. But like, once you get a perfect version of this and you upgrade it, it's actually pretty decent. I think I would reduce some of the variables a little bit. Like, instead of 100 to 200%, I would do like 150 to 200 on both of these, which would be a much better amount. And instead of 100 to 150 bonus attack rating, I'd probably do like 125 to 150 or something. Or maybe just change it to attack rating flat instead of attack rating percentage. It's a little too difficult to find a good Goldstrike Arch to upgrade. And I say this as a person who's found thousands, and I still have never really found a really good one worth upgrading. So, like, reducing the variability on Goldstrike Arch, I think, would be a solid play. Eaglehorn. Eaglehorn is interesting. I call it the never miss bow. It has tons of attack rating. It has ignores target's defense. It's got even more attack rating as dexterity. It has a fairly decent damage. It just doesn't compete with Wind Force or Faith Bow. It's like the 3rd or the 4th bow in the physical, like, bonuses. It's good, but not the best. It'll get you by hell difficulty, but you generally want an upgrade at some point. Like, I don't know exactly how to fix this bow. Like, it doesn't have to be the best, but perhaps giving it 2 sockets would be the easiest way to make it comparable to the other bows without immediately making it better. Just essentially making it a little bit customizable so that it becomes kind of like a competing option against Wind Force and Faith Bow. But it probably still, even with 2 sockets, won't completely outclass either one of them. So, like, I don't know. Widowmaker, nothing wrong with this bow. It gives you free magic arrows, which is kind of crazy, and like, it's kind of crazy for anybody that wants to use it. You can use it on like a Holy Freeze Paladin, and you can literally just get like free guided arrows, and you can fire your Holy Freeze and kill stuff with it. It's pretty cool bow. Wind Force, nothing to say here. It's kind of broken. It's broken bow. It's one of the best bows in the game. Crossbows, I think we went over all the crossbows. Yes, we did. Daggers, I'm pretty sure we missed some of the daggers. Gull Dagger, I will not touching it. I'm not going to change anything on Gull Dagger. I think we covered all of these. Yes. We didn't cover Wizard Spike. Wizard Spike is broken. It's OP. A Flesh Ripper is also ridiculously good. Both of those, no changes. I'm pretty sure that we got all the javelins. Yes, we did. And maces. I'm pretty sure we got all the maces too. I'm just double checking. I mean, the only mace we didn't cover, I think, was Stormlash. But Stormlash and Schaefer's Hammer are both like really freaking good, and I don't really see any reason to change either one of them. They're both kind of broken. Did I miss anything else? No. Pole arms. We did cover a bunch of these. They did change Battle Branch to make it a lower level item. It's like level 17 now. It's a good change in my opinion, because it's not really a good level 25 item, but it would be a pretty god tier level 17 item. Woe Stave, we didn't talk about Woe Stave. I would increase the damage on this thing. I feel like the enhanced damage is just too low. I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to make like this crazy item that has all these mods on it, and then they lowered the damage as a result. But like, the damage is too low. It needs to be beefed up at least a little bit. Up to like maybe 80% or so, and a free socket would definitely go a long way to making this item more useful. Grim Reaper has 100% Deadly Strike. It's absolutely amazing. But it also has no damage, and it does like no damage because it has no damage. It has 20% enhanced and 15 min, so it basically does like nothing with 100% Deadly Strike. So like, at level 29, you're hitting like a wet noodle. It needs more damage, otherwise it's not going to be worth anything. Probably free socket territory as well. Meat Scraper, solid. Nothing wrong with this item. I don't think I would touch it. Maybe free socket. Black Leech Bill, also not a bad item. Also free socket territory. Athena's Wrath is actually really good for fire druids early on. Doesn't really have much use outside of that, unfortunately. I would also put this in the free socket territory. Pierre Tomble Colon Partisan. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's actually really good Barbarian, good attack rating, good deadly strike. It's got mana leech, fast rate recovery. It's actually a pretty decent Barbarian weapon, and you can utilize it on Druids and stuff too. I had nothing wrong with it. Husal Dol Evo. Really good attack rating. Prevent monster heal. Increased attack speed. It's just a solid mid-tier stepping stone weapon. Nothing wrong with it. Could potentially do with an extra socket. I think I'd be fine with that. Grimm's Burning Dead Scythe, which seems to be designed specifically for the Necromancer. This is a fun one. It seems to be designed for the Necromancer to run up and bonk things, which the Necromancer doesn't generally go up and bonk things, but this one is designed for that. He's supposed to go bonk things, right? And, like, it's missing the one thing that the Necromancer needs to make this work, and that is a melee skill. I don't care what melee skill you add. It needs an O skill melee ability. It needs something that the Necromancer can utilize to actually dish out damage, whether it be Zeal, whether it be Berserk, whether it be Concentrate, whether it be Fury. Like, I don't freaking care what it is. Like, find something and put it on this weapon so the Necromancer can actually swing his weapon appropriately at targets. Because running up and regular meleeing attack things is not good enough. On top of this, it needs a little bit more attack rating. As a character that has absolutely no way of increasing attack rating, 50% negative targets defense, unfortunately, is not enough, and neither is 250 attack rating. It really needs, unfortunately, percentage-based attack rating. I know, the entire time I've been doing this video, for like 7, almost 8 hours, I've told you guys that percentage-based attack rating is trash, and you shouldn't get percentage-based attack rating. But the problem is that as a Necromancer, you have no percentage-based attack rating because you have no percentage-based skills. Which means that in this one situation, when you're dealing with a character that doesn't have any percentage-based increases, you need percentage-based increases on the weapon. This is the one situation you will see me say, add some percentage-based increased attack rating on here. It probably needs 200 to 300% increased attack rating is probably what it needs to be comparable to a skill of that particular level. Like, for instance, if you take a look at Zeal, and then you pull up like a comparable level of Zeal, like say level 20 Zeal, and you look at level 20 Zeal, it has 200% attack rating, right? So if you have a decent amount of plus the skills and you're in the right area, it's going to be somewhere around like level 30, which is 300% attack rating. So for the Necromancer to actually be able to swing this thing and hit targets, he's going to need an equivalent amount of attack rating of a skill that he doesn't have. So he's going to need like 300% bonus attack rating on this as well, which is difficult to do. And perhaps a free socket would be nice as well. So more attack rating, more percentage attack rating, and a free socket. And to be perfectly honest, like, it's a Necromancer item. Like, why don't we have some sort of Necromancer, like, doohickey on here? Where literally we can proc a Necromancer effect, you know, like Teeth, or like some sort of, like, it's Grimm's Burning Dead, so like a proc revive or something could be kind of fun. Or like a proc, what is it, like Skeleton, like proc Skeleton or Skeleton Mage or something. Like, just put some sort of proc on here, so it's kind of fun. Bonehew, nothing to say about this one. This one's actually really cool. A proc Corpse Explosion could be kind of fun, though, instead of charge Corpse Explosion. Reaper's Toll, absolutely amazing. Nothing wrong with this. Tomb Reaver, extremely high variables. The only thing I would probably do on this is maybe fix some of the variables. Would be a way to just kind of avoid some of the problems. But, like, it does have a lot of variables on it. Reducing some of the variables could be one way to make this a little bit more of a viable option for a lot of people. Unfortunately, like, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variables on this item, it's next to impossible to ever see a perfect item. The odds on it are so high that you're more likely to win the lottery than you are to see a perfect Tomb Reaver. So, good luck. Stormspire. Stormspire is trash. Oh my god, Stormspire is like the worst trash I've ever seen. Damage is not really that great. But it's indestructible, so you can't find an ethereal version, which makes it even worse. It has relatively low lightning damage for a endgame GG piece of equipment. It's literally level 70 plus requirement. 237 lightning damage is absolutely horrible. 2% chance to cast level 20 charge bolt when struck. That's awful. Let's change that to 5% chance to cast level 20 charge bolt when striking. 5% chance to cast level 5 chain lightning when struck. Let's change that to like 10% chance to cast level 20 chain lightning when striking. Like why are the procs like so absolutely terrible here? Like let's fix these. Let's make them better. It's called Stormspire. Let's put some lightning absorption on it. Lightning absorption makes sense. It's literally like a lightning rod. You hold it up in the air and like lightning comes down and strikes it and you take no damage. Like, let's do that. Let's also change it from indestructible to rep durability and allow it to become ethereal. Pretty easy change. I believe we already did all the scepters. Yes, we did. And then we also have two staves, which I don't think we did any of the staves, actually, now that I think about it. I think we did none of the staves. Didn't I have a staves character, now that I think about it? Like, I had a staves character, and I thought I pulled it up. Let me double check, because it'd be easier to do it in-game. Oh, those unique shields. We already went over all the unique shields, though, didn't we? Where's my unique staves? I don't see Too many characters on my account. Don't know what to do. I'm about to pout. Dee 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 da boo dee dee doo. Gonna punch you right in your daggum poo. And I hit them all right in their butthole. Don't really care cause it's a way yo. Gonna get them and tell them what. Don't really know but I'm gonna hey ho. Oh, there's unique bows and unique bows too. Ma. But we already covered all the bows, though, didn't we? We did. I'm blind and I don't see the thing. I don't see nothing and I'm gonna have a ring. Ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-a-dang-dang. Yeah, oh well. I'll just do them on the website. I'm tired of going through this giant list. I need a search bar. 7 million do-janks long. Gonna hit them right in their big thong. I said I give up, but I'm still searching. You guys are supposed to stop me. Don't do it, Ginger! Don't go into the darkness of the night! Don't do it! Alright, so Bane Ash, there's nothing wrong with Bane Ash. It's actually pretty solid. I think they actually did change it in the patch notes, and it was really stupid. They added, like, FCR to it, and then they took away all the damage. Which, I don't even know why they took away the damage. Like, it's a good bonking stick for level 5. It's actually kind of a bad change, in my opinion. Like, the taking away the damage part. Adding 10% FCR was perfectly fine, but, like, taking away the damage was stupid. It's a level 5 bonker. You run around bonking stuff, you shoot firebolts and stuff, and you run around bonking things. That's what it's good for. Serpent Lord is actually, like, only useful in, like, one case, which is basically, like, a kick assassin, because it has no physical damage on it, which makes it very difficult to actually hit anything and get mana leech. Like, it has 100% mana leech on it, which is supposedly its, like, great asset, but no damage to actually get any mana with, so, yeah, whatever. Even though it's level 9, like, you're still... By the time you use it, you hit monsters with it, and it does nothing, and, like, you don't get any mana back because it hits for nothing. So, it tends to be rather poor. I mean, some added physical damage to this weapon to actually make it hit hard enough to actually leech attacks would be nice. I think that would be the main thing I would do. It's also a poison staff with like really low poison damage. I'd probably increase that poison damage a bit too. Spire of Lazarus is kind of super OP. It's not really bad at all. I'd probably increase it to +2 Sorceress instead of +1 though, so it would be even more broken for lightning characters. It's only level 18. And it outclasses a lot of stuff early on because it's +1 Sorc, +2 Lightning, a +1 Chain Lightning, +3 Static Field, with decent Lightning res, mana regeneration. It's a very good staff. But increasing it to +2 Sorc would make it even more enticing, you know, to those people who are just waiting for their spirits. Also, some faster cast on it certainly wouldn't be horrible. Salamander Battlestaff is a direct competition to Leaf. I think I would make it compete with Leaf better, but in a different way. Like, if Leaf is giving +3 fire skills and plus to specific things, I would make it slightly different than Leaf, but better than Leaf in the way that it is slightly different than Leaf. So to bring up Leaf, and we can look at them side by side, Leaf is a +3 fire skills, customizable with +3 Firebolt, +3 Inferno, +3 Warmth, right? Well, like, make this one +3 fire skills too. It's a direct competition to Leaf. Like, let's just make them direct competitions. However, this one's +2 Fireball instead, so this one would be +3 and +3, which is +6 Fireball. Let's bring up Firewall to +3 as well. There's no reason why not. So +3 and +3 would be +6 Firewall. That way, they can compete with each other in a more direct manner. So when you look at Salamander and you look at Leaf, you have like 2 options available to you instead of just like, hey, Leaf is just the superior option in general. Let's go with this, right? A free socket on Salamander wouldn't hurt either, I think. Would probably also not be bad. The Jangbong, Iron Jangbong is actually pretty decent. Unfortunately, it comes around the same exact time as Spirits. So +2 Sorc and +3 to individual skills is not really going to cut it. I think you bump this to like +4 minimum, so that it can actually compete with Spirits. So when somebody looks at Iron Jangbong and says, oh wow, this is like +4, 5, 6, 7 to Frost Nova. Like, that looks really interesting. Yeah, I would lose, you know, like 35 and 35 is what? 70, so I would lose 50% faster cast, but I would get, you know, this many more plus the skills to Frost Nova, Blaze, or Nova, or whatever, like what's on there. I think making Iron Jangbong a little bit more competitive against Spirits is the good way to go, because otherwise it's just not really going to be very good at all, and nobody's going to use it. So, there's that. Razor Switch already is competitive versus Spirits. It has 175 mana, which is insane. It has 80 freaking life. It has 30% faster cast, which is really nice. It has all resistances 50, which is really good. MDR 15, which is amazing. The only bad thing about the entire thing, when you're thinking about Spirits, is it only has +1 to skills, as opposed to Spirits, which is +4, right? I don't really think it should get +4 skills, because that would make it even more broken. But I would have no problem with bringing this to +2 or +3, and then let people compare that ridiculous amount of mana and resistances versus Spirits, and they can make up their mind whether they would like the resistances or whether they would like the additional, like, faster cast and plus the skills. Like, make it a comparable option to Spirits. It's already a comparable option, but increasing the plus the skills is the easiest way to make people look twice at it and be like, that actually might be better than Spirits, and then slap on a Razor Switch instead. Ribcracker, absolutely amazing. I don't really know what the hell you could do to fix this. It's kind of broken. Chromatic Ire, also really good for Lightning Sorceresses. I think it should go from +3 to +4, though. My personal opinion, I think it should be easily +4. +4 would be a lot more attractive, especially considering it has 40 all-res. It would be the same number of plus the skills as Spirits, but it would be 40 all-res, and it would also have some other options, which could make it a little bit more interesting for your character, including maximum life and less faster cast, but it does have some other interesting stuff on it. I think Chromatic Ire could be better. It just needs to have a little bit better stats. Warp Spear is actually amazing. I don't even know if I would touch this. It's a very good option for pre-buffing Energy Shield. It's not quite as good as Memory, but it does have +3 to Sorceress skills and +3 to Energy Shield, which immediately makes it a +6 Energy Shield pre-buff staff, so nothing to touch here. Skull Collector Rune Staff is pretty amazing. I think I would bump up the Magic Find to make it more comparable with other choices. Like, for instance, if you're a Barbarian and you're using, like, 2 Alibabas, or if you're a Sorceress and you've got, like, an Alibaba in one hand and, like, a Rhyme in the other, depending on how you have your setup, like, you're getting more Magic Find with the dual setup than you are with the Skull Collector. I'd just like to see the Skull Collector compete with some of the other Magic Find options so that some of the Sorceresses and stuff could find it more interesting. So instead of like 99% Magic Find at level 99, perhaps it could be like 200% Magic Find at level 99. And then, of course, it would only be 100% at level 50, and it would be like 150 at like level 75, and so forth and so on. So, like, the Magic Find would scale with you as you level, so that it could be a more interesting option for Magic Finding. It already has some other really good stuff on it, like maximum mana 20%. It's got the 20 to mana after each kill, which is actually crazy. And it has +2 skills, which makes it a really interesting option, kind of better than some of the other Magic Find options, right? Because if you're using Alibaba and you're using a like a Rhyme Shield for Magic Finding, there's no +2 skills there, right? So this is a +2 skill option that would have really good Magic Find. I'd just like to see the Magic Find get bumped up a little bit, like on the per level basis. Ondul's Wisdom, there's really not a lot wrong with this thing, except for the fact that it rolls +2 and +3. Like, it needs to be like +4 static. But I mean, I can understand why they have it rolling, because it's kind of a chase item. Mang Songs, the variable on these negative resistances is a little bit too wide, in my opinion. Kind of makes it very difficult to find a decent one. I'd love to see it tied up a little bit, maybe to like -10 to -15 instead of -7 to 15. Other than that, though, it's a freaking OP item, and it's good. Let's go through swords. Swords. I believe we got all the swords. I didn't talk about Kinnan Mills All. Kinnan Mills All is absolutely terrible. It's like one of the worst unique items in the game. It's literally trash. Like, it has absolutely no purpose. It's way too high level for what it is, and by the time you get access to it, there's way better options. Not only is there way better options, but the Holy Fire bonus that it gives you is too low to be really all that useful. For instance, at low levels, you can easily get a blue Scepter with +3 Holy Fire on it and use like a Steel Clash for +4. At higher levels, you can easily get like upwards of +8 if you really want to, which makes the Kinnan Mills All just like one of the worst options for Holy Fire, like bar none. It's not fast. It doesn't really have like any real benefit to it. You get no resistances because you lose your shield. You get no block chance because you lose your shield. Like, it doesn't really give you any like concrete reason to use it over other better options that have better defense, better resistances, better block chance, better overall attack speed, better damage output. Like, it's just trash. To fix this, you would have to fix it by increasing perhaps the number of Holy Fire that it's giving from like +6 maybe to like +8, which would make it the best in slot essentially, alongside like 2 blue items, like a blue like +3 offensive, +3 Holy Fire weapon, and like a +2 Pally shield, which would be 6 and 2, which is 8. You could also potentially give it some attack speed maybe, and some form of defensive mechanic. I don't really know. Like, as it is right now, it's just a terrible weapon. Like, it doesn't really have much purpose. It needs to be changed into a better version of itself. Maybe giving it a socket early on could help. Some attack speed could help. There's a lot of various things you could do with this, but leaving it as it is just, it's just going to remain garbage for the rest of its life. Black Tongue, I believe we talked about that one. We talked about all these. Yes. Yeah, we talked about these earlier because we were going through here. Yep. Okay. Throwing items. I believe we got all the throwing items earlier. Yes, we did. I know we didn't get all the wands. There's the Torch of Ero. Torch of Ero is a little baby item. Nothing wrong with this item. It's actually pretty OP for what it is at level 5, and it works just fine. And you can actually use it later on because it's got +1 Necro skills, although it does kind of get outclassed by white ones with +3, +3, +3 if you can find them, which basically is a lot better than +1 anyway. But you can run around bonking things with it at level 5. There's nothing wrong with it. Maybe giving it +3 to a specific skill could be fun. You could maybe turn it into like an Ormus robe, like an early Ormus robe item where it just randomly rolls like one Necromancer skill +3 within its limit or whatever, and maybe you find like a really good like +3/+1, which is a 4. Maelstrom U-Wand is pretty trash. I think the only use it has is early on in the game. It has 30% faster cast at level 14. So it's a 30% faster cast item that you can use at level 14. That's like the only thing that I've really found good use for it. It does have some lightning res and some mana, but overall it's just kind of trash otherwise. Nobody really wants Iron Maiden skill, or Amplify Damage skill, or Terror skill. The Corpse Explosion is the only thing that's even halfway usable on it, and it's not even really that great either. Like, even on the Necromancer, I probably would never use this thing. What can you do to fix it? I mean, if it's supposed to be for a Necromancer, it should have at least +1 Necro skills on it. Maybe something that's actually useful besides a bunch of curses that nobody wants plus the skills to. I don't know exactly how you fix this, because it's just a bunch of silly things that need to be, like, redone. I think the whole wand just honestly needs to be reworked. Gravespine was one of the ones they added, I think, faster cast to. It's a +2 Necro wand with not a whole lot else going for it, so I guess faster cast is nice. Only problem is Necromancer just doesn't really need faster cast, like, for the most part. Yes, it's mildly useful for, like, corpse explosions and stuff, but whatever. Ume's Lamont is another one of those wands that has, like, weird stuff on it. It does have free Decrepify, though, which is nice, but it also has Terror, and it has faster cast and +2 skills. It's kind of another one of those wands that's in the Bone Spear category. Suicide Branch, we already talked about that one. Karen Shard, we didn't talk about this one. This one's actually an exceptionally good option to Arm of King Leoric. It has much the same stats as Arm of King Leoric, except it's more generic. And it doesn't have that horrible chance to cast Bone Prison when struck, which is actually really nice. So it actually just represents a really solid option to Arm of King Leoric, and it's fine. Blackhand Key is actually in a pretty good place. It's very similar to Spirit for the Necromancer. The only problem is the Necromancer doesn't really need Spirit. In fact, the Necromancer usually prefers other things than Spirit because they don't really like the faster cast rate. But this is literally a comparable item to Spirit. And it's not even just a comparable item to Spirit, it's actually a good item to use in combination with Spirit because it has the fire resistance that Spirit is missing. If you look at it very closely, I mean, it's a +2 Necromancer with 30% faster cast, which is pretty similar to Spirit. It has life, it also has the fire resistance. It's not bad. It's not a bad, like, alternative choice to a Spirit sword early on for a Necromancer if you find it. I don't really know what else you would change on there, to be honest. The Grim Ward charges are a little weird. Maybe +3 Grim Ward instead would be more apt. Bone Shade, it's a very weird one overall. Like, I feel like they could bump up the plus skills on this, like bone teeth and like some of these a lot higher than what they currently have them. Because as of right now, it's just not attractive enough with the current plus the skill system. And then Death's Web. Death's Web's OP. Other than the fact that it rolls +1 skills, it's just not really the most amazing thing in the world. What have we left out? I don't even know. We did jewels, we did circlets, we did charms, amulets, rings. We did Amazon only. You gotta go Peppa-Doo? Or you just want my attention? What is it? You gotta go Pep-em-Doo? You gotta go do them Pep-ems? That doesn't look like a yes to me. Do you want snacks? Would you like a pecan roll? You want this, don't you? Yeah, look at your face. You just jealous. Alright, but this is what we're going to do, okay? We're going to play Pecan Swirl Pickup. You know Pecan Swirl Pickup? Alright, you ready? Pecan Swirl Pickup, go! I have no idea where it landed. Hopefully he does. Bartux is pretty OP. I don't think I would change anything about Bartux. Jade Talon is actually pretty solid as a just high resistance claw early on. There's really not a lot wrong with this claw. It's actually pretty good for what it is as a off weapon ability. It's not really meant to be your main weapon. It's meant to be an off weapon with literally 450 all res. You can socket it with even more res from like a 15 all res jewel. It has +2 martial arts and +2 shadow disciplines on it. Like, it's actually a very solid off-swap item. I just don't really think there's anything I would really change on it. Maybe a free socket, just to make people more interested in utilizing it. Could be nice. Shadow Killer Battle Cestus. I'd really like to see that Frost Nova level go up. It's a 33% chance to cast level 8 Frost Nova on striking. I'd really like to see that go up a lot. Frost Nova is a very low damage skill, and it really could use some increased damage, like level there. So like even level 20 or something, or level freaking 25 Frost Nova, or even 30 Frost Nova probably wouldn't even be too overpowered, because Frost Nova has such low base damage, so a high level Frost Nova really wouldn't hurt it that much. The only thing that really goes up with Frost Nova with level is the chill duration, and chill duration is literally like 1/4 normal in hell difficulty anyway, so it's not like it really matters. Fire Lizard's talons are all over the place, and they're one of the weirdest claws I've ever seen. I really don't think that they're very good. Like, I don't understand why it has +3 to martial arts, and then has plus bonus to Wake of Inferno and Wake of Fire, which are in the trap tree. Like, personally, I would probably take these and either shift them directly to martial arts, or I would shift them directly to fire traps. I think fire traps actually is the better like idea here. It would be really cool to have this be like +3 traps, +3 Wake of Inferno, +3 Wake of Fire, with maybe like some negative fire res or something, so that it's like a really interesting, like actual end game fire trap claw. But as it is right now, it's all over the place weird. Like, it's got really good enhanced damage and fire damage. It has attack speed. It's got martial arts, like you're going to swing it. And then it's like, here, have some trap bonuses and some fire res. And I don't really know what to make of this claw at all. I think it should either be focused specifically on martial arts or focused specifically on, like, the traps, but not both. Either that or do both well, because it does neither well, and it sucks on both fronts. It sucks on every front. It's all the suckage. Lycander's Flank is really good. I don't think I would change anything on this, except for maybe the durability. The durability is trash. But it's a really good spear, really good mid-tier stepping stone, like, spear for Amazons. Stone Raven sucks balls. Like, it's way too defensive. It has all resistances, but it has, like, no damage, and it doesn't actually kill anything. Like, even as a physical damage weapon, it's not particularly very good. It needs higher of damage. It needs Crushing Blow. It needs Open Wounds. It needs something. I don't know exactly how you would fix this, because it's such a bad off weapon that it's very difficult to actually make this weapon perform properly. It only has 361 top end, which is just embarrassing, especially when you consider the fact that like a Breath of the Dying has over 1,000. Like, it's almost like 1/3 of the damage of some of the higher end spears, which is just really sad. It just needs damage. Like, it has the defensive capability, it has the resistances, it has like the things that you would need to make it worthwhile, but it's not great in terms of anything else. Barbarian, I'm pretty sure we covered all the Barbarian helmets. And Druid, we covered all the Druid helmets. Necromancer, we covered all the Necromancer heads. Paladin. I have to be kidding about not changing Lacerator. Why? They don't override each other on the things that matter. So you're wrong that they override each other. So Lacerator does not override itself. Lacerator does not override itself. And the reason why it doesn't override itself is because you can't hit causes monster to flee important monsters. So most important monsters, like monsters in the game that literally matter, like elites and bosses and things like that, cannot be hit cause monster to flee. Which means that Lacerator always works on the tough monsters. Always. There is no way that you can overwrite amplify damage on, like, Diablo, for instance, or Baal, or Mephisto, or pretty much any monster that you actually want to make sure you have your amplify damage on. So, just a precursory search. What monsters does hit causes monster to flee on? It works on normal basic monsters and minion monsters only. That's it. Those are the only two types that Hit Causes Monster to Flee work on. Normal monsters and minion monsters. Right? So that means that it doesn't work on bosses. It doesn't work on super uniques. It doesn't work on unique monsters. It doesn't work on champions. And it doesn't work on any specific monster type that is immune to crowd control, which there are specific monsters that are immune to crowd control, which apparently it's citing my video. But there are specific monsters that cannot be affected by crowd control. Those monsters are things like the Oblivion Knights in Chaos Sanctuary, some of the like Death Lords and things like that cannot be affected by crowd control, and so forth and so on. So Hit Causes Monster to Flee causes relatively no effect whatsoever against amplified damage on any monster that's actually important, and only affects monsters that are basically trash mobs. So no, I would not change that item at all. I would not take that off. Herald of Zakarum, absolutely overpowered shield. One of the best shields in the entire game. Way better than just about every other shield. Like, I would not touch this thing. It's not getting changed. Alma Negra, a piece of trash that belongs in the garbage. And rightfully so. Why is it so bad? Well, number one, it rolls between +1 to 2 Paladin skills. And if it rolls 1, it's just immediate trash. Like, it's absolutely garbage. And on top of that, it has no resistances. It has, like, relatively low enhanced damage comparatively to other options. Like, I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to create a shield that gave, you know, like, bonus attack rating, bonus damage. But it's terrible. It's a terrible choice. It's not even a good choice for, like, most builds, like most physical builds. Like, the only thing that this shield is even good for, as far as I'm aware, is literally, like, a perfect ethereal version can be decent in, like, Zealer versus Zealer good-mannered dueling. And that's, like, the only use it has. How I would change this? Well, it needs to actually be useful for the category in which it's trying to be useful in. I don't think it needs to have resistances, because that's not what it was designed for. It needs to have damage. And it doesn't have any damage on it. Like, how would I add damage? Deadly Strike would be nice. You could also add in things like actual damage, like plus min and plus maximum damage. You can also add in things like Deadly Strike, or you can add in raw attack rating, because bonus attack rating percentage is completely useless, and it does nothing. Overall, the item just needs to be, like, keel-hauled and, like, redone, because it's not a good item as an offensive item. It's not a good item as a defensive item. Its level requirement is extremely high at level 77, and by the time you get access to this, there's like 1,000 better shields that you could be wearing. Herald of Zakarum, Spirit in a res base, Spirit in a damage base. You could also do freaking Phoenix in a damage base, or Phoenix in a res base, or you can do like 100 other options like that are freaking better. I just don't know why you would ever put this shield on unless you just didn't have anything else better, but yeah, anyway. Make it actually do what it's supposed to do, which is really good damage output. It's competing with a lot of really high-end shields. It's not a low-level shield. It's not a mid-tier shield. It's not a stepping stone shield. It's a end-game GG shield that sucks balls. So it needs to compete with other end-game GG shields, like Herald of Zakarum. It needs to compete with Phoenix. It needs to compete with a Spirit. It needs to compete with all the other options that it can go against, and it needs to actually be kind of like a halfway decent viable shield against those other options, and it's not. So it needs to actually hit some sort of breakpoint or do something special that the other shields aren't doing. Deadly Strike would be nice, Crushing Blow would be nice, flat attack rating would be nice, a combination of those would be interesting. Flat enhanced damage is completely worthless. 75% might as well be 0. Like, this is basically nothing, especially when you consider the fact that Phoenix in a Paladin shield it has an insanely large amount of enhanced damage, because it gets the base enhanced damage from the shield, and it also gets the enhanced damage from the Spirit Rune Word, which means you end up with, like, I can't even remember, it's like 375% enhanced damage or something if you get like a perfect shield and attack rating, which poopy. Or you could just do like a Spirit in like a perfect enhanced damage base, and it would actually have resistances. Moving on. Dragon Scale Shield. Dragon Scale Shield has 200% enhanced defense, fire damage, fire skill damage, Hydra, maximum fire resistance, and strength. It also has absorption too. It's a very fire-related shield, so why doesn't it have fire skills? That would be a good one, right? Just let's add some fire skills on there. Why not? On top of that, like, it seems to be designed around this O skill Hydra, which is actually kind of interesting. So I think some negative fire resistance would probably also go a long way with this shield to make it even more interesting. To take it a step further, another interesting thing you could do with this shield would be to line it up with some of the fire skills on the Paladin, obviously. Like Holy Fire, as an example, which is obviously one of the strongest fire skills on that character, or Resist Fire. So maybe giving it like +3 Holy Fire or +3 Resist Fire could be really interesting to beef it up a little bit too. As it is currently, it's just kind of like this weird shield that nobody uses. I've actually built a character around it. It was okay. It wasn't amazing. I built like a Conviction Aura, like max Hydra fire character, and it was like the most mediocre thing I'd ever played. But I think it could be better. It's just not quite there. I see it has a theme. It needs to follow the theme. I think the theme could be better. The fire absorption being variable on a really bad shield is also just not the greatest either. It's just not amazing. What else am I missing? A Sorceress. So we got the Orbs, Oculus. I don't think I would change Oculus. Let's just leave that as it is. Yeah, you can just stay that way. I love the fact that it gets people killed all the time. It gives me giggles. I want to watch people die. Ashuta's Temper is... actually, let's talk about this one last. So Death's Fathom is amazing. It has plus 30% cold skill damage, and 30% cold skill damage is just amazing for the way that the cold skills work, because they don't have any mastery, and mastery basically is bypassed entirely for this setup. So having 30% cold skill damage is like amazing damage for cold skills. So no change here. Ashuta's Temper, on the other hand, has 10 to 20% fire and 10 to 20% lightning skill damage, which is actually basically nothing, because when you calculate out how effective that is versus cold skill damage, it's 20% divided by 4, which is actually 5% fire skill damage and 5% lightning skill damage, which makes Ashuta's like one of the worst orbs out there. It's only really used because it has 40% faster cast rate and +3 sorceress skills, but the whole like 20% fire skill damage and 20% lightning is pretty bad. I'd actually like to see it changed from fire and lightning skill damage to negative fire resistance and negative lightning resistance. I think that would make Ashuta's a much more powerful item, and it would actually make it comparable to Death's Fathom, which it is not currently. It is not comparable to Death's Fathom. Death's Fathom is far stronger than Ashuta's is at this particular point in time. In fact, that 20% fire skill damage and lightning skill damage is basically nothing. So it might as well not even be there. So if you delete that from the item and you sit here and you think, okay, let me just delete this from the item. I'm going to show you guys some trickery real quick too. Watch. Oh no, I deleted it. Look, it's gone. So if you delete that from the item, what's left? What's left is a really bland +3 skill item with 40% faster cast rate with like nothing else really that great on it, right? It's an okay wand at that point, which it could be potentially better. I think changing it from plus skill damage to negative resistance would be a huge boon for Ashuta's and actually make it worth using over some other items that you would potentially get. I think that's it. I think we've covered everything. We did it, guys. We did it! We did it, guys! Let me look at the comments. Just rework Necro Poison Dagger to work with any weapon. I think it would be cool if it worked with Scythes. I think that would be neat. It's kind of like a downside for the Necromancer, though, because then you don't get a shield. So I don't really know about that. I only have this game on Xbox Game Pass and plan to buy it. And which client is better, Battle.net or Steam? I mean, personally, I prefer Battle.net, but you can get Steam if you want to. They're both fine. I think Battle.net works better because it's more available offline and they don't really care. They just let you boot up the game whenever you want to and do whatever you want to do. Would I rework any rune words? I mean, a couple of them, yeah. There's some really bad ones. I did a whole video on like the worst rune words in the game. I don't think I went over pole arms, actually, now that I think about it. Did I ever go over the pole arms? Because I don't feel like I did go over the pole arms. I don't feel like I did go over the pole arms. No, I didn't. No, I'd have burned about a pole arm head didn't. Let's look up unique pole arms real quick, because I don't think I went over all the pole arms. Because I didn't talk about Viper Fork, and I totally would have talked about Viper Fork. I feel like I must not have gone over the unique pole arms. They changed it to FCR yesterday, Sly Dog. I mean, I did go over some of these. I must have, like, stopped at some point and, like, popped off. Yeah, I think I stopped at, like, Bone Hew. Okay, so I said Bone Hew would be better with, like, Corpse Explosion, O-Skill. Reaper's Toll, like, perfect. Nothing wrong with it. I don't care. Tomb Reaver... Where's Viper Fork? Viper Fork's not on here? Oh, okay. So I didn't go over Viper Fork because Viper Fork isn't on here. That's interesting. Why is Viper Fork missing from the list? Okay, so let's just pull up Viper Fork. And there it is on the same website, but you know, no big deal. Hey, look at you! Look at YouTube. Look at Google like referencing my video. I love them. They're so nice. It'd be nice if they actually linked my video, you know, like in a big little window instead of just little tiny things, but, you know, whatever. Viper Fork. Viper Fork is a spear, so maybe I didn't go over the spears. I did go over most of them. Yeah, whatever, that one, that one, that one, that one. It looks like I might have missed Steel Pillar. We'll go over Steel Pillar as well. So Viper Fork. Why is Viper Fork so bad? Well, it has a lot of competition. It's not exactly that it's the worst item in the world. It has way too much competition for what it is. It's level 71, and it's got to compete against, like, Breath of the Dying, Hon Sundan. It's got to compete against, like, Obedience. It has to compete against, like, 1,000 different weapons, and they're all way better than Viper Fork. What would I do to fix it? Well, like... Honestly, 2 sockets would probably go a long way, or potentially increasing the poison damage to an amount that's actually comparable at hell difficulty. 325 over 10 seconds isn't killing nothing. It also doesn't have any kind of, like, real, like, crushing blow, open wounds. It has no deadly strike. It's got, like, relatively low damage by comparison to other options. The only thing it has going for it, like, literally the only thing it has going for it is speed. That's it. It's a 50% increased attack speed weapon in a -20 base, which makes it an extremely fast weapon. If it is extremely fast, I don't know why the hell this website is just crashing on me. If it's extremely fast, the only thing that I can really say is that maybe a proccing effect other than 15% chance to cast level 9 Poison Nova would probably be a really good choice. I don't know exactly what you would throw in there. Proccing poison effects isn't really amazing anyway. Or Poison Explosion. It's not really an absolutely amazing ability. It needs like a good proc. Something that doesn't suck balls. Something that doesn't suck balls, Cody. No ball sucking. You hear that? No ball sucking. Ball sucking. I mean, a high level Poison Nova could be kind of fun. Like, just actually have it proccing like high level Poison Nova and hitting all the targets nearby for like a decent amount of poison damage. That could actually be kind of cool. Poison Nova only has a 2-second duration, so it could be relatively easy to get some high damage there if you had like a really good Poison Nova. Dude, this website is freaking borked, man. And then we've got Steel Pillar. One more item, buddy. One more item. Just hold on. Steel Pillar is the Paladin item? Yeah, it's the Paladin item. Well, actually, it doesn't know this. No, the Paladin item is the exceptional one, so this is just like the really high damage one that's indestructible. Yeah, it's indestructible, so again, like just like all the other indestructible items, I would just remove the indestructible and make it rep durability. Like, let it be ethereal. Let people find it as an ethereal. It's actually in a pretty good place. It has Crushing Blow. It's got negative targets defense. It's got attack speed. It has defense on it, which is actually pretty cool, and it also has fairly good enhanced damage. If you just took away the indestructible, turned it into a rep durability item, and let it be ethereal, that would probably be just fine for that as well. Yep. Spire of Honor was the one I was thinking of that has the plus combat skills for the Paladin. I'm pretty sure we already covered that one. Alright, I'm going to take Cody out to go to the bathroom. He's obviously got to go pep on my doodah. And I think, you know what? It's actually 2:59 at night. I think I'm going to hop off. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals watching. Hope you enjoyed me going over literally every single unique in the game and talking about what I would potentially do with them. And as always, keep watching.